Wait a moment, try again, go live.
Many people come in here or not?
Mate, last week there was about 700.
Was there?
So, hello everybody. We'll wait for the views to come in now. Where we are live, mate. It tells you at the top anyway what the crack is like. So, hello those that are coming in. Welcome. If you would like to come on, by the way, please let me know. We can get you on as a guest. Yeah, I'm Ryan, obviously. Next to me to start with is Craig. Dave Mitchell should be coming on very shortly as well. And then we've got Romford Ryan, and then a special guest, hopefully, based on how his night is going on. So we're going to get straight into it, though. So the first round, massive night in the Greyhound world, and it is the second round of the Star Sports English Derby at Toaster, and 6:35. So for all the prices for every race during the for the Derby heats, I think it's only right that I put up Star Sports' prices for betting purposes, because obviously I think we all appreciate how much that they actually do invest into the sport. So you've got trap 1 cost Tokyo 4-1, trap 2 Bruiser 2-1, trap 3 Azulrai 8-1, trap 4 Mr. Champ, who I am on actually. I've backed that to 5-1. Looks like it's a good bit of money for that, 11-4. Trap 5 Clona Curly 3-1, and trap 6 Clona Cody is a 14-1 shot. So Craig, I mentioned that I have backed Mr. Chow. I bet it at 5-1 early on. Obviously there's a lot everyone knows about this dog, really. Kildare, flying, went back to Ireland, then came back over again for Mullins, and just, to be polite, looked like it was running with 3 legs. Gone back to Ireland again and seems to have found its form, but is 4 years old, obviously. But I just think he's got a great chance to lead. I thought 2 was impressive last week, but it was a fairly winnable race. 1 gets any sort of a run, I think that will go close. But yeah, I just think at the value, I thought Mr. Charm had every chance to lead. Obviously, trap 5, kind of curly. I know Boothby's massive on that. Kev's big on this, really talented dog. But yeah, I just thought Fuck could get off the front, and then hopefully then nothing turns too close. And yeah, I thought Kildare, Mr. Charm was a decent bet, really. I think to get off the front, that you got a nice price. So I've had a fairly medium bet, you'd say. So yeah, we'll have a little play, mate. We've gone with 4. So, what about you, mate? What you on?
Hello. I'm just having a look now. Hello, David. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. All right.
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you. So I just had a look. Had a look earlier. Obviously, when you messaged me, I hadn't had much of a chance, as you know, to go through them too much. But I think 2 will lead. It looks like to me that 2 will lead, and I think with 4 and 5 might be one of them pick them up. I like 5, to be fair. I think 5's got a different chance.
Yeah, Dave, any opinion list, mate? We've got about 2 minutes, pal.
Yeah, I think the Diane Henry dog will win this.
Yeah.
Put up a decent time, didn't it, last week? So
yeah, strong dog. If you look there as well, we've had Gerard McGrath has come on and said they put Curly in at a mad price here, so I know where his money is. Or you think it was probably too short, I'm guessing, which actually, Gerard, I actually agree. I thought it was way too short. Like I said, I just think 4's got every chance here to get off the front and lead. So, yeah, hopefully that. 4 seems to be the money dog as well. So, yeah, let's hope that we can get a start for 4.
I'd like to see the 4 dog run a big race. Like, I've always followed the dog, and I think it's had a lot of criticism in the past, and then obviously we're back to Ireland. But it'd be nice to see the 4 dog run a big race.
It's definitely talented. Yeah. I think it's definitely talented, and I think it could run a big race.
It is. Well, I hope so. If it does, mate, it's getting my night off to the perfect start. Because yeah, that 5-1 is looking very nice now. But I'll probably know my fate fairly early. I think if 1 or 5 were to get after me quick, if 4 was to lead, then yeah, I think I'll be in a little bit of trouble. But I just still thought leader's chance 5-1 was too big. So yeah, let's fingers crossed. Hopefully,
looks like they're just about to start going in pretty soon.
Yeah, let's have a little look then. I'll do a little brief commentary for other people there as well. If you are watching it, obviously try and watch it on a feed. How do you pronounce it, Dave? Is it eyes out? How do you pronounce that?
Pronounce what?
No, the TV where you got pay-per-view, that the new channel.
As or Yat or something it is, isn't it?
Yeah, him. Yeah, him. Who was calling around next to you, Dave? Behind you, by the way.
Vicky.
He's calling. She's trying to call behind the camera, but just got full. By yeah, I won't tell you what kind of view we had there, Dave. By the way, dear me, Vicky.
They've got a good view there.
Right then, right, the hair's on the move.
I was going to say, I've got the hairs on the move.
And I have done my money, everybody. But now, trap 6 has gone round with trap 3. A little bit of trouble there going to the first bend. But it's trap 6, Clone Cody now going on. Trap 3 making a big deal. And trap 1's got a massive run now. Cross Tokyo, all going into that third bend. It's still trap 3. Cross Tokyo, they're making a big run around the outside. Kildare, there's 4 dogs fighting them for them qualifying spaces. It's still trap 3. Azora, the Irish dog, going in with another Irish dog, and it's how would you call that, guys?
I think 3 just held on from 6. I think.
I apologise because my camera out.
You're ahead of me.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, but I think it's just, 3's just. I think 3's just held on, only just though.
The camera angle's terrible from there.
Yeah, the camera angle for actual Toaster on the TV is so far away.
I think the 3's been beaten. You know.
You think so? I can't quite see it there.
No. Actually, I might be wrong. I think the 3 has just maybe won by a nose.
Yeah, I thought 3 just held on.
If anyone can see there a better what we've got, please comment and I will put the winner up there. So my camera was so small there. That's hence why my commentary, I couldn't really work out what was gone what. So got to change that feed there. So there's a length, half a length. Just trap 3 on for me.
Yeah, I've got just
trap 3. Right.
Trap 3
came off wide, didn't it?
Yeah,
it came off really wide.
One thing I'll say though, Dave, I've having been there yesterday. There was some inconsistent hair driving, if I'm going to be polite.
That's controversial. We only just had one race.
Yeah, and just for a little bit of reference for you lads, I have backed trap 4 in the next to Oxford because you know how I bet randomly. So just for those out there who do like a bet, I've bet it at 6-1 though, so the value pretty much has gone. It's 4-1 now. But I've had a decent enough bet on trap 4 here. It's been running in a lot better company than this and running well, showing up well. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can get some sort of start out of 4, and then it's a sprint. So if you lead, then you have a chance to win, don't you? So 4-1 still a decent price, like it's a bit of a drop in class.
Yeah, still 4-1.
But I've had decent bet. I've had a decent enough bet 6-1. So that's only decent if it wins, I guess. Those are watching, but. Red, Dylan. So again, we embrace all opinions on here. So please do put them in, but please know that any trouble is coming your way, not ours. Dave, I would say one thing. It's been really nice to have me and you on a show and not get and not get a industry-led campaign to get it pulled off.
Yeah.
So Dylan's gone with
it's
Red.
been nice, hasn't it?
Pardon?
Nice, isn't it?
We've only been on 4 minutes, Ryan, and you've gone controversial already on 2 different subjects.
We just honest opinions. It's all about honest opinions, right? I'm just going to watch this race at Oxford, by the way, for those who may have followed me in. Obviously, I've done more dough on there, Mr. Chow. So hoping that Best can come out here. It's come out all right, actually. And
what have you went on this? What's in this you got?
4, mate. 6-1, and it hasn't chopped the bend. He just has made the bend. It's tight here. And he has gone, hold on. And we are back up and running, gentlemen. That is a very lovely bet I've had there. I had a decent bet there at 6-1 on that 4. Thought it was massive price.
I just followed you in at 4, so.
You are welcome. So anyone else that hopefully follow me in there, then I apologise for the first bet I'll put up. But that was actually delightful there. So we're up and running. I'm just going to update the old thingy. So 210, 340.
Not a bad card at Monmouth tonight as well.
Mate, there's open racing absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. They say
that's the way it should be on a Saturday night, though, shouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I know there are people out there who think like they're happy to have these big meetings midweek, but it's Friday, Saturday nights, mate. Get your open racing on. It's just where you get the best crowds, don't you? Although saying that though, they were back in the day when actually the sport wanted crowds.
Dylan reckons the red jacket. Was that a Toaster you were talking about?
Yeah, so the result there, Toaster then. Three's beat 1 and 2. Three beat 1 and 2. Three's winning 29.09. I'll just get the dogs' names up now, just for those that interested in going through. So it's all right. It's gone through 29.09. Decent time, that considering they had a little bit of barging at the top there. Cost Tokyo seconds qualified 9-2 for Michelle Locke, and Unreal Bruise out for Diane has qualified as well 9-4. So 3-1-2. Hopefully, that's not a sign of things to come in terms of the inside dogs dominating. Because I don't think we like to see biases there, and there's obviously always opinions on that. But yeah, no, Craig, loads of open racing at Monmore, sprint competition at Central Park, opens at Doncaster. Yeah, if you follow open racing, if you've got all the time in the world, then yeah, you've plenty on to bet tonight. But yeah, other than that though, lads, refresh now, a bit of a rush start. How are we?
Yeah, it's not too bad. As I say, I've been on holiday, just come back today, so I've been down in Cornwall. So I'm got a message from you and rushed around a little bit, but got it done, got it sorted. So
Nice.
yeah, not too bad. Had a good week away.
Dave, how was life up in Carlisle?
It's always good, mate. Can't complain really. I haven't had a holiday in a little while, so I think the next one's July with the kids. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, it's good, mate.
Where are you going to?
Really good. We're just going to go back to Spain. We had a look around, and with 2 kids going abroad this year has been extortionate. So we're just going for 2 weeks, just about an hour away from Alicante. Just a nice chill out, really.
Not Benidorm. You mean Benidorm?
No, we're not going to Benidorm this time. We might pop into Benidorm, but
of course you
like
will.
Benidorm.
Of course you will.
I know. The kids have the Benny bug, they say, so it'd be rude not to.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've just come back from 3 weeks where I've battered my body. I went to Marbella with the football lads. That was that was interesting. And then
I heard it was emotional.
Yeah, and then I landed on the Sunday at 11 p.m. and then flew out to Florida the next morning at 11 a.m. Then spent 2 weeks in Florida with the boss. First 3 days of that, I had to pretend that I was actually in a good condition, but I was in a bad way walking around them theme parks. Dear me. But no, really, really good. You've been Florida before, I'm guessing.
I've never been to Florida.
No, I've never been there. No.
I'm not as rich as you, Ryan.
Well, exactly.
The 2 kids and the wife make sure that that doesn't happen.
Well,
and George.
Look, if you host Watchalong, Tom looks after you. So you get to afford these trips. So
that's it.
I'd say it's probably because you ain't got no kids yet, for
that. We haven't even started yet, by the way. We've actually state of ground racing. James, just for you, mate. James, just first 3 qualify, James. So from every heat in the derby, mate, the first 3 qualify. So yeah, so if you've got your each way anti-post tickets, mate, if they finish in the first 3, you are through to the next round. So if you've been able to have a look at the heats, have you got a best bet of the night, Craig?
Go on to David a minute. I'll come back to you in a sec. I'm just looking at something on the actually funny enough on the heats. Give me a sec.
Dave, any opinion, mate? Like, have you been able to? I know you mentioned that you've been very busy. Like, have you got an opinion on the derby this year?
To be honest, it would be the first year in a very long time that I'm hoping tonight sparks a massive amount of interest for us. It's the first time, like every year, I've tended to have one dog that I've followed throughout it, just religiously.
Yeah.
Ballinabola Ed 1 year was for me. A couple of the Ballymac dogs, that young dog that got to the final maybe last year, the year before. I always tend to follow 1 or 2 dogs throughout. I thought Rab McNair would have and I think he's going to have a great time with Memphis. But I've just this year, I don't know why, I've just kind of struggled a little bit to get into it. As I say, I'm looking forward to tonight because I'm hoping it just sparks that little bit of interest that I haven't had.
Mate, I was the exact same. I said to Joe and my dad about 4 weeks ago, I said, this is the most underwhelmed and underexcited I've been for a ground derby. I don't know. It's probably just because the state of the injury's been in. And the sport just gets you down, don't it? Especially if you love the sport, it just gets you down. But Then the first round started, and I started obviously entering them tipping competitions and absolutely doing shot shit, by the way. And then I went for the first time last night. I went to Toaster last night. Decent enough crowd, like, just good to be around it again. I actually did get that little buzz again. I've done my absolute, and I mean bollocks last night. Like
you surprise me.
Mate, it was one of them where I ended up chasing in the, and I don't always gamble responsibly. I ended up chasing in an A1, a 3-dog A1 race at Toaster. I think the second last race. I bet one of Hamden's at 13-8. It's gone off 2-5, and he got beat by his other one in the 3-dog race. I just started laughing, walked out, went for a curry because I just at that point I went, well, you can't win, can you? So
you've had a few of them nights. To be fair, I remember once I was looking over the balcony at Toaster, and I was looking down. Everybody had gone, and there was just you on your own. And you looked up and you shouted, "I've got nothing left."
Whoa! Are you sure that was that the Derby final night?
That was 2 or 3 years ago. That was.
I've actually seen that a few times.
Oh, that was when you were the guest of honor in the Boofy box, weren't it?
That was back in the day when I
guest of honor.
Get once over, yeah.
Guest of honor.
He was the guest of honor, by the way, Dave. Yeah. Oh, mate, I'll be up, mate. I think people will tell some stories about me in my states at Toaster. Dear me.
Yeah. Just to go back to your question, though, mate. I think that tonight, the race of tonight that I'm looking forward to is 7:47. Edwards for Pat Janssens in the 1, and Ball Sport Bob out in 6. Both massive runs last week. And I think that race.
Go on, mate.
I was just about to say that race. It's nice to see, and one of my biggest criticisms is dogs. If it's a middle, it's a middle. If it's a wide, it's a wide. Everybody's putting rail seed. So it'd be nice tonight to see them 2 dogs. Yeah, one's bang on the rail, one's in 6. See them go to the turn, and hopefully, like you say, it's not running to the inside.
One of the biggest. Go on, mate. Go on, Craig.
I was going to say, I'm going to go 7-10 trap 4, Fair Point Harvey. Sorry.
Okay, decent. Okay.
I think it's a match race between 2 and 4. I really do. I think it's an absolute match race, and I just think there's more to come off 4 after it doing 28.85 2 runs ago with a 3.96 sectional. Anything like that with a sectional, it'd be gone.
Yeah, that's for this race now, yeah.
The 7:10, the next one.
7:10, okay. So yeah. So we've still got the.
I think anything like a 3.96 sectional, which it can do around there. I think it'll be
we'll jump to the 6:51, mate. Which is now there was an absolute stampede for high trend. So for those who could have a Bet365 account, you were literally rushing to get the 130. I think they put on high trend. Is now going at. I think it's around 7-4-ish. Price it with Star Sports now. 7-4 with Star Sports. So I think if you had that 130, you're in a good position now. It's an interesting race for me because of my 6 anti-post bets. Start the competition. I had 7 actually. 6 got through, and they were Sing Along Dolly and Bountic Bear with 2 of them, and they are now running against each other in trap 1 and 2. Which is just disastrous at this early stage for anti-post bets, and it's such a hard race as well. I think we'd all like to see Ballinabowler Ed run a good race again. I think we'd all like to see him. I think he's probably a fan favourite as such, really, because he's just such a good dog. He was desperate, I think, the 2 derbies ago. He's put in so many big races, so he ran really well last week as well. Whether or not, as the competition progresses, he can continue getting through, we don't know. But I think High Trend's just got an unbelievable draw here. James, you've just asked quickly, how can you watch Toaster without putting a bet on? SIS Live, Dave, is it SIS Live? Do they do it? They have a stream, SIS Racing?
Yeah, I've got a stream on William Hill as well. William Hill bet 1.
William Hill bet 1, mate. So William Hill bet 1, mate. Okay.
Well, I've got it. I've just got it through Betfair, like just normal.
Yeah, Betfair. You can. I know a few firms like you can get prices on. You can get us at the stream, so rather than a bet on. Now, so Dolly don't really want one. I know, pal. Like I said, I bet 1 and 2 anti-post, and when this draw came out, I was very, very annoyed. I thought, I mean, on last week's run, there's no chance that Dolly can beat. Last week's run, so there's no chance really that Dolly could turn behind the bear or high train and catch it. I thought she turned a decent position last week and didn't really show a lot, even though she got beaten a good time, obviously, by a very good dog. Yeah, I was just a little bit disappointed with her actually, but look, she might come on for it. Bantit Bear, I can't, as fast as his time is, 28.68, and we all know how fast he is. He led basically off the second bend, and I can't see as the competition goes on him turning that handy. I think he's a dog that, as it goes on, he's going to have to be turning 4th, 5th, 6th to then hopefully qualify. So I just thought that 3 just had an unbelievable draw here. I know we've got to give respect to 6. Obviously, they had a good little tussle for three bends last week, but yeah, Droopy Supply obviously ran a really good race last week. I think it was a little bit of a weaker race though than this. So I would go high trend. Like I said, I wasn't able to get 130. Trend about 2 to 1 now. I think it's a fair price. If 2 gets any sort of a run, if 2 can clear 1, then it is race on. And then I think you'll really see how quick Bantit Bear is. So yeah, Hair's on the move now. I'm going to watch it actually. I'll give a little commentary as well. Hopefully a better one now because I've got a better stream.
You're miles in front of me.
What do you say, mate?
You're miles in front of me.
I guess listen to my wonderful commentary then. So only 1 and 2 to qualify. So traps are open, 3 is absolutely walked out, and it's 6. Ballybona Ed. Now we get to see how good this dog really is now. Okay, what condition he's in. So Ballybona Ed turns. Okay, he turns ahead. Merritt's inclusion in second.
3 gone.
It's gone so wide there. Trap 5 now. Droopy Supply in 3rd. Sing along Dolly for Ryan Anti-Post Bet turning 4th. Hopefully get the qualifying spot. And looks Bantit Bear's in big trouble along with High Trend. The 2 favourites are out of the competition now. And it's 6. Singing on Dolly making a big run for it, but it's 6. Ballybona Ed. What a run from the superstar dog. What a run that is. And I think everybody could not begrudge that dog coming back to that form. Pat Bully, what a job you've done there. Wow. What a run that is. Loads of Bantit Bear.
The best trainers always give the best dogs a bit of time.
They do. Just watching the replay now, 3's absolutely missed it. 2's completely walked up, but we said that that was the issue with that dog as fast as he is. Lost Bantit Bear, single on Dolly for me. I'm very, very happy with that. I mean, I don't know where 4's gone at that round. That's the first two bends, but it's opened up for Dolly there. But yeah, Ballybona, what a run! Welcome back. This is now his 4th. He's 4 years old now, Ballybona. So yeah. Great dog, buzzing to see him in the next round. And for me personally as well, I'm good to see lose Bantit Bear, but very happy with Dolly. I think I'll bet Dolly anti-post at 80 to 1. So yeah, if you have 2 in a race, if you get 1 through, it's not the end of the world, is it, lad? So yeah, thoughts on that?
6 must be an unbelievable dog to own.
Unbelievable
dog to own. Keep coming back, keep producing the goods. Unbelievable.
He'll go far at stud as well. I
think so. Yeah.
It reminds me so much of Premier Fantasy, and Confident Ranking. His sire is out of Premier Fantasy, so I think he'll be a big start at stud. I think he's got everything when it all clicks together. He's got the early pace. He's got that bags of middle. There's no dog that can match it middle, and it just goes. It stays any kind of 500, 600. He's just such a nice dog. Like. Yeah. I just said before this race, there was one dog that I followed. I think was it last year. He went out. And it was big fancy, or maybe the year before. But he's always been there and thereabout. And a 4-year-old doing them type of runs.
2022, mate. That was, mate. And he led, but there was a big thing about how slow the track was. If you recall, the conspiracy theorists suggested that. Because Poofy had Savannah Bowden here in track 1, and the conspiracy, no one on here, the show, but people were suggesting that they made the track really, really slow that day. Ed got to the front and just dropped into a hole off the last bend, and we went from 1st to 4th. So, yeah,
to do that at such a high level and to run their massive runs there for the dog's age, it's absolutely unbelievable.
I always thought it had a good run on the outside, but I just thought there was younger dogs in the race who might keep on improving, but he's just taught them a lesson that, Yeah.
The key is, I would imagine, looking at his run last week, he was a little bit undercooked, and they've thought, we'll bring him in undercooked.
They usually are.
And then, obviously, tonight he looks like he's there. Can he now continue that throughout the competition? Because that's the difference between a good dog and a derby dog, being able to perform. Just start off competitions and maybe get in second, third, get there. But at the final is where you've got to produce.
Yeah,
What
these
Lister was the master at, wasn't he? Just getting them into the derby. They're not there about what 80%, getting them ready, getting them through every single week. Get 5%, and then the final comes, bang, traps open, and away you go. Like that's
the old school best trainers always done it. You never want to win a first round and not go no further.
No.
But at the end of the day, the idea is to qualify and bring the goods in the final.
How many times do you see dogs doing these silly runs in the first two rounds? Round, they do these silly runs, they bang out, and then everybody, then they're into favouritism, and everybody fires into them, and then we get to the third round, and they just fall to pieces.
Mate, generally, mate, you get that probably in the 3 minutes leading up to it, where an English dog over here will blast out, do a stupid time, on a track that's flying anyway. And then suddenly the bookies go, right, everyone, I don't even know if anyone bets it, but suddenly it goes from 33 to 1 to 16 to 1. And it's just madness. Like, you've got to just, I always think with anti-post, look, the dogs at the top of it, I think there's a reason why bookies want to lay the favourites in derbies, and they're happy to lay them and keep them because it's a lot of reasons. Like I know a lot of good dogs qualify, but
the reason why I think it's even more of a lottery now is because there's so many Irish dogs now, and they're all so good. That you just do not know. It's like any given Sunday with these Irish dogs, like you've seen tonight with Trap 3 in the first race, in the first heat, and then you've seen again there with Ballybone Red. You know, I just think they're all that damn good that it's any given Sunday, and that's why it's tough.
The problem is a lot of this gets bred out of them. A lot of this strength gets bred out of these dogs because everybody wants that ultra early pace. Everybody wants that Pastana early pace, and getting that early pace is really, really difficult. And a lot of the time, they just forget about that strength, about a dog that can go through competition.
Absolutely, especially over something like 500 meters.
Oh, and you see these dogs like Ballybone Red could 600 stand on his head now as he's getting older. And you see a lot of dogs doing that. My dog, for example, George, 3-legged, wherever he's at, he ran the entire derby. He got to the derby semi-final, got knocked out, then came back and ran in. He got to the quarterfinal, got knocked out, came back and ran in the Stayers competition, and won the final of the Stayers competition on derby final night in Nottingham. Yeah. Like dogs that can come back, or dogs that can run to that level week in, week out, they're hard to find.
Yeah,
mate, I found that was the biggest difference, mate, between the top Irish dog and top English dogs. I always find the top English dogs are very trappy. And I think it's because you look at a lot of the English tracks, really, where the cat ones are, they're very, like Monmouth, they're very tight. So it can't, if you consistently want to compete in England, I think that you do want them dogs that are blast away, and by the time that the quicker dogs have got going, they return the bend. Whereas I think the Irish dogs, you can kind of see the class down the back straight. And I find that the Irish dogs have got 2-3 lengths in hand over the English dogs just down the back straight alone. And when you watch a dog take off down the back straight, you know it's a fast dog. Like, I always think like dogs can be trappy and be quick, but the top dogs, I think for me, show their pace from 2 to 3. And that's what separates them for me, the Irish dogs and English dogs. Like if you look at like recent years, like Sign Ace, for example, with English, like very, very trappy. Couldn't any shadow, very, very trappy. Like the best dogs here are all like Queen Jonian, very, very trappy. Like, they're all trappy dogs. Yeah. Whereas the Irish dogs can turn first, second, third in these races by the first bend, but then by the third bend they're 2 lengths ahead. That's the difference for me.
But what Nowso is saying is absolutely right. That you can't breed dogs for 600 yards now. If you just looked at England totally, right? I remember when we brought him over. You've got the likes of Monmouth, for the Monmouth Cup, Puppy Cup. You've got Romford Puppy Cup. You need early pace at Toaster. I don't care whether Boothby says dogs from behind. You need all the early pace you can get to hit that corner first at Toaster. Everything is all about early pace. Yeah. And there's very little tracks now where you could take a dog and say he's maybe strong and he can miss the lids, but he can stay on and win it. There's so many short running tracks. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree as well. If you look at the schedule, say from round Romford, Greyhound, you need dogs who got early.
Absolutely. Where would you go in England other than maybe Hove? You can have a gallop. Central Park. We used to take him there, and he could have a good gallop there.
Newcastle's a decent gallop.
One of my Dave, one of my favourite
Newcastle's-
races, mate. One of my favourite races of your lad was at Central Park.
Yeah. Beat Wallace's big Kulavani Kaiser. Newcastle. I go to Newcastle. Obviously, I've been quite a few times living up north. Newcastle's first bend is the killer. The corners, corners are like that.
Yeah,
the dogs go into that corner, they pick up so much pace, and then all of a sudden they're turning like that, and then they're turning like that. It was the one track we took him, and he just didn't take to it just because of that first corner. Because literally they plow into it and they just turn like that.
Yeah, but as I say, you look at some of the tracks like Doncaster, lead 9 times out of 10 you'll win. Oxford, 9 times out of 10 you'll win. Even all the tracks that are running tonight, Romford as well, obviously. Monmore, sometimes you get them coming from behind, but if you get one out in front of Monmore...
Monmore's a foot runner's track, mate. It's a foot runner's track, mate. Mate, you're doing 480 metres in 27.90, 27.8 top dogs. You're a foot runner track, aren't you?
Well, exactly, and that is the problem.
The Romford Puppy Cup is one thing that a lot of people want to win and always target. We targeted that, finished third in the final.
Tough, isn't it?
But the idea and the plan for anybody breeding a dog, everybody wants to breed a Derby winner or own a Derby winner. So if you're breeding a Derby winner and you're looking at Torso, what do you need to win the Derby?
Early pace.
You need that. You've got to have that early pace. You've got to get out and get to that turn, and then you can break up the race down the But you want to be out in front, and you want to be a good few lengths off coming off that final turn. Yeah, it's a lung burster coming home, but you need to be out in front.
Correct, mate.
Not many dogs that come back.
Banted Bear, one of the fastest dogs competition probably, especially from halfway onwards, just been knocked out at Toaster because got no early pace. He's obviously found a bit of trouble, but he hasn't got the early pace to lead Singing On Dolly. And I no offense, Singing On Dolly, she wouldn't be classed in the top half at early pace in the competition.
Yeah.
So you have to around Toaster. You have to be turning first 2 or 3. You can just about get away. You're actually better off at Toaster, probably being 2 or 3 lengths behind everything else, and then picking your way through them once they've all bunched to that first, second bend.
Yeah, trying to catch a good dog out in front.
You do generally get that one, that at least a one dog. I think there's Fawn Rebel about 2 years ago who just managed to do that. Savannah Bow manages to do. There is that one dog every year who will just stay away from all the dogs for the first 300 meters, and then just wait, and then when they all find trouble and they tire, pick them off, finish third every single year, and they're the ones that get through at massive prices.
It's dogs like Ballinabola Ed that should be used at stud. Longevity, high level, ran at such a high level. Yeah, he's got that early pace, which is shown today, but it's dogs like that with the combination of all these multiple things that should get a chance at stud. It shouldn't be, let's just use that dog because all it does, it smashes the lids. And for 450, it can go like the clappers. Like they should go for dogs like Ballinabola Ed that can produce that.
Correct. So for example, probably the closest one I'd say Magical Bale was just an unbelievable, like that kind of mold of dog. Very similar.
Probably. See, I think it's a fallacy. I do, because you look at one of the greatest winners ever, or the greatest dogs ever, is Westmead Hawk. Now, Westmead Hawk ran one of the tightest tracks ever was Wimbledon. If you didn't get around the first bend there, you're in trouble most of the time. Yeah. And then literally, if you play back his finals and watch him, it's unbelievable. So there is something in breeding, in staying dogs. But obviously now everyone wants a dog to zip out and go out in front.
Yeah, well, and then so just on that one, very interesting point, because I think the Irish Derby's been moved back this year, hasn't it? Is it now in the winter? So
is it really?
I mean, yeah, because they're doing some development work on it. Is that right? Guide me if I am wrong with that. Please tell me. But I believe that it's a later date. If you could tell me the date now, or somebody just put in the date before. But yeah, if it's a later start, then the track won't be as quick. Because Shelbourne generally is flying. Absolutely flying in them. So November Irish Derby, cheers, pal. It's flying in August, September. So yeah, kind of that makes a different kind of.
Yeah, it does.
Just on that subject of breeding, though, just along that line, a lot of people, and when I'm talking about stud dogs, like
it's in November.
Like Ballinabola Ed, and I'd love to see him do a job at stud. These dogs in their first season have to have the right bitches. Like, a lot of people now in the UK breeding bitches that basically they just want card fillers. They're just wanting stuff to run for the run money. They're not actually taking the top bitches, and they're going to Ireland with the top bitches. So British breeding falls to pieces. For a stud dog to achieve anything in its first few litters, it needs to get them top quality bitches as well. So it's not all on the stud dog. There is a big
no, it's massive on the dam. The dam side's huge in even horse racing.
Just a couple let me just interrupt you lads quickly. Harry, top lad. Okay, really good to have you on, pal. Any messages, any comments, mate? Just chuck them on, mate. Watty, the legend that is Watty, please put in any tips you've got, mate, as well. I think there's many people here, mate, who would happily follow you in, pal. You've put in there Newing Sid be a dark horse. Again, we mentioned that kind of English dog, the kind of style that they run. Newing Sid, perfect for that. All trappy, all early pace. And I was very confused with how he got picked up so easy last week. That doesn't happen to Newing Sid when he leads. I think we got to see a much better Newing Sid yesterday, in fairness.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Going into the next race toaster, there's only 4 minutes to the off.
Mate, I'm going to put this out there quickly now because Gerard's gone with Antigua Hawk, and this is my biggest bet of the night, Antigua Hawk.
Well, do you know why I'll never back another Antigua dog ever again in my life?
Go on, why?
Because of Perry Barr in the last race.
I honestly, what I want to say. Oh my!
We're all in. This can't lose.
I think
we're all in. This can't lose.
I put both arms up after 10 meters.
You and your brother could have been shot that night.
It got picked up by fucking grader. So right then, anyway, we'll move on very quickly now then to the 710. So I have gone big. I've gone all. This is a big job here for me, Antigua Hawk. I've had 3-1. Star Sports very kindly laid me a decent chunk. I've took it out there. I've had Lofty laid me £300 at 3-1 earlier. So I'm hoping that I know Connections think very highly of Antigua Hawk. It was in a winnable race, you would say, last week. Had a decent draw. I'm just hoping that he comes on now. Look, it's a hard race. Ballymac Gizmo in 1. 29-17, really obviously good dog. JT Craze, I've heard a lot of noise about this dog as well. Broke 29 seconds, which if you break 29 seconds at Toaster a year ago, you were an aeroplane. Now a lot of good dogs do it. So
is it who leads wins here?
I mean, if Antigua Hawk leads, mate, I'd imagine that. But mate, I wouldn't even rule out dogs like Droopy's Donut in 6, mate. 5.5. Droopy's Donut again. Droopy's Donut again, and another really good English dog in terms of trap out. Probably stays a little bit better, actually, give credit for. So pricing with Star Sports, just to give them a shout. Gizmo 5-1, Craze 9-4, Goose 16s, Harvey 3-1, Hawk, who I am on big time 2-1, and Donut 8-1. Guys, any fancies from yourselves, lads?
As I say, I fancy 4. Well, I think 4. If it shows it's early at 3.96. If it does anything around that section, I think it could go a long way clear, and we'll see what the 5's made of. But I'm gonna stick with 4. It's drifted a bit. The money is for the 5. 5's very strong, and we'll see what happens. But I'm gonna stick with 4.
Okay, mate. Dave, anything for you, pal?
I would go with you. Nick Gill can't have many. Has he got them all scattered all over the place, Nick Gill, now? He's got them all over Ireland?
I've got no idea where he puts his dogs now.
All right. He's obviously with the Mark Wallace situation. I would say I'll go with you, but I'm interested to see how Ballymac Gizmo for a place. What the price? Have you got the price up for Gizmo there?
Star Sports, mate, are 11-2 Gizmo, mate.
I think that dog will qualify.
It's around the 6-1. It's around the 6-1 mark, something like that now.
If you play in the place market, mate, on exchange 2-1 Gizmo. So if you think Gizmo qualify, mate, 2-1. Right,
I'd like to see
on the move now.
I'd like to see Borough Fan TV, right? Because let's have an English winner.
Lads, I've gone. Sorry, lads. Watty, Watty, if I don't win, I'm more than happy for you to go and collect, sir. Gerard, we are big time on the 5 here, and my stream has just gone off.
Mine's as well.
I'm looking at a race now.
They've switched to
I've still
Oxford.
got it.
Is that
I've
Oxford?
got it,
Is
but
it?
They've
I'm
switched to Oxford.
behind.
And we're back at Toaster now. Here we go. Then here we go. Here we
Here we
go.
go. Yeah.
So right then, okay. Hare's on the move. Then he's 3. Not well. And they've come out. Antigua Hawk took a flyer and he goes up now. Okay, Antigua Hawk now. He's chopped across the rails though. Can he get across? Yes, he has. Antigua Hawk now hit the front. 1 and 4 come together. Faithful and Harvey, Balamat Gizmo. Balamat Gizmo's turning in a great position though. But now we're going to see how quick Antigua Hawk is. The kennels connection is raised about this dog. But Gizmo's throwing a fly. Dave Mitchell, do not chin me now, sir. Balamat Gizmo running all over Antigua Hawk. Can Antigua Hawk hold on? Yes, he can. He's kicked again. And it's an unbelievable race if you followed the Greyhound Watchalong studio tonight, because Antigua Hawk has got off the front and led, but Ballymac Gizmo has ran an absolute stormer there. Dave Mitchell, please tell me that you were on the place market.
No
is the answer. No is the answer. The box safety.
I'll tell you what, I like to see the time of that race. It looks a fast race.
I don't think the dog knew what to do. It got in behind the 5 and it kind of thought, hello, son. It kind of thought, do I go inside? Do I go outside? Just couldn't get round. And that's toasted all over, isn't it? But to be fair, the winner's done it well. Can't knock the winner.
I'd say one thing I say, mate. I actually thought 5 looked very green, mate. When it hit the front off the going to the first, second bend, I thought he ran the bend very, very green. Not making excuses for it, of course. I'm sorry to give it an excuse in terms of why he didn't kick on properly and win. I mean,
it's an experienced dog.
George. I mean, I'm buzzing its win, and I know how highly the dog's thought of. It's won 2. It's had 2 races now over in England.
I honestly think the one dog's the kind of dog you want in a derby.
The issue you've got, mate, you've got Toaster,
because you'll keep qualifying.
But mate, because of the angle of the rails, mate, at Toaster, I'll come to that little superstar Dave in a minute, pal. Because of the angles of the bends at Toaster, though. So if you look at the rails, mate, at Toaster, around the 3rd and 4th bend, they go curved, straight. So the dog in front always weaves. So that if you're a dog trying to get past the 3rd and 4th bend, you've got a dog in front of you constantly checking you up. You can't actually drive round or drive in. So it's not. So you're better off basically just go around the outside of the dog in front and then getting your head down then on the straight. If you try and get anywhere near the inside, going into the 3rd and 4th bend, you are getting checked up because you can't actually drive it properly. I'm not sure what comes 3rd there. Sorry for my excitement. But
I think it was a photo for 3rd.
Like I said,
it was a photo for 3rd between 4 and I think it might have been 2, but don't hold me on that. But
anyone can put the result in, please. That would be much appreciated, by the way, because I apologise, but did not see it come 3rd. But it was a top race going on at the front there. Gizmo's ran a stormer. I hope people out there had the forecast, by the way, because look, we put up 5 and 1. Lofty. When you hear this, Lofty, I am coming to collect. You took too much money from me the last 2 weeks, so I am coming to collect next time I see you. So. Yeah, but thank you for laying that. And look, even with that, we all moan about saying we can't get bets on, but Star Sports, Lofty, okay, if you can't get bets, honestly, just contact them and they will lay you on. No AK bets.
Yeah, you can only get bets on with certain people, though, can't
you? Okay, but what I would say though is Star Sports put them in to sponsor the thing, and like I said, I know that they lay good bets. Like they've got an opinion. If you do want to have good dough on a dog, Star Sports are the players. I imagine AK Bets as well now with James there. I know AK Bets are pushing for the dog racing as well. They wouldn't have got James on board for no reason. So, yeah. But, for me, if you want a good bet on, just contact Star Sports.
Good stuff, Gerard. Well
done. Gerard, superb from you, my friend. And I'm also equally as happy. And it's through to the next round. So... Antigua Hawk, Ballymac Gizmo, and Droopy's Donut 28.77. So
nice.
Yeah, track obviously is flying.
No, I think I told you that would be a fast time. I'm not sure the track is. I think the dog done that time. He was going very fast out in front.
Same, mate. Then so on that note, mate, how fast is Ballymac Gizmo?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's a perfect derby dog. I really do. It's got a little bit of early, and it runs on nicely.
Yeah, interesting though, but at the moment though, the Irish are dominating at the moment.
Well, and this is a problem. Let's be honest. The Irish dominate, and this is probably what takes all all the glitz and glamour out of the derby because they dominate, just the same as horse racing and jump racing at the moment. Willie Mullins, whatever, they're winning everything at Cheltenham, and it's the same kind of thing. You know, they're getting the best dogs and they're getting the best horses, and people sort of do lose interest.
Yeah, but the reason for that though is the state of the industry over here.
Absolutely, no, exactly, because you got the horse racing board, and you got the GBG. They're all rubbish.
Oh, let's not get controversial.
Sorry, did I get controversial?
Dave, he's been in our company for 45 minutes, and now he's already getting on. Craig, be careful. They will come for you. I assure you. We speak from. They will come for you.
I couldn't give a shit
about that. I do apologise, mate. In all my excitement, like I said, I had a big bet on 5 there, so I was kind of looking at what was going on in the front there. But like, if Droopy Donut hasn't led in qualified, it suggests that he's run absolute storm. I will have to then obviously try and watch the replay back to see that. But Droopy Donut, honestly,
6 ran well.
Probably one of your leading English hopes for that very, very talented dog. So yeah, to qualify, you're in the 3rd round derby now if you're on that. So yeah, really, really good. Patrick buzzing with that. Connections buzzing with that.
Just a quick point, Ryan. You got controversial in the first 3 minutes of this program. It took me 40 minutes to start getting controversial. So
it catches on, by the way. You wait till the viewers start having a few more beers and they're thinking you'll get a few good ones, by the way. I'm going to get another bit. So my first beer, by the way, for those that are into their lagers. First one, I've gone continental today. So my first one was a Canadian. What's it called? Canadian Moosehead.
Where did you go shopping just before then for that?
Mate, there's a shop from me about 15 minutes in the little village high street, right? And it's called Ace of Drinks, mate. And it's literally just a bunch of just the most bizarre drinks ever. So I went, you know what? I'm going to get one from every country. So I'm going for Canadian here. So you two crack on. I'm going to get another one quick. What's that? Oh, that's an ale. Is it? Wait.
Hey, funny enough, right? Listen. I was on holiday, right? That was on draft.
It's lovely on draft. It's amazing on draft.
And I tell you what, Ryan, fair play. I've just come off holiday, so I'm drinking a poor man's beer because I've literally haven't had a chance to do anything. But that is decent on draft.
Right, by the way, lads, I've had a bet in the next at Romford at a big price. I bet that now, look, it's a massive prize for probably a reason, but I took a chance on track 4 Bit View Dusty that might be able to get across the front of this race and maybe run a big race. I think it's been running better than its form suggests. It's big price reason, so it might make me look an absolute twat. But yeah, Dave, I am sort of confused, though, Dave, how you've managed to go from looking at Foster's and Stella and then suddenly whipping out that absolute unbelievable, beautiful of a drink.
Yeah, well, I was in the drink aisle at Tesco's and I thought, do I go lager or do I go? And I have been drinking IPA for quite a while now. And Cooch says I'm a Lib Dem, but I'm not a Lib Dem. I just want to put that out there. But Levelhead is a great session IPA.
Why have you down as the Lib Dem or a bit of a Green Party kind of guy? So,
no.
Nah. I've
got 4 of these, and I've got 4 of the Camden ales as well. Camden's a nice ale.
I haven't had that, but that Levelhead, have you had it off draft then?
Oh, it's amazing on draft.
He's nice on draft.
Easy, it goes down too easy.
I couldn't believe they had it down there. Also, I had a pint of it. It was really nice.
It's probably about 14 quid on draft, to be fair. It's
not cheap. That's why I only had 1.
Yeah. But
apparently, the Bowser alert. The Bowser is going around after heat 10.
Right.
I've gone from Canada all the way down to Jamaica and I've gone Red Stripe. Actually, a very beautiful little lager, that, by the way. Underrated.
Thank you.
Harry, I can only agree with you with that. Foster's, Carlin, Carlsberg are just they just should not be done. How they're so popular, I do not know. So yeah.
Foster's is shocking. They've tried to replace Foster's with Madry, but Madry just gives me a headache. If I have too many of them, I just headache.
You know, Madry, I mean, it's such a good PR thing. Like, that Madry was supposed to be Spanish. It's made in Carlin. It's basically a mixture of Carlin and Coors. Like, they just whack together, and it gives you the worst headache in the world.
Whether you like it or not, sorry, boys, but Estrella is one of the king of beers.
Right. You are welcome, by the way. Estrella and Asahi are my go-to.
Absolutely, they are up there.
House is decent as well, but quite strong. So yeah, so right then, we've had a quick question here. So James, mate, cheers for tuning in, mate, and getting very active. Mate. We appreciate that a lot. So you said, right, mate. So my biggest fancy anti-post was Romeo Steele, Graham Holland. I watched a few of its races early when it came over to Toaster, and it's just got
back in a sec, lad.
Early. I didn't like its run last week because Ballymac Dapper behind ran all over it and was 2-3 lengths quicker than it. And then but I thought, okay, well, you've qualified still, you've got bags of early. And then when this race got drawn, I was absolutely gutted because he's just got Crafty Shiver, who's probably the best trapper. And again, Dave, you mentioned English dogs, very, very trappy. And 3 is just, yeah, she just traps consistently every single week. I have bet though Ryoka Joey this one. I think it's just got a great run now. I would love for Romeo still to qualify. I just worry about him. He needs to out track now. If Steele comes away, he leads this, and if he leads this, he will win. But I've just gone with 2 really. I'll bet 2 at a decent price here. Rocky Jerry, I'll bet at a decent price. Price that I get on him early on.
Be nice to see the English putting down a proper challenge to the Irish this year. Do not want to get to the final having 6 Irish dogs, but the Irish have came over so strong, haven't they?
They have, mate. The issue with that, mate, although, like King Memphis, I actually worried about King Memphis yesterday. I thought he really bad drawn and one missed it and he came away. King Memphis, I think, is the fastest English dog and he can do it a bit of both. I think if he turns behind, he's fast enough not to win a race, but to at least finish 3rd and 2nd in a race. There's something about the dog. I would want to be taking him on if I was a bookie. I want to take him on. I just think that these are, but there's always a couple of dogs that go under the radar. Like Ninja Kerry, for example, last year. Like there's always these dogs that go under the radar. But yeah, I think the Irish have won the last 3 now. Is it? So we are definitely.
I would say the one dog to follow, if anybody's listening and listens to anything that I say, and I do 90% of what I say is a load of shite, but if you want to take the 10%, I would say the dog to follow is that Gizmo dog in the last race. It reminds me so much of Fair One. And Liam Darling doesn't bring him over for fresh air. That dog will just keep getting better and better every week, and it's qualified 2nd. Yep. If that dog turned up in the final, it would not surprise me. The dogs that people need to remember this one important thing: the dogs that win the Derby are not always the fastest dogs. No, the dogs have to consistent week in, week out. Exactly. To be a competition dog, you've got to be consistent. And Correct. That Gizmo is exactly like Fair One, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that in the final.
Agree, mate.
No, I totally agree, and I totally agree with Robert Johnson as well about. I thought the Green Party are hippie type merchants as well, to be honest.
Yep. 8:24. So we've had a tip here from Watty. 8:24. Murray Bird's boy. Watty, when we get a chance, mate, because I've got a big 5 minutes coming up here now. Because I've bet track 4 at Romford now. Dusty. I've bet it at. I got. I think I had 8-1 and 15-2. I've had on this. I think it's now going at around 5-4, 5-1. Just an outside chance that. He can get off the front here. I think his old form is better than this, and I think his recent form is a little bit misleading because he's shown pace in good races, but not been able to a lot. He's a big price for a reason, so I wouldn't be going all in. But if he wins, I've won a right nice few quid on this. So yeah, it will keep what's been a good start. It will continue that. So I'm just going to watch this race now quickly, guys. If you don't mind,
you watch your race, and I think. If you are going to be betting in every single race, there's going to have to be an intervention.
Yeah,
we're going to have to intervene. You're turning into the ground version of the racing blogger. Yeah. You're here and everywhere. For
those that don't know, then I'm obviously a football coach, but that's obviously part-time. My daytime.
Congratulations on your staying on as well, by the way.
That, mate. I'm working for Tim Flowers now, mate. But my daytime.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
My daytime job is gambling, so yeah. So I have to look at these races.
Oh, is he gambling? Is it
for since January last year? So right, man. Let me just watch this, man. I'll tell you if I'm good or bad at it.
Now we know why you're going to Florida.
Right. Nah, Georgina pays the bills, pays for them, mate. Right, I need Transport this to come out here, and he Has trapped out all right in fairness, but shown no early at all. Really,
Shown nothing.
Lads. He turned second, but he can't. He's not going to win from there. I thought he'd be off the front, but he's probably going to finish last again. So I apologise. It was a small bet, and there goes my money, everyone. He's finishing third. Okay, fair enough. There.
Now he's just a football coach. You're just a football coach. Like
now, if anyone's got any jobs for me, then
Ryan, can I ask you a question?
No, go on. Of course you can. Go on.
You know you gamble for a living now.
Yeah.
Are you a solo operator or?
Pardon?
Do you do it on your own?
Just on my own, yeah. Just on my own, mate. Just on my own, yeah. It's hard, like. Looking out. It's like, well, what were you getting at then? Oh, you're getting at, I'm thinking Rob.
Yeah.
Nah, mate. I speak to Rob, but honestly, mate, it's just me, like. Yeah, mate, it's hard. Like, if there are any full-time gamblers out there, please fucking speak, because
there's more than you know.
Man, I'm telling you.
There's more than you know. Trust me, there is more than you know.
Hardest part's getting on. Right then, Watty, I've just been. So my brother Watty is the manager at Hinkley. They got promoted step 5. I'm the coach at Redditch, so I'm step 3. So yeah, I've been there. So I was there last year, and then Tim Flowers is the new manager now, and he's fortunately for me, he's kept me on. So yeah, all being well now. Yeah,
you ain't gone higher yet, or not? Is it because you're still young?
What does step 3 mean? Well, explain what the steps are.
So you've got the League 2 would be like League 2, and then you go Conference step 1, Conference North South step 2, and then the league below that step 3. So I'm 3 away from technically being League 2, like.
Don't forget us when you get there to League 2, you know. I could be a Carlisle.
Are you taking your time with it then, right?
Pardon, we say, mate?
Are you taking your time with it because of your age, or?
Yes, mate. I'll come back to that, mate, because we have got some bets, mate. I've bet Ryoka Joey, mate, in the next. So we've got Faye Point Sean in 1. Ryoka Joey in 2. I've bet. I think it's got a good draw. Hopefully it can clear 1. Crafty Shiver in 3. Romeo Still 4. Ballymac Stick 5. Cobbis Ella 6. Look, I've got interest in this because Romeo's still, but it's a really, really hard draw for the dog. But lads, I'm just going to do a little bit now because I'm on Ryoka Joey. So what are your fancies for this race, lads?
I've got to be honest, I didn't know you was on that, and I was going to put that up at a nice price.
You were? Okay.
I was going to put it up at a nice price, but now that's absolutely worried me to death. No, go on. I'll stick with you. I'll stay with the 2. I know it's not very popular to both have the same opinion, but I thought if 2 traps, I think it's got a great draw, and I think Kevin Nutton's about time he turned up.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Mate, this dog's really fast, by the way.
Yeah, I know he's very fast.
He got killed with a bad draw last year, but he's a really, really fast dog. This dog. Dave, what you think, man?
I'm gonna go. Crafty Shivu. I'm gonna hopefully. Well, I was gonna stick with the Irish tonight, but I'm gonna go with Crafty Shivu, right? But as in each way, I think Ballymac Slick will run into a place. What price are you on there for the place again for the Ballymac dog?
Wait there a minute, you. So Ballymac Slick
you're probably looking at about 2 to 1.
Is about 2 to 1, pal.
There you go. There's another one.
And my stream has gone to Oxford. I'm looking at the rear end of. There we go. We're back at Toaster now again. So right then, Heat 12 then. Fair Point Sean in 1. Ryoka Joey 2. Good money for Ryoka Joey. Good money for Crafty Shiver as well. It's very, very tight. We're probably the most competitive race of the second round here. So all on the break. I need Romeo still to qualify from anti-post. I'm not sure how he does, if I'm being honest. And I've bet Ryoka Joey to win today. So Hare is on the move. And they're away. It's pretty level break, but Crafty Shivu has shown that really, really good trapping pace. Romeo still now on the outside, turning in a nice position. Rocky Joey in 3rd, probably won't be winning from there. Crafty Shivu, though, unbelievably good bitch. She's so quick away for the first 300 meters. She's got about 3 lengths clear. Now Romeo still in 2nd, looking to desperately hold on there. Rocky Joey's making a big, big run in 3rd, but it's been checked up. Now 5, Ballymac Slick for Dave Mitchell. Can Romeo still hold on? Romeo still is out. I've done me money on that. But Crafty Shavu has gone on. Really, really impressive run there. Dave Mitchell,
that was very impressive from the front.
Dave Mitchell, you put the place king. You've been called many things in your time, Dave. But the place king, and it's 3, Crafty Shavu. That will be a fast time. Has gone on to win.
I gave first and second.
Sean.
I gave first and second there. Crafty Shavu, and I said that Ballymac Slick will run a big race. A place, so I gave you the winner. Can't do any better than that.
I mean, look, Romeo, as soon as the draw came out, I knew Romeo still was in big trouble. He was just drawn the wrong side of Crafty Shavu. It could have been a worse draw for him, to fact. He's probably got the best trapper, one of the best trappers in the competition in 3 inside. He's shown all sorts of pace again on good, but he didn't stay. He'll have his time now, I'm sure, because that early pace will not go without winning the competition of some sort. But no, can she go and win it?
You can't take nothing away from that, dog. You cannot take nothing away from that.
She, in probably 95% of her races, she's a length ahead of any dog. Maybe not so bad. Most dogs after a length. After 1 second, she's a length ahead just by the traps alone.
Yeah, well, she should be fine now, to be fair. And no, I was very impressed with that, if I'm honest.
Mate, she runs the track well.
What do you say, mate?
She runs the track really well, doesn't she? The question is, when you're asking whether it will win, is it a competition dog? Will it go far into the competition? It's got to produce.
A lot depends on the draw you get with a lot of seeded rows. It depends on the draw.
That Ballymac Slick has run a hell of a race in second, you know. It was 4th going down the far side, and it hasn't been beaten like that far. And to be fair to him, because he's put a middle on it, he's obviously got the 5, and he's always going to be drawn out. You know,
isn't that another drawn there? Isn't that another one like Gizmo that would just keep qualifying?
Exactly like Gizmo. Liam Dowling brings them over, and he can get a dog to a final of a derby because he knows he's got to bring them exactly where they've got to be, week in, week out. And that's another dog exactly the same. Bred brilliantly as well. Not as well bred as the dog in the race before, but will Crafty Shavu win it? The answer is I don't know. Dog runs Toaster really well. It's got loads of early pace. It's got to produce it every week now.
If the second she turns second, is she out? Like in a top race, like in a top quality race?
Not exactly. It depends how far behind she turns second because she runs the track well. If you watch her coming off the 4th bend, she's not coming wide off the 4th bend. She's running the track really well. So I wouldn't say that the dog wouldn't win if he turned second. It's just whether the bitch does it every week. I mean, it's a bitch as well. We're talking about going through the derby. You know, bitches don't exactly have a great record. Mark Wallace had a bitch that I bet years and years ago. The Domino Storm? Was it Domino Storm for Mark Wallace? And I think it got semi-final.
Yeah.
And the records were terrible for bitches to go through to get there, but will she produce week in, week out? That's the question.
The best one was Queen Beyonce, mate. Queen Beyonce when it was at Nottingham, mate. She
have you seen Borough Fan TV? He's comment.
Yeah, Watty. Yeah, I did do my badges with Craig Brown. I'm not that old, Watty. But
maybe Scott Brown. So how does Scott Brown get the manager's job at Ayr and you're still sitting in step 3?
Was Scott Brown? I'll tell you why, because Scott Brown is Scott Brown and he's won every competition in Scotland going for the last 20 years of his life.
I know.
Ryan Keneally wants to win the league at step 7. That's why.
So, in your badges, where are you badged now then? Because they give these badges out. Do you sew them into your undies? They give them out like swimming badges. There's like UEFA, D, C, B. Like, what goes on? Do you get little badges? Do you seriously get a little badge like that which has your name on and like 50-meter swimming with a brick?
You get a certificate. I may have printed some badges and just put them above my pillow at night just to remind myself that I'm doing that. That my mum and dad would be proud of me. But no. So I'm A license. I got A license 4 years ago. There's one more to get, and that's pro license, and that would allow me to coach in the Premier League technically. What I would say though is I'm not saying on that level. It's just a qualification, but yeah. So I've got one more to go. The issue with that is though it costs 10 grand to get on. So I'd have to wait until I'm probably I'm at a club, and then hopefully that they put me through. I'm on my A license. I got my A license 4 years ago.
I remember you get. I do remember you getting that one.
Yeah, if you go on my Twitter, it's my pin. It's my pin tweet, mate. So yeah, if you want to give it a like, anyone, it'd be great. Thank you. But no, that was a pretty proud moment for me. In fact,
I've got to be honest, Ryan. Sorry, just quickly. I've got to be honest, Ryan. You're doing the right thing, in my opinion. I think you're taking your time and you're learning, and you gradually will go up, and you gradually will get higher up as time goes on. You're only very young in coaching terms, so I think you're probably doing the right thing. You know, whether you should have it sewn in your pants, I'm not sure, but you are doing the right thing.
The other question I wanted to ask, right? I've just seen that Joey Barton, who's got no chance, in my opinion, of getting, because he's like me, he's too controversial.
Yeah, he's shot his bolt now.
The difference with you, though, I'd say, I think you're quite genuine. He's controversial just to get clicks and get money, basically, for clicks and stuff.
But football is about not what you know, it's who you know.
What I was going to say was he just got a B license, didn't he, with the Irish FA?
Yeah.
Did you do it with English FA?
I did my B license on my English FA when I was 24. And then I did my A license with the Scottish FA because my boss was Gordon Strachan, so he was allowed me to get me on the course.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's no. One thing I'll say: who you know gets you somewhere. What you know keeps you there is what I'd say.
No, absolutely no. I don't disagree with that because otherwise you get sacked from every job.
Exactly.
No, I'm not saying that. But if you don't get a foot in the door,
I was looking to get. So I got the A license, mate. I did it in Scotland. Unbelievable, mate. But I stayed up there for weeks, and then, mate, I was with Scott Brown, like the Celtic Scotland.
Do you reckon you'll get a call from Scott or not?
No, I spoke to him about a year ago. I think, like mate, Scott Brown, isn't it? Like, mate, I highly doubt it because he's got a lot of ex-player friends, isn't he? So I'm at the bottom barrel, like.
Exactly. What I just say about is who you know.
What's he like? He comes across as a bit of a knob.
Nah, mate, unbelievable lad.
He does, though. You can't say he doesn't. He does come across as a bit of a knob, like he's a bit of a.
If you're a Rangers fan, then he's a knobhead. If you're a Celtic Birmingham fan, he's a legend.
Well,
so,
and I'm a Rangers fan,
mate, weird thing. So he's in my tutor group again, and I was like, he never knew who I was. And obviously I was like, I was in awe, like, because I got Scott Brown's fucking stood next to me, and then we're like packing the stuff away for like one of the morning drills, and he just goes to me, he goes, "Hey lad, whatever," and he, "What's your name?" I went, Ryan. He went, "Ryan, do you mind staying out with me for 10 minutes, like on the pitch?" And I went, "Yeah, go on." He went, "I just need to try and work on something." So, mate, I was literally, as soon as it happened, mate, I ran my dad straight after. Like, I went to run my dad, and for 10 minutes, mate, I was literally, as I need children, when we passed, I had a right fucking twitch on, honestly. So he's got these balls, mate, and he's told me to go about 50 yards away, and he's just zinging these balls, but trying different technique. And then 10 minutes happened, whatever. Then we got back in. He went, "Mate, thanks for that, mate. What's your name?" Ryan. Told him about myself, and then he got my number, and he sent me a message like. When we got back, he went, "Ryan, what are you doing tonight, mate?" And I went, "Why?" And he went, "Fancy a beer?" And I was like, "Yeah, fucking, why not?" Like, I was fucking like, of course I would, mate. And I had one of my practice assessments the next day. Okay, I went out the night before. I didn't get back till 4. I arrived half an hour late into the tutor group thing. Like, everyone turns around, and because I was out with Scott Brown and everyone knew about it. The tutors just let me off, didn't say a thing. They were like, "Were you out with Bruni?" I was like, "Yeah." They went, "Right, fair play, Ryan." But mate, it was weird going out of him though. You try and walk in a bar, and the doorman will go, "Nah, not tonight, Scott." And then you go to the next bar, "Nah, not tonight." And you're like, "Why?" And the doorman goes just openly, "There's a bunch of Rangers or Hearts fans in that bar who don't want to see you, mate." And he's like, "Fucking hell, like." So, but mate, honestly,
Dave, can I just interrupt and tell you a little story, right? Now, I had a beer with Ryan. I think it was probably a couple of years ago now. Obviously, we meet up every now and then and we have a beer. But literally, he couldn't wait to show me Scott Brown on his WhatsApp.
Oh, no.
Like, yeah. He couldn't wait to show me Scott Brown on his WhatsApp group and whatever.
Be honest, Ryan. Did you do his tits in talking about Greyhound racing? Did you mention Greyhounds?
I asked him if he wanted to buy a dog with me, when I was drunk,
No. Do you want to join a syndicate? No, not really.
No, Ryan, fuck off. And I haven't heard from him since that. I haven't heard from the year. Right,
by the way, Shivu, 28:59.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Is that a track record, by the way?
28:59. That is a great time.
I believe is that the clock that's gone? I'm sure it is.
That looked fast.
If anyone could help me with the clock, please tell me. But it's got to be close to it. Fuck me, that's a fast time.
I remember when I remember when Boothby said it would take a good dog to break 29 seconds. It happens every week now.
Yeah.
Clark. Oh, I know. Look, I don't know about
That was
you.
a hell of a run, though.
I take the times there with a pinch of salt.
Well, that
Dylan
Fitzsimmons.
I remember when
58.
Remember about 2 years ago, lads. Latoro in the first round, one of Jansen's dogs. Latoro, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, I've never seen a dog come out on a last band like that. And I think it did 28.90 maybe. And that was like wow. Like if you put Latoro in against like Crafty Chavou and the Latoro track like that, it's doing it's going to beat her. Yeah, she's doing what 4 or 5 spots quicker. Like, I can't have the thing.
Can you mention Harry's comment there? You should have told Scott Brown the dog's come over from Ireland. He'd have stuck his hand in his pocket. That's a great.
Harry, I might drop him a message right now. By the way,
here we go. Oh, I might drop him a message. You hear that, Dave?
Oh no!
Dave, you hear that?
Don't be that person. Actually, get him on, and I'll say I'm a Rangers fan. We'll just make up a story.
Hey, Bruni, how are you, sir? How are you, Bruni?
I'll ring Rab McNair. We'll put the phones together and we'll just let them talk to each other. They'll think that
and nobody else will understand a single word that's said.
Yeah.
Right, here we go, lads. I don't know if you can see, lads. If you look there, lads, that is me and my mate, Bruni.
Oh my
Here we
God.
Go.
That is my mate, Scott Brown, by the way. Yeah, and by the way,
I told you. Dave,
shot on the main man in the middle as well.
Dave, I told you it was coming, didn't I?
He asked. Apparently, he asked me for that photo with me. So what can
apparently.
I say?
I haven't had Red Stripe in a while, but he's at about 12% now. Take that drink off him.
Can we, lads? Let's just.
He's not the best drinker, are you, Ryan? You're not the best drinker.
No, Borough Fan TV. I've had one and a half beers, man. I remember that match feedback. I remember that very vividly because Billy Boyle tried to decapitate someone's shin in the second half. I think that we had quite a young team, and Billy Boyle's team were probably the wrong side, a bit like you, Craig, the wrong side of 45. And in the second half, then I think fitness kind of prevailed, and there was
that's same as me as well.
Very questionable tackles here.
Harry just said, "How far back in your camera roll was that gone?"
Mate, I'll tell you that, mate. That was, I'd love to say it was last week, but that was actually 2019.
Oh, it's one of his favourites.
I had a feeling Jeremy McGrath with that name would say.
Could have been my Facebook profile picture at the time. I'm just saying.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh no.
Of course it was.
Right,
I'll do that. Right, lads. Can we get back to dog racing now? The serious bit. This is enough about. This is the life of Ryan Keneally, by the way. So, and we do have
love it, really.
This is it's another top race. So I bet trap 3 out Tornillo. You think I need anti-post at 220 to 1. And again, I'm having a bad night from anti-post bets. I was gutted when the draw came out. But I think most eyes will be on Ball Sports Bob here, who for me, I know the JT dog that went past Newman Sid was impressive, but for me, this was the most impressive dog of the first round. What it did to Sing Along Dolly, and I think Miracle led. Miracle led. What it did to them two in the first round.
What I'll say is doing a 422 sectional, Ryan, and still doing 28.87 is massive.
The only thing with this dog is now, yes, he did a 401 split, but again, I don't take sectionals because for me, there's every chance that them sectionals at Toaster were hand time. But if you look at his Irish form, though, it's not the quickest away. Dylan's put up. So Dylan. So I mentioned him anti-post bets. So I've got Al Tornillo in 3, and my other anti-post bet was Droopy Superstar, who in 4. And when the draw came out again, unbelievable. I had 2 races where 2 of my dogs were in the same race, and these two were badly drawn. Mate, his Swindon form. I mean, if you're doing 27.95 at Swindon, you are fast. I thought his run last week was ridiculously good because it says he literally flopped out. And Gay Tom Nemo, we've seen how bad he ran last week. I actually thought Al Tornillo ran really well last week, combined treaty. I thought he got all sorts of trouble, showing a bit of pace, but it's just so badly drawn here. So the betting with Star Sports, again, we have to give them a shout. You got Edwards, all early pace.
I was going to say, was that a fluke run last week or not?
Really, really capable dog, really fast. But mate, you find at Toaster, mate, Toaster and Oxford in particular are the two tracks where dogs now and again can just find a random ping break and they come out 3 lengths quicker. I think that might have been that kind of break for Edwards. Ballymac Dapper in 2.
Yeah, I'm going to go for 2 here, boys.
I'll tell you in 3, 8,
2.
22,
The 2.
Steve, Bob's, even. Dave, give us your place bet.
Dapper.
Dave, can I ask you a quick question?
Go on then.
That's 3 Ballymacs on the trot. Do you know Liam personally or not?
I do know Liam personally. Actually, I know he's. I know Shane better, but I do know Liam personally. I've had stacks of discussions with them about going to Ireland. About going to Australia.
Australia's where it is.
I do know them. I do know the both of them really well. I know Shane better than his dad, but Shane's a really, really decent bloke. So if you're Shane, he won't be watching. Shane's spot on.
I'm going to go with 2 here anyway.
So what I was about to say there is Ballymac Dapper is a full litter brother to Ballymac Gizmo.
Wow.
Well, if you watch Dapper's run last week, he absolutely took off. I taught him new Arsenal, to be fair, at Romeo Steel.
I'll watch the video.
Can he get a clear run with Edwards? Can he get a clear run?
I've just watched a video or 2 from last week, and that was impressive.
But mate, it was the Irish dogs talk about the pace from 2 to 3. They just take off.
But six is the obvious class act here. But I
will go 6-2. I will go 6-2. 6 to win, 2 the place. Although I do like the Edwards dog, I'm not. Will it do it again this week? I'm not.
Well, that's why I asked the question earlier. Was it a fluke?
Possibly, but tonight I'll tell 5 to 1 doing it.
I'm hoping that 3 and 4 can somehow qualify. I mean, this is the worst draw. I would go Ball Sports Bar for any kind of a levelish break, and I think his class will prevail here. Really good race though, so I'll do the commentary. I'll try and make it better this time for you, as I promise. Dave, what's your place bet again?
The Ballymac dog all place. I firmly believe that, but I think the 6 will win.
Here's on the move.
Okay, Craig, you do the commentary this one, mate. Go on, mate.
Yeah,
you do
go
this
on,
one,
if you want. Yeah, no
Better
problem.
than me, pal.
And away they go. One shows up with nice early. Three's now coming through the middle. One still got the lead with 3. Then comes 5, 2, 6, and 4 out the back. He's 1 now in the lead. Takes about a length and a half out of the field from 2. Then comes 5, 3, 6, and 4 at the back. He's now around the 3rd bend. He's 1 from 2. It's going to be close here because I think 5's coming on now, but 1's still out in front. 1's run a great race. It wasn't no fluke last week. 6 is flying late. Has 6 got there?
Got no idea, but I'm good.
That is impressive from the 6, by the way. Watch that race again.
Mate, if I can see the replay there, I
think 6 has got there.
Mate, to be fair,
I don't know if 6 has nailed it, but the 6s came on.
I'm going to call 615.
Harry
No, it's the one dog. The one dog's done it. The one dog wins 6 second, 5 third. I was just about to say the 2 dog was in a great position.
What's happened there, by the way?
Just got a bit worried out of it. If you watch it going to the 4th, it just got a little bit worried out of it, and that's probably inexperience that's ruined the dog race. The 2 has held a nice position all the way through.
Did it check
it's
up
run
the
back
1?
Straight. It just, I think, when they got to the 4th bend, it's just worried itself. The dogs have came around it. It's checked a little bit onto the 5 dog, and then there's dogs swamping it, and it doesn't really know what to do.
I'll tell you what, that is close. You're probably right. I think 1's just held from 6, but
we've got a mixture here. Gerard 6, Dylan 1.
Yeah, I think the 1 has held.
Even money the pair.
I'll tell you what.
11 the pair, lads. Where's the money?
Lads, let me tell you, the 6 has run an absolute stormer.
Can he keep getting through though, mate?
I don't know.
Without
I'm just saying that he's running out. That is impressive from 6.
See, I would kind of disagree with that. If you watch them going into the turn, the problem for the 6 dog is it had 3 dogs inside that hit the turn at the same time, and just got a little bit nudged out. So it's had to do all the hard work. And to be fair, it's run on brilliantly.
And do you know what I like about the 6 as well? it's got the early pace for when it needs it in the later rounds.
Now, so's telling us that Dylan said wouldn't be big price dead heat. Now, so saying one is won. Is there a result in, lads?
Now, if now so he's saying one's one.
Yeah, I think the one is just looking at it again. I watched the replay when it slowed it down. I think the one's just held on. It's close.
Now, so there are two things with you, mate. I want to know what your name is because I only refer to you as now. So
Patrick.
And, Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick. Yeah,
did not know that.
Yeah, even I knew that. Why? How do you not know that?
Mate, I didn't know him because I miss seeing his replays on Twitter and socials, like because he was the guy who used to put every open.
He was the main man. He was the main man.
When Colin was
Samuel,
Harlow, Naso was the guy.
We've just got a comment from Samuel saying 6's paceless for 3 bends, very strong, but will never win a derby. We've been talking about dogs all night that keep qualifying.
Yeah.
At this point, all you need to do is qualify.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they're going to run like that, they're going to run like that.
You only get the trophy and you only get the money when it matters.
Yeah. Look, I think it'd be very hard to knock 6 out. I do. I mean, the dog's done so much running there from even the 4th bend to the winning line.
Yeah.
The last 80 meters, he's taken off there.
165.
Dylan, I agree with you there, mate. Kind of thing I mentioned earlier, where
29-10.
If you haven't got that early pace, you are better off literally being 2 lengths behind at the first bend. Just let them do what they want. Turn 5th, but untouched. And
it looked a 29-10 kind of race, didn't it?
You get that though with these slow way dogs, mate. If you ever back a slow way dog and you see it trap, it's the worst thing in the world because you know by the first bend, every the dog's coming to it and it's going backwards as they go forward, and
that's when trouble starts. Yeah, exactly.
It's got to have a good brain though. If it breaks 2 lengths slow, it's got to know to go in the inside, just running behind, and then finish its race off. And these dogs that get in behind, they just struggle. They just don't like dogs around them.
And as I said earlier, Westmead Hawk had one of the best brains as a dog. He used to be 2 lengths behind, but he knew how to track, where to track, and when to strike.
I think Harry, I've been there as well, brother. Trust me, where you bet a dog to lead. It's led. You give it the old oi oi, and everyone's looking at you. You're there, and then all of a sudden, a dog comes out of nowhere, and you go, "Oh fuck, what am I doing?" And you have to. There's no mate. That actually, when I was younger, I used to try and save face. There is no saving face. No. You put the roar up to give it Billy Big Bollocks into, and we all do it to say, "Look, look what I've won. Look what I've bet." If you put the roar up and you say it's won and you get chin, mate, you just got to absolutely just take it. Just take it, lock a man. Keep your head down though, and go somewhere very quiet downstairs. Sit down on your own in the corner, and then wait for the next winner. Is what I would say.
Ian Wilburn just said, "Isn't Nelso JK's other half?"
I'm gonna presume that means appearance.
No, I know what he means by that. So, aka Patrick is a top bloke as well, and I've had a few little ding dongs with him in the past, but he's good crack. He's a good bloke, and I'm sure there was a kick-off about him posting videos, a lot of videos from different. That's why he stopped posting them, and he was fantastic for anybody that followed Greyhound racing. He was posting videos all the time. It was brilliant, but I'm sure there was
in terms of like image rights, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think he was posting
Of course. If you own these dogs, you can't post that video up on Twitter, of course.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't want to do anything to promote the sport, would they? So yeah, of course.
Dave, can I just say something quickly? Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah.
Is that beauty got 3 legs in the background?
George? Yeah.
Hey, tell us the story, mate. Tell them the story, mate.
I ain't met him before, so I don't know. Can I just do the story quickly?
Yeah, so George, Blue Tick George, when he came on with us, obviously, probably about 8 months ago, he started limping on his front wrist, on his right leg, and it just swelled up over about the space of a week. It swelled up, so we took him to the vet a couple of times, and they said, "Oh, it's nothing. Give him antibiotics." And nothing changed it, and then eventually they did an X-ray and said, "Look, it's fractured." And he's got osteosarcoma, which is cancer of the bone. They basically said, look, you've got 2 options, really. We'll put him to sleep or we'll take his leg off. But even if we take his leg off, he'll have about 6 months to live because when it's into the wrist, it's into the bone, it's already spread. It's secondary. It's another place in his body already, and it's passed to his wrist basically. So when you actually see it, it means it's already somewhere else. So all I said to them was, X-ray his entire body, and if there's anything else in his body, then we'll make a decision based on that. If it was in his lungs, or they could see. They came back and said we can't see any cancer on the X-ray. Brilliant. So he took his leg off, and he's now 9 months. So he's 9 months now, George. So he's 9 months.
He is. Hello,
and he hasn't had chemotherapy or anything like that. We said that we didn't want to do that with him, and he's been absolutely fantastic. He adapted really, really well, and he's shown no signs of stopping 9 months in. So
great story. Great story.
Fingers crossed.
Nice.
He keeps going. But I mean, he's got probably 70 pups racing right now.
He seems happy enough.
He's got the track record. Sunderland took us to won a Category 1. He's got a couple of Category 1 finals, Derby quarterfinals. So
who would win, Dave? Who would win? Ranger, your George. And now I'm not talking now because probably Ranger's got an advantage. But Calico Ranger and George, who would have won?
Oh, good question. Very similar dogs, really.
I'd go George. I think, mate. I'm going to go in my head. I think George, mate, because I think he'd lead Ranger up, and I can't see anything back running George. So.
He was very fast, very, very fast.
And I know that Dylan is watching, and Dylan and me have got Dylan's probably laughing now because I used to back Ranger off a cliff edge, and Dylan used to tell me every single week, Ryan, he can't win, and no matter what kind of race Ranger was in, I'd back him, and he was the second and third king, I guess. But Ranger had his moment in the Ranger. Mate, Ranger was an unreal dog, to be fair to himself.
Ranger was a fantastic dog. To be fair, they were both really both they were top Category 1 dogs, weren't they? And it's rare to get them.
Ranger won a legend. What else do you want him to do?
Oh no, mate, he won the legend, didn't he, mate? Mate, Ranger was yeah. So there were a lot of things about Ranger, weren't there? Was he a straight? He never turned his head. I think the closest he got was when he got
Ryan. He had a slight kink in him. Come on. Come on, Ryan. Come on.
He had a wee bit of a kink in him, yeah.
I think it would be, if they raced each other, Ranger and George, it would be a brilliant race, whichever way it went.
There would be half a length in it, so I'm going to say to you. Right?
Yeah. George could run 380. George could run up to 700, really. So it would be a good race. They will both run the race, and God knows, it would have been nice to see. Just quickly, the best race.
I agree.
The best race I ever seen George run was a private trial between George and Smallmead. I'm not joking. You could have got a.
Wow.
Smallmead and George raced each other. George led Smallmead up by about 6 lengths, and Smallmead closed the gap, and there must have been a Rizzler paper between them crossing the line.
She was a brilliant thinker. She had a right little thinker at Romford, didn't she, if I remember? In one of the races.
She was a brilliant dog. But
mate, she was unreal, mate. She was unreal.
He was the type of dog that he could run the same week out, so we had lots of fun with him. And the most important
thing. Am I right in saying that when he was a pup, you actually thought that he was a world beater?
George?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he finished second in the Romford Puppy Cup, then went up to Newcastle. He got an injury.
Yeah, the Blue Tick Syndicate they were so excited, Craig. You should have seen it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember.
My racing tips couldn't get enough of George.
Yeah, we had massive bets on him in the Derby. We had 150 to 1 in the Derby. And he got the semi-final.
How desperate was he?
And he came back out and won the Stayers and beat Roxholm Christoph, Sparta Master. Brilliant.
Oh, mate, Christoph was, because Christoph was like one of the best dogs over it, and I'm sure he ran in a race at Mullingar on a Sunday afternoon.
Hey, Ryan.
Randomly, out of nowhere.
You have a look at his comment. So as Toaster brought it back from the brink, that fortunately we're talking about super grounds and not embarrassing cock-ups.
If I was to say if I was to put a book out now, then on that note,
don't get controversial.
No,
Let's get controversial.
I'm going to put a book out now, then, Nicole, right? I'm going to give you 10 to 11 the pair. Will the hair stop, or will the traps fail to open at Toaster from now until the final? Where's people's money going? 10 to 11.
My opinion on it is that they have to consistently do it, and that's unfortunately what I do because something keeps going wrong. But
it's okay. Well, I say it's okay doing it for the derby, mate. But then if you look at Heather Dimmock's comment, mate, and I know Peter Handon was all over the Domino's.
Domino's pizzas.
It, by the way, doesn't look professional and good at all. Just throw it out there. But if you so they don't provide food for their trainers. I don't know the reasons for it. I'm just commenting on what I've seen, obviously. Yet they've done so. Look, it's the derby, so absolutely the dogs are the superstars. But I'm not being funny though. If I own a dog in an A4, that's still my superstar. So in terms of the bigger picture of the sport, yes, you want to focus on the greyhounds in the derby because they're your elite athletes as such, and you need to promote them. But if you don't get your day-to-day running right, you can't really expect everyone to forgive you because you get 6 Saturdays of the year right. So real hounding, I would say, has it brought back for the brink? No, I just think that people are focusing on any kind of positive in the sport regarding Toaster as well. So,
can I just say something just before I go to the toilet and it might get interrupted with a race? I'm going to go with trap 4 to have a ping as well.
So I know that Dylan's there, mate.
Right. I'll share my quick opinion. Toaster and Kevin Boothby and all the rest of them, Peter Hand and all that with the Domino's pizzas, brilliant, all whatever. But if you're going to accept the plaudits throughout the derby, you've got to accept the criticism throughout the year. If you've got an A4 dog and the hair's stopping all the time, they've got problems with traps. If you can get it right in the derby, there's no reason you can't get it right for graded racing. Because like you said, everybody's got their own superstar, whether it's an A4 dog or a derby dog. And whenever that hair stops in running or whatever it is, or the traps are coming down and all that type of stuff, dogs are at risk of getting injured. And there is no difference between a dog and an A4 getting injured and a dog and a Category 1 getting injured. It's standards across the board. And people on Twitter that get scorned by people saying you shouldn't say this and you shouldn't say that. You say all you want to say because you have to hold these people to better standards. Because if it wasn't for Twitter, more would go wrong at tracks, and especially Toaster.
Correct, mate. Let's focus on this race, and then we'll come back to that because I completely agree. And Dylan, I do agree actually. Though every time we go to the derby, the 6 weeks of the year, Boothby does pull it out of the bag where the derby seems to run smooth. I know that the last 2 derbies into the finals, not stuff you can get drinks, stuff like that, and the traps seem to work properly. The question would be, people can have the reasons why it doesn't happen every week of the year. Why only 6? But we'll come back to that though, because I think that is quite a decent talking point. If you've got your views and questions on that, then please message them in. Again, if anybody would like to come on as a guest, then please also let me know, and then we can sort that out. But let's just go Toaster now 805. So Dylan, I agree with you, mate. I'll try to work out something that lead, and I don't think Ballymac Finn, if he doesn't come away as well as he can, I think Jim by 2 can cause him problem there. I think I'm looking for a dog that led, and Connie Curley turned really, really handy behind Glorious Tom last week, where Connie Curley wouldn't really do that. And it was a bit misleading really to suggest that Glorious Tom didn't stay as well as he probably can, because he had a dog that's really, really strong turned so handy against him. So yeah, I agree with you, Dylan, there. I think Glorious Tom can get off the front. I think it's about 4-1. I look at Star Sports now. So it's 9-2, really, really big. 130, sorry, now, so down from 9-2. But yeah, I think if you're looking for a front runner here at a decent price, I think trap 4.
I'll back 4 to place.
Glorious Tom, yeah, I think Glorious Tom get off the front of him. I think it's a very leadable race, and yeah, I'll be a little bit of money there for.
I think 6 to 4. 6 to 4.
Hey, what's going to place, man? What's to come second?
I'm going to go for the Tom Heilbron dog, Glorious Tom. I think this race is the most wide open race of the night. It really is. Normally, the Ballymac Finn dog is class act, probably will place. So if you can get a place on that, definitely. But I think,
mate, for me, mate, I mean this, mate. If Finn doesn't trap, I think he's out, because of where I think one's not the best trapper at all. So I think for me, Finn wins or is out. That'd be my opinion of it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tom Hilbron, another decent bloke. He's had some nice dogs over the years.
Seems like a good trainer. I don't know him.
Good trainer. I've been to his kennels a few times. He was one of the first trainers to use George at stud. With what was his top bitch called? The name, I forget the name. Tom's a really decent lad. He's got a nice setup next to his house up in just outside Newcastle.
Was she the wide runner he had? Was she a wide runner?
The Brindle bitch that he had. He had a top class Brindle bitch. George covered her. They've had a nice litter. No superstars, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Right,
but Tom's got a good setup.
Craig, can we go to you, mate? Commentary pal. Everyone's on track 4 here, so big race now for everybody here. Track 4.
Okay, you ready?
Call it home, Craig. Get it away, mate.
And away they go. 2 with a beautiful start on the inside from 3 and 1, 5, 4, and 6 is at the back. Around the first bend, 2 from 1, then comes 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2 now has opened up and gone 3 lengths clear of 1. Then comes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Into the final 2 bends we go. 2 is now, I think, home and hosed from 1 and 3. Then comes 4, 5, and 6. 5 starting to run on late, but 2's definitely got this win. Running on late is 5 and 6. This really blanket finish, I'm going to go 2, 3, 5.
Craig, you could get a gig, by the way, for SIS and PGR for commentary because you don't mention the dogs' names either. You'd be right in there, by the way.
Do you know why? Do you know why? We've had this argument before.
Say the dogs' names. Right.
Yeah, I think
Craig, let's talk about the racing, though. Race over after Stride, wasn't it, really?
I think game over once 2 led from there.
Mate, he was really... Wasn't he the favourite for Derby last year? Was he second favourite last year?
I think he was definitely up there, wasn't it?
Irish Derby running, didn't he? Would you finish second in the Irish Derby or get to the final? Irish Derby 2022.
Got me by Born Warrior, mate. Yeah, in the final.
I think that was it was the hardest race of the night. If you'd went in deep on that race, you need help.
Yeah, it wasn't a race for me. I was going to get stuck into.
Has everybody else got some glorious weather? Because Dave's garden looks absolutely baked in sunshine.
Carlisle, mate. It's different from England, isn't it?
But well. Let me just correct you there. We are based in England. We're not Scotland, so we're still in England. We get all weather in Carlisle.
I've always been told Carlisle is basically Scottish, so I don't know.
Well, I can guarantee you it isn't Scottish. By the way, Dylan's right. It was Jamira Liberty that George covered for Tom Hilbron.
Jamira Liberty, yeah.
She was a fantastic bitch.
Right, lads. I've had Dave, you're gonna don't send help for me, but I've had a bet in the next at Romford. I've bet trap 4.
Here we go.
Black Duchess. I backed it at 3-1. Okay.
You need help.
Mate, it's 8-17 Romford, S3. I've bet it at 3-1. You can get that now fine.
Call back Duchess.
I thought 5-2 was a good price. I think I made it about 7-4. Just look at look. I backed this dog when it first went over 6 bends, and I just couldn't work out what was in because it was getting led by A4 dogs. But it will not get an easier race to lead here. Now,
what have you bet? What is it?
Corbrat Duchess, mate, trap 4, mate, Romford.
Is that the S3?
Yes, mate. Yeah, just honestly, mate, I don't see how she doesn't lead. So yeah, I'm going to give Remy a shout in trap 2 because my niece is called Remy. So if she beats me, I'll be good, but fine for sentimental reason. But no, I've bet trap 4, mate, here to lead. I bet it 3-1, man. I've had a good bet on 4 here.
Hasn't been running well over 400.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah, it hasn't, mate, but it's been getting beaten 24-14, and no offense to the dogs, they couldn't do that in the car. So yeah, the plan was, mate, the plan was to get this off the front and just basically hold on. So it's Romford. My form Romford has been great tonight. Although it's been absolutely smashed in the bend. So if you have got any of the 3-1, 5-2, then yeah, I think you'll be fairly
Well,
happy.
you're not going to get that this time of night when you just tell us at the last minute, are you?
I'll try and tell you 10 minutes before, cause obviously I don't want to sound like a complete fucking raving addicted gambler.
Yeah, but you do it for a living, so you must be very good at it.
Touch with me. Mate, we have good days and bad days.
I don't get any messages off him. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't send me his, 5-star fancies of the day. I'm still waiting for those text messages.
You don't
tell many, trust me.
Well, right, by the way, lads, my next one, I've never heard this before, is Carib. I've stayed in the Caribbean. I've gone Jamaica to...
I was just about to say.
Wherever this is, and it's a Caribbean lager, lads, all right? So it's actually quite nice, actually, refreshing. But for those that are degenerates like myself, we are on track 4, Callback Duchess at Romford. Although at the price now, please do not bet it. Just do not bet it at that price. Like, if
I know which button you're pressing now.
Yeah, dear me, man, that's a bad price.
I told you it'd be smashed off the ball. This will be even money by the time it goes off.
Read, Craig, you can read that comment out, mate.
No chance of a Giga SIS prerequisite. You have to discernible accent. Oh,
yeah. It grinds my gears. Like if I was that shit at my job that I did 6 1 2 3 1 1 6 2 3 4 5 1 3 4.
And about Craig or SIS?
You've just why does it's so difficult? In Australia they're reading out 8 names.
Yeah, it's only because we're just doing this tonight, but I can do it either way. Look, I used to commentate Hall Green, so I can do it either way. I can do it if I want to, but it's only because we're doing this tonight. If you want me to name names, I can do names.
I'm not saying it's just you, but these people that do it every single day of the week, it's for degenerate bettors like Ryan. It's not for people that have got an interest that want to hear their dog's name.
Is it not because it's going into a betting shop and people are just seeing what numbers they've had a bet on?
It just makes it sound like virtual racing. Like I've heard Australia saying about one of our dogs.
Dave, do you remember that? Do you remember when we clocked it? Do you remember that SIS tweet where they were promoting dog racing and they advertised it, the videos of roulette?
And they deleted it.
Do you remember? I messaged you going, mate, what's going on here? Like, remember I think we commented on it. That is basically, mate, what they said. The definition of roulette racing is what it was promoted as, to be fair. Mate, it was so degrading for the sport.
Well, you look at the car race.
If you own a dog, mate, and you look to that, you'd go, they just don't give a shit about the dog.
But you look at the car racing, they commentate on every single day, whether it's greyhounds or whether it's horse racing, they do it in number form. And it's just lazy. It's lazy commentating. That's what they do.
But the thing is, I will say that I think it's good that PL has the gig at Toaster because regardless of, I don't know the Colonel, by the way, but all this bride's nighty shite that he says, I've got no interest in it. It's the same old every race. If you're on
that log's the Colonel.
If you're on the blue, get in the queue and all that shit, I don't care. PL and shouts it home and mentions all the dogs' names. I'll give me PL any day of the week.
I think the lad who does the Oxford finals, I think he's very decent. I think he's knowledgeable, and I think he can build a race up, an atmosphere during the race and before the race. I think Danny Jackson's she's got a very elegant voice. Danny, I think she actually sounds like professional when she talks. But no,
Daryl's decent. Daryl's decent.
Who's that?
Williams. He can.
Oh, Daryl's brilliant.
Daryl's very good. Yeah, Matt Cranston was excellent at Newcastle. He was really
good.
We can't comment on what happened there, though.
If he stuck to commentating, he's great.
Matt Chapman's actually blocked me, and people like Matt Chapman, but the man's a knob, and he blocked me because he was doing the old over the top and then a dog got knocked over at the third bend at Newcastle, and he was like, this dog, and I said to him, that dog's just been buried. It's just landed on top of its neck, and you're screaming and shouting, saying it's, he was just carrying on himself in the race like he does. He gets carried away.
I will say, Dave, I used to obviously work at All Green and I used to do the Sky Nights. And I sat with Matt for about 20 minutes, and he's totally not like that on camera. Honestly, I totally agree. He gives a persona because that's what he has to do. But honestly, I sat with him, and he isn't that bad. He really isn't.
Mate, my
But
first
I
impression
get
of him.
why you're saying it.
My first impression of him was I met him at Wimbledon, and it was when he was obviously working for Sky, but he was at Wimbledon. Mate, in between races and when he was off air, he just stood on his own, wasn't interested in speaking to
He's
anyone.
very private. He's very private.
He literally on his phone. So you know when you're on your phone, pretend to be on it because you don't want people. He like literally had no interest in anybody. And then I looked at him and just thought, okay, so that's a massive act and a persona on TV, and you've done very well.
100%.
You've done very well for yourself, like really well. But actually, you're just a bit of an actor, really, aren't you? Like, just an actor.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. Because, as I say, I spent 20 minutes with him talking about various things, ground racing, horse racing, whatever. And he was a totally different bloke, down to earth, a normal conversation. There weren't no presard. There weren't no bullshit. It was just a conversation. I like him, I do, because I saw that side of him.
Yeah, they're my type of people. I don't like people that are fake or put this persona on. Just say what you think. Be who you are. And if you say something controversial, just stand by it. And if some people don't like it, people don't like it. Just that's it.
Absolutely. No, I agree.
People, especially on social media, they get too like hung up on things or a bit too. I don't want to come up with controversial stuff, but they do. You say certain things, and they get a little bit. People have lost the art of debating with each other and agreeing to disagree and not falling out. Somebody says something, just let it go.
All right, there. Everyone gets so offended, they just get so offended and personal instead of just right. You said something I don't like, okay, I'll accept it and move on. Like instead, you said something I don't like, I have to get offended. Tell everyone I'm offended and make everyone stick with the same mentality that I've got, so they have to be offended as well. Anyway, you came out. I'm watching track 4 at Romford now because I 3-1.
Let me tell you, I used to watch Dave, Matt Chapman with a bloke called Dave, who's a Spurs fan. He used to be on late night at the races, late night on the American coverage, right? And they used to be so outspoken, it was unreal. And then I think ever since then they got shut up.
The issue of outspoken though, mate, they're outspoken now. Go the extreme where they're just being so obviously outspoken for the sake of it. They actually lose actual people who've got an opinion.
But he was right. But he was right what he was doing.
Right, wait there. I'm looking at Romford, lads. Okay, anyone there watching that? We need track 4
to
blast out. And blasted out. She's 2-3 lengths clear now. So
game over, isn't it?
I don't know, mate. To be fair, she's first time on the bunny. Mate, she's fucking 5 grades higher than 1 over 4, Ben. So
well, I was going to say this game over, isn't it?
One thing I'll say, mate, she hasn't gone away. Well, she is now. Actually, she's won from there, and she's
it's game over. I was going to follow in, but it was too short. But
no, she's coming back to him now. 2's got a run. There's always one that gets a run.
Shut up.
Ain't that? 4 lengths, 3 lengths.
Ain't getting beat from lengths.
Shut up. 1 length, and we are on a winner. Thank you.
So what price did you get? What price?
3-1, mate. 3-1 on that. 3-1. Good bet. I had a good size bet on that.
Dave, by the way, me and you.
I'll tell you what, mate. I had £120 on it 3-1, mate. That's why.
Well, we can only back it at 11-8, Dave. Do you know what I mean? He tells us way too late.
I told you it was 5-2.
If I turned around now and said I'm putting £120 on a dog, one of the kids would say, "That's a cricket bat. I had a football boot." So
I thought you were going to say one of them say that's loose change to you, Daddy.
Loose change, I wish.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you like literally got the life of Riley with no kids.
Yeah.
Dave, we know the real world, pal. We know the real world.
Yeah.
Right, by the way, right, lads, let's get to the important stuff. We've got another derby.
Ryan, turn your head to the right a little bit.
You're shining behind you. Is this because he's just had that bet? Because he's just won that bet? He's getting a halo.
The big man knows upstairs, don't he? He looks after me. Yeah. He looks after me.
Good tip, though, Ryan. Well done, mate. Good tip.
It doesn't matter how many times you win and whether you've got that glow above your head, that little halo. You'll never be as good as Jerry. Jerry will always be the king. Okay.
Right. You know what? I want to speak about Jerry. I've never, but there's something. I'm going to concentrate on next race. Only 3 minutes. I've bet here track 1 at 4-1. It doesn't want to be in track 1, by the way. But I just thought the price was too big because if it was to come away a length clear, it's going to go a long way clear. It doesn't stay a yard, but I just thought a leader's chance track 1. So, but Dave, I think I know what you're going to put up, Dave. But I'll wait for you to say first. But I'll bet track 1 at 4-1.
Come back to me.
Yeah, come
I've
back
been
to
on
me
a
as
bit
well.
of yeah.
Ryan,
I've been on a bit of.
caught up in Romford.
You bet Romford, did you?
No, we got 2 caught up in Romford.
We did.
No, I think
Dylan stays all right. Dylan, I hope he does, mate. Dylan, I'm interested in your thoughts. If 2 was to get after 1, would 2 catch it? Because 2's the run at Limerick's obviously flying. I think 2 is a really, really talented dog. I mean, its run at Clonmel is
It's an Antigua, so no chance.
28.55 is just ridiculous. So Dylan, do you think 2 would be able to get after 1 and catch it if to turn a second to it?
the most interesting dog in this race is by a long way.
You're going to say Trap who?
Trap 2.
Trap 2.
He's the most interesting dog in this race.
Oh,
I'll tell you why.
It looks
That's
like he's got proper pace.
That's a Kirby finalist. Not a finalist, a Kirby dog that's just went to Kev Hutton. And like we said before, Nick Gill has his dogs spread all everywhere now. And I know that Kevin Hutton's training a few of his. Kev, knowing him because he's trained dogs for me before, likes to take his time with them. Now, if any dog's going to improve, it'll be that dog. Because that's what Kevin Hutton's like. We had a dog called Headford Flash. He takes his time with them. He doesn't try and rush them. So if anything's going to improve on its recent run, Antigua Kestrel will. But I think for me, I'm going to take New Import.
Dave, Headford Flash is the dog that my dog bit the ear off at Swindon and got disqualified.
It deserved to be disqualified then.
I'm going to go with Trap 4. I'm going to go Maxine Lock in Trap 4.
Maxine Lock in Trap 4. Okay. Well, look, I'm on Trap 1. Go to Duke. Sorry, Star Sports. Just give you a shout again, lads. 11-4, 7-2, 13-2. Why Man, really good dog. 4-1. Sorry. 11-4, 4 pivotal. 6-1 the 5 and 14-1 wasted Monday. Top host.
Just quickly, Ian Wilburn's just come in. Chapman and his mate Dave Compton. That was it. Late night American racing at the race. He's always been spearming rhinos because they used to go there when they were both single.
Right then, Craig, can you call?
No, it's up to you.
Try your best, mate, to name a dog, please, pal. We'll see you again, mate. I believe in you, but I am on Trap 1 because Groucho's Duke, early pace, and hopefully always led. Really interested.
Am I allowed to mention one dog in this commentary? Then
just a quick one. Knowing the Droopies lot and where we bought George from, I would imagine the Trap 4 Droopies Pivotal will be a decent price.
There's on the move, away they go. So is Trap 3 Wise Man, and now Trap 1 Gancho's Duke has now took up the lead. So it's 1 from 3.
Fuck off 3. 3 stays. Go on, Craig.
And then comes 4, 2, 6, and 5. Down the back straight is Groucho's Duke, head of Wayman. And then comes Trap 4. We've got Droopy's Pivotal. We're going into the final bend now. It's still Groucho's Duke in front of Wayman. And we've got.
Go on, son. Hold on. Nah, fuck off. Died.
I've had a bet, so I got mucked up in it. 3-1-4. Sorry, I had a bet on that.
I think that's 3-4. I think that's 3-4-1, mate. You're miles off it. Right, you're sacked.
Who?
No, I think it's 3-1-4. I think he's got that right.
3-1-4, you clown.
Dylan, unfortunately, mate.
It's 3-1-4, you clown.
Dylan, I think the wrong dog blasted out YI-Man. And, like, you know what? If you owned YI-Man, that dog is an absolute credit to yourself because he probably wouldn't be the fastest in terms of times. And my brother Joe actually mentioned him start the competition anti-postback because he just says the dog just is a competition dog. No matter what level of competition he's in, he seems just to make finals.
Right.
When the plate.
By the way, I'll back 1 to place. That's why the commentary was a bit all over the place.
That 4 dog will be a pricey purchase from the Droopies kennel. I'm telling you, that dog is one that you can follow. Probably stays a bit. It's only a young dog. Yeah.
It's not all about the derby, is it?
Pivotal is a young dog.
Yeah.
I would follow that dog.
Dogs like that, mate. The derby's a bonus, mate, but you're targeting like your UK 20 grand races for them kind of dogs.
When you've got a dog like that, or you've got any dog that's decent quality and it's young and it comes over, it depends on when you buy the dog. You've got no choice. You've just got to look at what's there at the time. If you're lucky, you can take on the Romford Puppy Cup, and then you go up to Newcastle for the Northern Puppy Derby, and then you've got to. It just depends. But if you've got a dog there that came over, it's done some nice flashy times, and they've obviously paid decent money for, you've just got to take your chance.
Does anyone know, mate? Absolutely, mate. 100%. What's the Does anyone know what the result was of that? Actually, as the result came in yet?
You got told the result.
Well, I'm referring to first three, Craig. So we can know. If anyone's got
the first three was called in commentary, mate.
Mate, you basically must have it in your phone. Fucking 3-1-4, Javad. Craig, well done on the place, mate. 29-01. Dylan, let me know, man, what we're saying about one there, because obviously he's got bags of early. He has the wrong dog just pinged out, basically, and got a clear run. Because we know how strong my eye man is, in fairness to him. Dave, so about half an hour ago, mate, there was a question about toaster and standards. You started to give a brief opinion. Obviously, we had a race there. What would be your views, mate, on the standards that you're seeing at the moment of the sport? Remember, this is the watch along, not the debate. So we're obviously
just toaster. Are we just talking toaster or talking general? My opinion,
mate. Talk toaster, mate. To start with, mate.
I think that there's got to be standards met, and I think the standards, whether it's a derby or not, should be adhered to all year round. And I don't think it's unreasonable if people on social media start calling out starting the races, pressing a button, the hairs all over the place, the traps are opening whenever they want, whenever that lad pushes the button, we've got breakdowns, delays. It's not unreasonable for people on social media. If I had a dog that was racing a toaster, which I don't, if I had a dog racing a toaster and all this was happening week in, week out, they deserve all the plaudits when the derby's on. Fantastic. Nothing's happened. It's been running brilliantly. And you deserve that. But then we can't forget the other 11 months of the year. If they can maintain the standards when the racing's at such a high level and it's consistent for such a long period of time, there is no reason why they can't do it 11 months of the year. It's not unreasonable for people on social media to call it out as it is. And don't feel like whoever the people on social media, they might shout you down, or they've got an invested interest in toaster. Doesn't matter what they're invested. It is a platform, and you can share your opinion, and not every opinion's right. We all have right and wrong opinions. And if people want to get offended by what people write on social media about toaster and about the standards and keeping the standards up, then that's their problem. Yeah, they need to do better and work harder at their day-to-day jobs. If my dog was running an A4, whether it was Blue Tick George or whether it was just an A4 dog, I would probably go down and see it. But if there was problems, like if the traps were flipping back or somebody was pressing a button, I would have an opinion. I wouldn't be happy about it, would you?
No, absolutely not. I totally agree. Just let you know, lads, I have had a nice little bet on trap 3 at Momo.
What's in the 831 at Momo. It can't be trap 2, by the way. You had a mare there straight away.
Well, I'm just telling you what I've had. I'm not saying it's going to win.
3 cannot beat trap 2. So okay, just going to throw that out.
But no, I get the thing, what Dave was saying. Look, at the end of the day, social media is social media, and you should be able to say what you want, when you want, how you want. And that is the reason why people are so annoyed with getting, I don't know, blocked or whatever. You're not allowed to say free speech.
The issue you've got, mate, is so many people in the sport have a massive self-interest in different parts of the sport, so that then whenever person A gives an opinion on something, they get personally offended because it's going to affect them.
Yeah, but to the normal man.
As opposed to person A having an opinion on the whole sport, and by the way, his opinion is to make the sport better because they're fed up with the standards. You get a small group of people, no matter who it is, who, because they've got such a vested interest in that, whether
so
it's
if you've got a vested interest,
they get offended by it, and the way of getting offended by it is to go on the back foot and defend and say, you can't say that, you can't say that.
So if you've got a vested interest and you've got fingers in pies, that means everyone else is wrong.
Well, put it this way. I put tweets out all the time, and the only people that ever comment and it's negative are people with a vested and It's a well-known fact that I've had disagreements with individuals recently, and it's been public, and I've said my opinion. I do not care what people think. I will share my opinion. Whether I own a dog at Toaster, I've got my vested interest is that there, a Greyhound. That's what my vested interest. I don't need to earn money from it. I don't care. And if it offends people, they've got a problem. And I've had run-ins with people recently, and they've took offence to what I've said. If they've took offence, then it's their problem. But
Absolutely.
I and others on social media should not stop calling for standards. The only reason Toasted is where it's at this week is because people on social media are calling it out. And I'm not saying it to me, I'm saying it to lots of people. If people on social media weren't calling it out, nobody would hold them to standards, because the media don't hold them to standards. Your Racing Post and all them boys, they've got the little things on the side or whatever. They're not going to hold them to standards.
They've got their fingers in pies and they're only interested
Really,
in
on that, it really makes me laugh. It does make me laugh, because people like Dave on social media, I used to, but then I kind of gave up because I thought, what is the fucking point in trying with this sport? They get a lot of criticism from the hierarchy in the sport, and I look at it and I listen to the criticism they get and the comment, and I think, why are you not doing this? Like, what? No, you know what? It's because there are no standards above. So anyone above track level, there are no standards. Nobody drives standards, so nobody's held accountable. So when traps fail, no matter where it is, when races go off late, where you get the startup not wearing appropriate gear, when you get hand starts, hand times, no matter where it is, there's nobody is holding these people for accountable in any kind of walk of life. If I fuck up, my boss tells me, right, that ain't good enough. If I keep fucking up, I get sacked or I get whatever. There's some sort of repercussion for it. In Greyhound racing, and the only thing I can think of is everyone's got dirt on everyone. So the people who really should be driving these standards can't actually enforce it because they know that something's going to come back on them at some point. Now,
Ryan, can I just duck in here and say, 3 can't lead 2? Hey! Take it home, baby!
And at least arseholes like Craig being able to come and watch along.
Look at this, Ryan. Look at this. He can't lead. He can't lead 2. Look at it. He's 4 clear, man. He's 4 clear.
I absolutely agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, Ryan. At the end of the day, when I call stuff out on social media, I call it out in my own name. And I've got no problem going toe-to-toe and arguing with people. And I've argued with loads of people. And 99% of the time, the people I'm arguing with, I've got a vested interest in the sport. Right. My vested interest in the sport is the dog. That's all I give a shit about. If that trap comes down on my dog's head, I'll go in there and I'll put the promoter's head in the trap and I'll put the trap down on their head. My dog, any dog of mine that goes in a trap is my pet to me. And that's what really winds me up. We are risking our dogs. We're taking them to that track. Yeah. They deserve them as much respect as possible, not just thrown in and just put round the roulette machine. It's not good enough.
Correct.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree.
But nobody
that's why I get one
accountable. Nobody enforces these standards. So that's why the sport is where it is. And that's why you're seeing more and more farces every single week now. Now, forget about the derby. Forget about the derby, because it's just, that is like what you see. It's like a bit of when you go to North Korea and you see the video of North Korea and it's propaganda. This is what they're going to say. That's the derby for 6 weeks. It's what your bread and butter every week is what really. Now, not everyone. Romford, tracks like Romford, Yarmouth, Sheffield to a degree. Like, there are a lot of tracks there that actually do things right. And
absolutely.
They make the sport well.
You've got some tracks that literally just pay trainers they pay money per runner to just deliver a product.
Romford are the best in the UK, bar none.
Absolutely,
bar none. The problem Toaster's got now is because of their, and I don't want to swear, but because of their mess ups over the last 3 months, whatever it is. All the hype around the derby was sucked out of it. Why? Because there was so much negativity. Now, if they got their shit together and 3 months prior before the derby, everybody would have been massively into the derby. But all we're doing now is we love the dogs, we love talking about the dogs, and we follow them, and we've got an interest in dogs. But the discussion that always opens is, what price would you give us that something's going to go wrong?
No, mate, the comment that makes me laugh. It's the comment that makes me laugh again. This is not totally everywhere. So when something goes wrong and people criticize, all right, okay, and then people moan a bit, criticize it. When a meeting goes normal, just normal, people go, oh, where are the critics now, or how come you're not praising it? I'm not being funny. Why the fuck should I praise anyone? Totally any industry, anyone for doing the job? Like that is the bare minimum. Why do you want praise for just doing the basics? Like we praise Romford because they go above and beyond to promote the sport, get people in, so they get praise. Okay, right. If you just do the basics, you're not going to praise you. We will say you're an efficient track, promote whatever. Okay, and we'll go, look, fair play to them. Okay, you run your business properly, but if you constantly have fuck ups, and then now and again you'll just have a normal meeting when nothing goes wrong, I'm not going to praise you for being normal.
Ryan, there's a reason why the likes of Romford and Sheffield don't have many problems. It's because they do the job properly. They don't cut corners. A lot of the other tracks.
Sheffield has a lot of Sheffield's one of my favourite tracks because when I go on a night out there, it's I really fucking look. We know it's a Sheffield night out. It's a great night out, mate. It's a great. I mean, you fall over a lot. But it's a great night out.
Bang out of order.
Sheffield do have their problem, like the wrong dog running in a race, for example.
Yeah. Everyone's going to have that kind of thing, maybe.
I will give Sheffield praise, and it's weird this because would I give Sheffield praise before COVID for this? Probably not. But I give Sheffield praise because they try and get the public in, so they appreciate like people going to watch, spectators going to watch. Yeah, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been praising the track for getting people through the door. That's just the norm. Now all of a sudden, we're praising Romford because they get people through the door.
Can I just say something quickly?
Just don't lambaste Sheffield, please. Just don't lambaste Sheffield.
No.
There's no lambasting of staff at Sheffield.
Lads, we've got the last heat, by the way, of the derby.
Ryan, just quickly. Robert Johnson put Monmore is a well-run track. Now I go Monmore now. I live over this way quite a little bit now, and I tell you what, it is so much better than it was.
Mate, Monmore. Mate, Robert, I agree with that, mate. Okay, but Monmore broke my heart because Monmore used to be a track that I used to go to on a Saturday night once a month, probably, and especially for your competitions. The second that you decided, mate, to move them competitions to whoever decided it, Saturday mornings, mate. I've been to Monmore all year now, and that really upsets me because it used to be a great night, especially finals night and the first round of competitions. That used to be a really, really good night. And then dog people would go to them nights because it's a really good night.
I was there a couple of weeks ago, mate.
Whoever decided, though, mate, to make them Saturday competition Saturday morning, again, did not think of the long term of the sport. They just thought of the now. How can we replace Crayford morning bags of money? And then we chose Monmore. I'm very happy though that you decided to drop that now. It took 5 months to decide that.
Yeah, I agree.
Monmore broke my heart, mate, when they did that because it stopped me from going ground racing because that's my closest track. Right then, the next
last heat. Let's go.
So, mate, I am on Miracle. I think, mate. Yes, he got to a bit. But if you look at what turned behind it, Ball Sports Bob, Sing Along Dolly, I don't think there's that kind of caliber and dog in this race. So I'm going to go for Miracle, mate, to lead and make all today. I don't think you want Kachis probably turning second, but it's going to do quite well to lead 3 dogs inside at Kachis. So yeah, mate, I'm on Miracle. Very short. If you're going to play a forecast,
it probably does look a good thing, to be fair.
Forecast, mate. Yeah, if you go forecast, mate, I'll chuck in 3, maybe 3 or 4, mate. But I think Miracle's a fairly good thing here, mate. So
I'm going to go 5, 6, 5, 3 for a forecast.
Robert Johnson, great news, by the way, mate. Craig, commentary to you, pal, all right?
Is it up to me again?
Yeah.
I'll go for Miracle as well. You forgot about me.
Hey?
You forgot about me. I'll go for Miracle.
Dave, I'm not surprised, mate.
Dave, I never forgot about you, mate. But Dave, there's no banning that dog in the race, so I thought you wouldn't know
what to say. That is a low blow. That is a low blow.
All right, no, he deserves that because he threw one at me earlier, by the way, that I didn't forget about. So we're 1-1 now.
I can't remember. I throw them at you all the time.
I fucking obsessed you are.
Come on, Patrick, get this winner. Have you got a bet on this? Did you say?
I'll bet 5 Miracle, mate. Yeah, I bet.
I haven't had a bet in the race, if I'm honest. I think
I just don't think there's a dog the caliber that were in behind him last week. So I'm hoping that he gets out and leads. Oh, sorry, Gerard. Gerard, I have to ask Tom Francis, mate. He's away at the moment, hence why he's not here today. But I believe, mate, because the viewers for the last 2 weeks now have been very, very good. I don't see no reason why.
That must be why you asked me to come on then.
Tom? Well, we were desperate, weren't we, sir? Right, Craig, over to you, mate. Call home 5, please. Go 6 lamps clear, if possible.
Okay, here we go then. There he's on the move and they're away. It's trap 3, never say no early, but here comes 5 now. Miracle has now turned left. Miracle now leads from never say no. Bit of trouble at the back. 5 Miracle now has took a 2-length lead over trap 3, never say no. Trap 1, Foggy Bottoms now in third with trap 6, Bramble Elvis around the outside. But it's 5 keeping up the gallop out in front. This can't get beat out in front. It'll be a miracle if it got beat from here. But here comes 3 on the inside.
You are useless, by the way. You are
never say no. Never say no. That's exactly what trap 3 done.
Yeah, more importantly, mate, though, did anyone see if trap 2 finished? I think trap 2 fouled. Did trap 2 finish?
That's what I said. I did say in commentary, I think trap 2 did get up.
Okay, that obviously, mate, we all know that is the most important thing. So forget about where I've done my. I couldn't care. As long as trap 2's all right, that's the most important thing.
Hope trap 2's okay.
And I don't know why. They're showing the replay. To be fair, but yeah, yeah. We mentioned trap 3, mate. Not Miracle. Again, a dog that stays is pink. Although saying that, I don't think 3 is probably the strongest of stays in general. But no, I thought, mate, the right was on the wall really off the second bend.
I thought it was a miracle if it got beat, but
well, no, you're right, smart.
I think it was a good race. That I think.
Very good race.
Never say no.
That's run really well.
The only Cahill runner this year, Jared saying.
And to be fair, Seamus can train a dog. He knows from one end absolute to the other.
Gives a nice little boost to Dalada's form.
Yeah.
Beaten last week. But never say no. If you look through its form, it's always ran up to a top class standard. At Hove, it's a standing dish there, isn't it? Winning every week.
Oh, yeah,
whether
definitely.
It's A1 open races.
When it runs on Saturday nights, I'm always on most of the time.
And if you're getting 515, 500, 515 Hove, then you're a dog that does actually get a proper 4 bends.
Absolutely.
Miracle will come to fight another day.
He will fight another day, but obviously Ryan's absolutely gone to the toilet to kick his own head in, I think.
Miracle, is it another like Latauro where it's got like bags of early pace but doesn't actually come home, and goes back to the original discussion we had earlier that out of Pestana, what's Pestana got to put in early pace? Is it going to put in? I know Pestana could.
Them kind of dogs ain't going to win a derby for me.
This is an issue that's been going on for years now. Pace. Somebody said about hope the 2 dogs all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Totally agree.
If we always breed for pace, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get wonderful dogs at Romford and Greyhound, but when it comes to your
massive gamble, though, ain't it?
But this is why you're not like you're balling a ball head will go to stud.
Yeah.
And he's got that bit of early pace. He has got that early toe. But it might not be as fashionable as some like Pestana, for example, or some other dogs that are just ultra early.
Yeah, I agree.
Get out and win.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, the problem is if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, if they don't trap, if they just have an off day at the traps, you ain't going to get the money.
No. But
at the end of the day, if you've got a dog who's got a decent little bit of early, who stays nicely, you've got more chance of qualifying for more and more rounds than you have with these kind of dogs who have to lead.
But how often, year after year, we get the derby come round, and how often in the early rounds we see these dogs bang out, and then when it gets to the later rounds, they miss it once, and that's them gone.
Yeah.
the fastest dog doesn't always win the derby.
No, absolutely. You can go back to the
competition
days
dog.
of like moral standards. Moral standards back in the day at Wimbledon. That never had massive early, but he turned third, fourth, and it would run on very well. I think one of the best ones of that was Rapid Ranger, obvious reasons. Rapid Ranger was unbelievable. He trapped every time when Charlie told him to, basically. But you don't get that every year, and you're not going to get it every year.
The best dog ever, and it's unquestionable. Nobody can even question the best dog ever, which is Premier Fantasy. In my lifetime, I would say, within the last 20 or 30 years, Premier Fantasy is the best dog, the most complete dog. He had early pace, he had gears, and he got every inch of whatever he ran, whether it was Shelbourne Park or it was Wimbledon. He is the most complete dog I've ever seen. And what he shows is that he's got more than one thing in his repertoire. He hasn't just got early pace, or he doesn't just have that strength. You've got to have everything. And to find a dog like that, Ballon a Bowler Reds, he ticks a lot of boxes. Maybe the consistency, maybe he's had a few injuries, but it's so hard to find dogs that tick every box.
I'm going to take one dog out of tonight. Now, this is my first serious weekend of watching the derby, so I'm going to take Boyle Sports Bob out of tonight. I was very impressed with that. I'm very impressed. I'm going to take that out.
He had to knock out, won't he? He had to knock out, keep out the frame.
As you said, though, he's got it at both ends, I think.
Yeah. Couple of the Ballymac dogs will go far in the competition that we've named, that placed. Don't you start with me. But they
basically anything with
improve.
Ballymac in front of it.
It's not just that. It's a trainer knows.
Look, Liam's very good.
When to take them and what percent where to have them, and then where to have them the week after, and where to have them the week after.
Absolutely, of course it is. Of course it is. It's
the
long game.
Yes. Does anyone know if the draw is after racing tonight? And if it is, then please post it up. We'll go for another. We'll go for another 10 minutes. I'd say the racing's over, but I think there's lots of good chat in here. The views are actually going up now since the racing finished.
How many views you got? Right.
Okay. Including YouTube, mate. At the moment, there's about 240, mate.
Well, if anybody's got any questions, send them in. Controversial, non-controversial, whatever you want to ask.
Let's have a 10-minute Q&A. If anybody has got any
questions,
anyone
has got any,
you feel free to speak. And I'm just going to
drop in the chat or drop me a message, anything like that.
I'll get another can.
So the draw's at 9:30. For those that are there, the two dogs that I think Swords Rex. I think to see that dog now trapping like he has done the last 2 weeks. Again, if he can do, he was desperate last year. I actually bet the winner Nemo anti-post, but Swords Rex can continue doing that. It's going to be very hard to beat. I'm buzzing with Ballinabola Ed. I thought that was just really, really happy and pleasing to see. Just to see the dog get back to close to his best. Dog that I took out of it yesterday, I'm great that gave Tom Nemo, but the dog that I took out yesterday was Super Fast Gordon. Combine Treaties absolutely pinged the lids, and it was a really hot early pace race. Clara Roberto was in 5, and Combine Treaty showing an awful lot of pace, but the pace that Super Fast Gordon shown from 2 to 4 really for Pat Butley, that would be the dog that I took out of the derby, the second round of the derby. I think it's got frighteningly good early pace, and it obviously stays well. That run in the first round slightly failed because King Coombs would catch a cheetah if he turned half a length behind it. So, Super Fast Gordon for me would be the one that I took out of that going forward, and I'll see if I can find a quick price on it anti-post.
Okay, so I don't know whether you mentioned it, but obviously Gerard McGrath. David, what's your view on disqualification process?
And what would you do differently, if any? My opinion on disqualification, the process, I would say my opinion is there is bias along the board when it comes to a disqualification process, right? If a dog deserves to be disqualified in graded, they will not disqualify it every single time because they might lack graded runners. So they'll leave it on the graded strength. If it happens in a open race or Cat 1, the dogs will get it for a lot easier than what it might in a graded race. That's just a simple fact. You see dogs in graded races turning their head all the time, and he just doesn't get pulled up. So that's the first part. It's if it happens in a open race or a Category 1 race, more than likely they'll get banned off, they'll get warned off. And it won't happen with graded dogs because they need it for the strength. And that is wrong. That's the first thing that is wrong.
Totally wrong.
The second thing is, should there be appeals process? There should be a process. I believe that if whatever happens in a race, if they DQ a dog or whatever it might be, at that time it's like the racing manager's decision or whatever it might be. That's one person's opinion at that particular time, and they make that decision there, and then they're supposed to take the time, review some footage, maybe have a conversation, maybe sit down with the trainer, owner, because at the end of the day, that's your investment, that's the money you've put in. Yeah, you don't want to ruin a race. I've been in a race where a dog has done it to my dogs and haven't been warned off, and then I've turned around and said they should have been DQ'd and whatever it might be. But for a racing manager just to throw an opinion out there at that time, in my opinion, is not right either. So one, I don't think it's fair how there's some kind of disparity between graded races and open races or category races. And I also think that there should be a process in place where it shouldn't be one person's opinion immediately. They should take time. They should review the footage. They should then speak to the trainer, explain their opinion.
Obviously, 12 years in a racing office, seen it plenty of times. The last thing we ever wanted to do was disqualify the ground. The last thing we ever want to do. That is someone's pride and joy. That is the last thing we ever.
Should there be an industry commit panel though, rather than the racing managers?
No, it's not. But what I'm going to just say is that I used to speak with everyone else in the stewards box. We used to have a discussion over it, and we used to say, look, sometimes it's blatantly obvious, and sometimes you have to. But I'm going to tell people out loud whether they like it or not. Sometimes we had a conversation and say, let's look, that's quite bad, but we're going to mark it awkward and speak to the trainer, take it away for a little bit.
Yeah.
We don't mind you trying it back in a mixed trial, and we'll see how it goes.
So, Craig, I'm going to interrupt on that point because I want everyone who's watching, if you could, turn your attention to the 8:57 at Toaster. That's not a betting thing. I want you to look at 8:57 at Toaster. And we spoke about standards, David, earlier, and Craig about retrialing them, mate. Look at the form of Trap 3 on the 3rd of May. And this is my this is actually my dad who's highlighted this to me, all right? So 3rd of May, Trap 3, fabulous when he fell over, right? Okay. Comments are requalified. Knocked over, requalified, right?
Right. My point was, and I'm just trying to make it, David, was
2 seconds, pal. The dog, so from what I can see, has the dog had a requalifying trial?
No.
They've used the open race as a trial, right? Qualifying trial, right? For the
you should be able to do that.
Right. How can that happen?
Because the racing manager or
so then how can the dog fall over?
What comment are we going on, Ryan? Where was the time the incident took place? Because I can't see it on the comment.
On 3rd of May, right? And it says knocked over, requalified, Trap 3. Fabulous, yeah.
Okay.
And then the very next time you see it on the card, it's 11th. It's got to be an open race, and again, it's entered at 20-1, being beat 12 lengths.
No, so that's wrong. That's wrong. No.
Right. Not only then does it make a mockery of an open race, which should be the pinnacle of the sport and what people aspire to.
No, the dog has to trial before it races again.
The dog could be lame as fuck. Okay, all right, and it's allowed to run in an open race on a Sunday where people are watching. Should that be allowed?
No, should have been trialled. That should have had a trial before it was allowed back.
Who should control that? Then who should be in charge of that?
That is up to the racing manager at Toaster to say, no, I'm not letting this dog back on until it's retrialled.
Thoughts, Dave?
But then they've got to put races together, and it's wrong. 100% wrong. It shouldn't happen.
That is not the problem.
Where you're saying it should be the racing manager, that's fair enough. But at the end of the day, you will always see my tweets go back to the GBGB. The GBGB, right, are toothless. GBGB issue licenses to tracks, right? They should be getting a handle on tracks and saying, if you are not doing this or you do not meet these standards, we will take away your license for a period of time, or you will receive a fine. You will receive a fine on the back of it. Now, if you were to take a dog down there that found time, you will get a fine. You will get pulled in. There'll be an investigation.
Yeah.
Dave, do you know how many student inquiries I've sat in?
Probably quite a few.
Exactly, right? You sat in there and you are absolutely guided by the GBGB, right? But sometimes you just walk out of there.
So who did? Is it the GBGB or is it the bookie?
Well, the site Benny Stewart.
Because, like I said, you've got a dog there who's fell over.
That should get a reach. That should have to reach on before it's allowed back on.
Fine as an open race, fine. But and yes, I'm sure that hopefully the dog's fine, whatever. But how can a dog be able to fall over and then be able to race?
Because the GBGB will not. No, they will not intervene on individual cases.
So Dave,
Dave, whether it's right or wrong, they will not intervene on individual cases.
On that point, then, okay. So, and you know what, we will go there, okay. What can change then? Because there's obviously this group now that's out there, who are the committee, who have had the 400 signatures within a day or 2 days, I think. And then they arrange these meetings with the GBGB. Okay. One, then, do we think that they can make change? Two, is there again what we mentioned within the whole sport, personal agendas within the group? Three, if we don't feel that they can make a change, that the people who signed that petition that was taken away fairly quick, if they can't make the change, who can? And how? Because at the moment we're stuck with a board, and no, you know what? I'll take that back. We're stuck with a structure and a system in place that allows, I'm just taking an example, a dog to fall over at a track and not be made to retry it.
No, because
the wheel needs to keep turning.
No, right.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to go to you first, mate. On that.
We can't intervene on
Craig,
every single case.
Give me 2 seconds, Craig. Dave, I'm going to go into you on that, mate. Okay, on them points about what can change, but about the group that's Craig. There's a reason I'm kind of pushing Dave for this, by the way. There's a reason why, mate. All right, I'm not dismissing your view. I promise you, mate. Dave knows what I'm doing here.
Yeah, this group will achieve nothing. And as bad as that sounds, and people can lambast me and send me any tweet, I really don't give a shit. I'll pass my opinion. I wish I never signed it, and I did sign it. It was a lost moment in time for me. They had 400 people there that wanted to take action. And I say this from a place of experience. Not many people, some people know, and some people that were part of that group will know. Only about 3 years ago, we had exactly the same situation. We had a group that met with the GBGB. I was involved, and there was quite a few other owners involved. We had the same discussions. We got the same promises from the GBGB, and nothing changed. The only thing that will change, in my opinion, is they might get a couple of quick wins, but they will not achieve long-term sustainability for the sport. They had the 400 signatures. They've now narrowed it down to a group, and we now know that it's 2 or 3 individuals that have actually running the show, that have met up with them. We've had a couple of paragraphs from the first meeting. I thought it was 400 signatures. It was a show of strength of 400 people, and I think that's been narrowed down and diluted now. There was 400 people that were willing to take a stand.
Dave, I'd say
and those 400
people. Go on, pal.
I was going to say those 400 people wanted action, wanted to see real change, and the only way that change will happen in this sport is through force. And as time goes on, that force is getting diluted because more trainers are owning dogs, more promoters have them to golden contracts, more keepers are around. There's been less and less owners, less and less power. The only way to change the sport is through power. And there was 400 people with power, and that power now has been narrowed.
Dave, on that one, mate. Two things, Craig, mate. So you say this 400 number gets spotted that right. There would have been more than 400. There would have been a lot more than 400. You would have been over 1,000. But and for whatever reason, no comment on, no opinion on it, got taken away. For me, there would have been. It was one of them things. It gained traction straight away. 400 signed. You then, for me, then it may have hit a couple of days a bit quiet. It would have got up gradually, and then the word would have got out big time about what could happen here. And for me, then that 400 becomes actually probably 2,000, 1,000, 2,000. And it becomes, and actually everyone in the industry then is talking about this petition. Then I was gutted that it got taken away for whatever reason, because I'm not going to comment on that. So on that one, then right. A question quickly, because I don't know about this.
Just one time.
On, mate.
Just one tiny thing I would say is that what people need to remember is, right, and I'll try and cover this as quick as possible. What people need to remember is there is a certain structure within the sport. You've got the GBGB that are governing body, right? The governing body are made up of directors that are permanent employees, and directors that are elected on there. A lot of the things that the 400 people want are relating to tracks, are relating to track standards, are relating to promoters, right? The GBGB only have one thing that they can do, and that is to withhold licenses or to start handing fines out. The GBGB have shown that they're not willing to do that. If the group of people really think that they are going to force the hand of Toaster and other tracks to make them do things different, they've got another thing coming, because the GBGB does not have that power over tracks, or they don't want to wield that power over tracks.
And that is exactly,
so all these changes will never happen.
Oh, but that was exactly my point. They license people to run tracks. They license people to promote tracks, right? So they're not going to get involved until it's an absolute serious level, whether it's welfare, which is their number one at the moment, or whether it's anything else.
Craig,
they don't know whether you like it or not, Ryan. That is the truth. But that is the truth. A racing manager and a promoter, say like when I worked at All Green with Clive Feltham, right? So Clive was on the board of directors, etc., right? The GBGB will not get involved. They license people to run the tracks.
But I mean, 1 minute, Craig, let me just interrupt. I'm actually a question on that. You said about the welfare. Well, I disagree with that, because we all know incidents of where a dog has had its size decapitated and taken off by a rail being put in place the wrong way round. A dog dying at a track because the rail hasn't been replaced and ran into a fucking whatever it was. Traps being faulty and falling back down on a dog's neck. Yet the racing continued. So you mentioned welfare care, right? With that, so you mentioned GBG step in. No, the GBG haven't stepped in, because if they stepped in, there would be no racing until your standards of a track are up. So continue, mate. But for me, the GBGB, you said that they've got the power to, if they need to, if it's a serious incident. Yet many have happened recently, and nothing has happened from above that the public and owners and trainers know about. So
how many trial sessions go on a week?
Loads. Go on, carry on.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right. How many times do you think this happens privately behind closed doors?
A lot.
Man, quite a lot. Yeah, a lot.
Exactly. Do they get involved in that?
The GBGB, anytime a dog runs around a track, the GBGB are licensed. But they should be involved.
They cannot see everything. And I'm not sticking up for them, because believe me, you don't want my thoughts on it, but they cannot see everything. You have private trials all the time, right? There is not a stipendial steward there. There is not people there. It happens all the time. They can't regulate everything, right? So obviously, if something's highlighted at a track like Toaster or Monmore that's quite popular and you'll see it, that stands out from the rest, right? But this happens daily.
Right, so then, Craig. Right, so constantly then, okay, every day, pretty much every day, we see some sort of incompetence from the industry that might have a negative impact on the sport itself long term, but also on the dogs. Okay, who has the power to force change, to have consequences of people who fall below standards? Who's in charge? Is it the GBGB, right?
Yeah, but they don't have the power as you think they do to individual tracks.
Okay, so who has the power? Because what I got from that review, just a review of the meeting that happened, I think last month, What I got from it was the GBGB are helpless. They basically said we can't do anything. It's the media and the promoters and the basically the book, whatever. Okay, whoever has the image rights, they're the ones that we need to target. So what's the point? So what I got from it, what about they might have been pushing it out there to say, look, don't blame us, blame them. But what I got from was, okay, why are we then having meetings with GBGB? Should we not then be having these meetings and voicing our concerns and thoughts to actually the media holders and the people who hold the image rights? Is it them or is it the GBGB? Like, who is it? Because GBG seems to kind of brush it aside a little bit.
The problem is, Ryan, the problem you got is which you don't understand because you've never done it, which I have. And I'm not being big-headed, but I've done it, right? You would have 10 stewards inquiries a day, whether it's private trials, whether it's race meetings. You would have that much on their case. They can't handle it, right? So literally, it's up to the promoters.
What would happen then is, Craig, employ better people.
No, exactly. Yeah. But if you pay peanuts, what do you get?
Correct. Right,
if you pay peanuts, what do you get?
I was just going to say that. I was going to say, but what you've got to remember is that, and this is, again, I don't know whether this group of merry men that are on their conquest.
Yeah, but they're all trying to do it for personal gain, aren't they?
I don't know, and I'm not going to say that, and I probably have said that on Twitter. I have said that on my Twitter, and I know the people that are running it, and I felt like I was led down a garden path in a way, but...
Dave, I've never met you. I've never met you, Dave, right? I've never met you. I only know you through Ryan, but I read your tweets, I see all the tweets you say, and 9 times out of 10, you are bang on.
Yeah.
And I've never met you.
Whatever I put out on Twitter, and I want people to remember this, whatever I put out from Twitter, it never comes from a position of I'm gaining anything.
No,
because
I'm not
I've got no skin in the game. But be wary of people that do have skin in the game that are sharing their opinion, because it comes from a place. What I will say is on this subject that maybe the people that are running this thing and whatever, and I've seen the stuff that they put out after the first meeting about 0.6%, and I was like, well, that's a bit silly because we all know about 0.6%. Like, I've tweeted 1,000 times about 0.6%. We know what the bookmakers give us. That goes to the BGRF, and the BGRF funds the GBGB, and the GBGB gets funding from the license holders. I know that aspect, but what people don't realise is that when something happens, the GBGB, although it's made up of a collection of people, the GBGB is actually made up of groups of people. They'll have the open race committee, they'll have the business committee, they'll have the rules and regulations committee. All these committees have individuals on them, and they have employers that they have to interest themselves. So, for example, the rules committee might have a promoter on, and it might have the owner's rep, and it might have the trainer's rep on, right? But the promoters rep, the promoters rep might be funded by SAS or might be funded by ARC, who might pay the wage of the owner, the trainer's rep, or might pay the wage of the vet who's on that committee. So if you've got a committee of 4 people and you've got a promoter and you've got a vet and you've got a trainer, and all 3 of those people are paid by the promoter or the promoter's boss, then it's not in their best interest to go against what the one individual says, is it?
Exactly right.
Like, that's just logical, whether that's business committee or rules committee, and these committees are made up. So whatever happens within the sport has to go to these committees. And the person who is paid by the big boss, they will decide on what happens. And that is how these committees are run. That's how the GBGB are run. And if you move to the BGRF, which funds the GBGB, the BGRF board is made up of the GBGB board plus a couple of bookmakers. And they are interested in getting what they can out of the sport. And that's how it all works. And I don't know whether these guys that are running this 400 signature thing actually understand these whole dynamics. The 0.6%, we all know 0.6%. Did the GBGB, ultimately, you've got one thing. The GBGB, if they wanted to, could suspend a license. They license tracks. Yeah. Will they suspend a license? No. Have they ever suspended a license?
Or would they? It's providing a product.
So the only way that change will come about long-term change is if you stop the flow of money. And I'm not saying a strike because I don't want them to come back on me.
That's the wrong way to go.
But the people have to use a force, a show of force. If it's my dog and I had a grader, for example, I wouldn't mind pulling my grader off. People say it's against a trainer. I'm still paying the trainer's wage. I'm still paying £10 a day or whatever it might be. It's got nothing to do with the trainer.
But is this a general conversation? Everyone can see this conversation, but will someone like Mark Wallace actually stand up? Will someone like a John Mullins actually stand up? Will someone actually stand up to the GBGB and say enough is enough?
Patrick Janssen
Somebody
would.
who's massive in the game.
Patrick would.
Patrick would.
Absolutely would. Carol Weatherall and Darren Holmes 100% would.
But it's not for the trainers to almost stand up.
No,
this is why I don't understand the trainers and the Peter Handon thing. It's not for the trainers. No. If I put a dog with a trainer, right, and I'm paying a kennel bill every week. I had a dog with Kevin Hutton. My last dog was with Kevin Hutton. And I'm paying Kevin Hutton every week. And then I say to Kev, listen, Kev, I stand behind this and I will continue paying the dog and paying the money towards you, but don't run that dog. That's my decision.
Absolutely.
That's not against Kev or anybody else. No, I'm just using him as an example. But it's not the trainer's decision. The trainer just says, look, they don't want to run the dog.
No, but they are the biggest names in the sport. They are the biggest. It's like, let's just take it from a Premier League point of view. If Man City and Arsenal and Man United turn around and said to the Premier League, look, we're not going to provide a product no more, right? And they're going to say, we're going to make a stand, which they can't because they're contracted to do. But let's just say they did, right? You got no choice then. And that is why the biggest trainers in this country are Rab McNair, Mark Wallace, and John Mullins, and et cetera, et cetera. And they all signed that. They all signed that petition, by the way.
But they're not happy.
No, of course they're not happy.
They're not happy. But, if you go and speak to any of these trainers.
If Mark Wallace walked into the GBGB or a John Mullins or a Rab McNair and said, look, you lot, something's got to change, something might change. With this committee group, in my opinion, this little group that's going on ain't big enough.
Let's cut through it, though. If I knew that the outcome was going to be what it was, where a few people were going to end up on a meeting,
I wouldn't have signed it.
Nobody would have signed it. That's not what we signed up for. We didn't sign up. We didn't sign up for that letter. We didn't sign up for a meeting. That was the whole issue. That was my kickoff. I never signed it up for a meeting. Somebody wants a meeting, they can just contact direct and say, I want a meeting. That was my kickoff. And all the other people that signed the 400, they might not have called it out like I did on social media, for example, but they're not happy about it because that's not what they want. They want real action. They want a longevity in the sport. And in my personal opinion, the only way I see the sport lasting 10 years, for example, is disbanding the GBGB. The structure of the GBGB doesn't work. It can't happen. If they can't wield control over tracks and over the sport because they're getting pulled down by whatever it is, or they're getting stopped from controlling the sport, or Mark Bird hasn't got control over what's going on, then what's the point in having a GBGB? They've got no power. They're toothless.
Yeah, but the GBGB have always been toothless, in my opinion. At the end of the day, they regulate the sport. That's all they do.
Yeah,
they regulate the sport, and they license people to run the tracks.
It will either take them to disband the GBGB, or for the government to step in under welfare and say, if this sport is going to continue, X, Y, Z needs to happen.
You can't go down that road, mate.
You can't go down that road because everybody's scared of losing the sport, and I understand that. There's a lot of people that earn a living, but if I'm putting my dog in a trap and I love my dog and the trap lands on my dog's head, I don't give a shit. That is my dog. You killed my dog.
I agree. I totally agree.
Who's accountable? Who's accountable for that? Who do we go to?
Promoters and racing managers at the track level.
At the track level, it's promoters. They promote.
Okay. So there's a thing then, right? So you go to promoter does nothing about it. Who then enforces standards on promoter?
The GBGB should, but they won't. They won't enforce it
Because
of the board.
They're promoters on the board.
Because of the structure of the board and the structure of these groups.
The GBGB.
Okay.
The structure of these groups on the board, they will not stop racing.
You can't stop racing. It's a product. You have to put it into betting shops every day. You can't stop a product.
I disagree. You can stop racing, but it comes at a cost, and it's how much you value the cost of that over the long term.
Ryan, do you know why you can't stop racing?
Go on, mate.
Because people live and breathe it. They get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to feed dogs, to get dogs ready for race meetings, to etc. etc. That is why you can't. People's livelihoods means you can't stop racing because they're self-employed. They're self-employed. If they don't get a dog to a track and they don't earn the money for the dog to race, they don't earn anything, which means they can't carry on.
So who do they look to? They look to the GBGB. They look at them as they are the regulator of the sport. It all comes back to, doesn't matter, we can have this discussion for hours and hours. All roads lead back to the GBGB. And the GBGB at the present moment in time are toothless. And if this group think that they are going to change the sport for the better, they've got another thing coming. And
this group ain't going to do nothing. This group ain't going to do nothing. They're only for personal gain. And you've probably got Pete Arndon watching this or whoever watching this, and that's fine. You know, they can do what they want, but this group ain't going to do nothing. They're going to sit down and basically the GBGB will pick apart their points and they will give them a little bit of leeway on something and they will take it back on something else. Right?
I'll be honest with you. I'll tell the God's honest truth in the whole situation. I had a meeting with some owners, some trainers were on the call, some trainers that are part of that group, some owners are part of that group, by the way. Other owners with Mark Bird, Mark Moisley, and we had a long-winded discussion and Paul Carpenter will back this up. He has a document with everything written down and all this information that was in this open letter was discussed. It was discussed at length. And there was a lot of things that were, I'll take that away to the board. I'll take that away to the board. I'll take that away to the board. We'll do this. We'll do that. We'll do that. And nothing changed.
You know why, don't you? Because when you're that high up, Dave, it's the same as politicians. They deflect everything. You're going to a general election soon. They deflect everything. They are very good at what they do, and they know what they're doing. They deflect everything, so they just move something to the side or move it to the other side, and then you come to the next problem. They're very good at what they do at deflecting. That's all they do. They keep deflecting things over.
All we got was it'll go to the board. Yeah. The board will discuss it, and we'll get back to you. And it came back, and nothing came back. Like. I'm being honest here. We were told that.
Dave, quick question for you. Why did you not then push more then when they didn't get back to you? Why did you not then say what had happened and that they just kind of pied you off a little bit? Why was more not made of that?
I put it all over my Twitter. Everybody's seen it. I don't know whether they think I talk shite, but we had discussions. I'll tell you the discussions. We had discussions at the time about funding. At the time, it was the Oaks. So if people who are old enough remember that the Oaks was struggling to get funding right.
Yeah, correct. Shambles.
And scoreboards. We tried and timers. We tried to get timers in the infield, right? I was on calls trying to get money together to sponsor the Oaks. That was before that guy stepped in. You remember him who owned dogs? That he's gone now, but he was throwing money around left, right, and centre. He put 20 grand up for the Oaks. Or 10 grand up for the Oaks. You remember I'm on about?
Yeah.
All that stuff at that time, there was no money for the Oaks. There was no money to put the timers in there, but Moisley went and got timers in there because he went via a bookmaker or somebody who was doing adverts. And the timers never ever worked at Toasted, if you remember right. They put them in and they never got switched on. The conversation was generally around funding in the sport. Why does the GBGB only own the Derby? I don't know if everybody knows this. The GBGB only own the Derby. They've sold everything else. All the other competitions the Regency and all these competitions, they're not owned by the GBGB. The Oaks isn't owned by the GBGB.
No, of course it's not.
it was either owned by ARC or owned by SIS and decided where it was run at.
Absolutely.
The Ledger, there's only the Derby that they own. So the conversation was around the GBGB funding competitions, right?
Yep.
And we were told on that call, and anybody that's on that call or was on that call can come out and say whether I'm telling the truth or not. The discussions were around funding within the sport, and the GBGB were going to go away to the BGRF and the GBGB board and get funding for competitions that guaranteed to happen every year without failure. And the arguments were around a bitches competition, a maiden bitches competition, a stayers competition. Like there was about 6 competitions, and we said you'd probably need funding for probably 200 grand to get all these competitions together. But they were owned by the GBGB, and they would happen every single year. They left the meeting. We were told it was going to happen. I'll make it happen was the words, and we still not got them. It never happened.
Do you know what? You know the infield timings and that. You know that's down to the promoters. Monmore have got the new one. Monmore have got that new one in there, and it's I don't know whether you've been, but it's brilliant, fantastic.
Yeah. They put it in, but Moisley was the one that said that he was going to go to a company that were going to fund it, and then a company put it in, and they paid for the board, and they were going to put adverts on it. So that was how it was paid for, and it was supposed to go to all tracks. I think it was at Swindon at one point, and then it ended up at Toaster, and then it never ever stayed. So, and I'm not talking out of turn here. I'm telling the God's honest truth exactly what happened in that meeting.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny, Dave. Like, I'm from a racing office. I've been in the game all my life since we've been Walthamstow when I was 3 years of age. Right? We have no dog in the fight here.
Yeah.
To quote Simon Jordan, we have no dog in the fight. You know, we just have an opinion on the way the game's going.
But we do no, I disagree. We do have. There is something. If people, there was an opportunity for it to happen and massive statement to be made. Now, the group have decided that the best way, in their opinion, is to have a group of 12 and have meetings, not declare the minutes, which I think any minutes when you've got a
but the GBG would have told them not to declare minutes.
No. Forget about what the GBGB said. Okay, these people were acting on behalf of 400 people within 2 days.
Ain't gonna happen.
So whenever the GBGB have agreed to a meeting, so they don't get to dictate the terms of the meeting, because the GBGB turn around and go, we're not going to meet. Well, then the group the 400 people who signed it have to then make the next step. But the GBGB agreed to this meeting then. 12 people took it amongst themselves to be the voice of these. Nobody's apart from a little quite a vague description of what happened. Nobody really knows what fucking been said. You're right in what you're saying, that they're representing the 400 people. You took my signature and you're representing my 400. You are representing those 400 people. You have to go back to 400 people and tell them exactly what you've discussed on our behalf. And you have to tell us exactly what the outcome is. Regardless of what the GB says. They're not going to agree to it. We know that. But then come out and say the GBGB are not agreeing that we can release that information to the 400 people that signed the signature. You asked for the signatures. You got them. I would say is
the GBGB would not meet them unless they stipulate.
But Craig, I never signed that form for the GBGB to say that. I signed the form so that if there was a meeting taking place, as someone who signed the form, I expect to know full well what has been said in any discussion, any meeting. And I think it's one of my right.
They don't care what you signed, Ryan. They don't care what you signed.
Right. So what you're suggesting is then, okay, if they don't care, a meeting shouldn't have taken place then. Because if they don't care about it, I haven't signed the form for the GBGB to have a meeting they don't care about. I also haven't signed the form so therefore to be a meeting by people who have decided to speak for me. Yeah, I can't hear about what's been said.
No.
So if so right, question then, okay, right. Would people have signed the form, okay, if they knew that 12 people were going to take it amongst themselves, have a meeting, and the minutes were not kept, and people know what said, would 400 people in 2 days sign that form? No.
These meetings are for personal gain. 100%. They are
I
for
went-
personal gain.
I went
They
on a
are
rant.
personal gain.
I went
The
on
only
a rant.
right, now, what you should have in these meetings, in my opinion, I'm gonna cut in. Sorry, David. I'm gonna cut in. In these meetings, you should have, as I've said before, you should have the people who are at the top of the game. Your Wallaces, your Mullins, your Rabnicknares, whatever, right? The rest ain't gonna do it. Oh, don't bring him in. Don't bring him in.
Carry on.
I'm going if
Carry
he's
on.
coming.
You and I have talking
I
some.
would just-
You and I
I
have
would
talking
just
some
say-
shite, Craig.
Right, now
I
listen.
would just say one thing before you start all this, right? Before we go really deep into this, because I can see it going deep now. This whole thing, this whole situation, this 400 and this open letter, there's conversations in the background that people are not even aware of. And the people on this call were aware of the conversation in the background, and we were all involved, and we all shared our opinion. We all shared our opinion on what the letter should look like. We all shared our opinion who was involved in it, and we all know, and nobody can argue this, that this all came about because of a Monday column written by Gary. And the Monday column that was written by Gary was absolutely brilliant. And he has not even been invited into the group, and Gary, whether he would or not, it was Gary's Monday column that created this whole situation, right? And there's conversations in the background that have happened, and I've been party to it, and so's the other people on this call. And why did I get so angry on social media? Because I felt like I'd been led down a garden path with the whole situation, and it shouldn't have panned out how it did, but it did.
No, I totally agree.
Dad, Mick, anything to say?
No, so I was listening to Craig earlier about he's saying loads of things going on tracks, private trials, etc., and stewards and the GBGB. I've said for a long time the GBGB are toothless. I asked Andy one night after a dog had won and found a chunk of time at Toaster. I said, "No, holding the stewards' inquiry." And he said, "Mick, too much paperwork. They're not bothered, stewards." And I could have jumped out the judge's box. No standard left. That dog that got knocked over earlier when I texted to Ryan, that should not be happening. You said they can't watch everything, Craig, but they set the rules out for the sport, the industry. It's up to the tracks. It's up to the track. Well, of course they do. Of course they do. They set the rules out. They make the rules. Kevin can't make his own rules up. Kevin can't make his own rules up at Toaster if it's against what the rules are of the governing body.
But the GBGB license.
The problem they've got, there's no consequence. There's no consequence, no accountability, and no consequence. That dog has to retrial if it's been knocked over. I've been watching.
Absolutely, of course it should.
No, but I've seen dogs get tailed off, Craig. They get beat.
Do you think in the 12 years that me and Rob are all green, we wouldn't have made that retrial?
I'm not saying you wouldn't have. I'm saying nowadays I see dogs get tailed off. Craig, I see dogs get tailed off daily, and for the last couple of 3 years, I'm amazed they're back on the card. Now it's down to the fact that they need the numbers for the roulette.
But it's down. No, it's not. It's not. It's down to the tracks. The racing manager's not strong enough.
Right. So, stop. Right, lads.
Yeah, but the racing manager's got to implement the rules.
Not strong enough.
Implemented by the GBGB.
No. He runs.
Right then, lads. Okay, lads. So on that one, I can't turn this into a massive arguing thing. Right. So we watch dogs every day run lane. They run lane. Okay. All right. Craig, you say it's down to the tracks. Okay. All right. Yeah. Every day I see dogs run lane. So the tracks are failing. They're failing. Yet the tracks are not accountable. They don't answer to anybody. So the GBGB or whoever can see it, the same dog run lane, okay, 2-3 weeks, and it keeps being put out. It's okay saying it's down to the tracks, but if the tracks fail, who are they accountable to? And at the moment, it's nobody. So then these standards get lower and lower and lower, and they will never get pushed to get higher because there's no consequence to the repercussions, okay? And the whole point we're making about, and the whole thing with this chat is, and the recent comments about this group and what can be changed, okay, and me and David spoke about it. From what I've seen now, in my opinion, nothing's going to get changed from what I've seen over the last month. Dave, in your opinion, mate, and my dad and Craig, what can be done to change the sport for the better? Because at the moment, it's just go and forget about the 6 week for the derby because it's glossed over. Where the standards are high.
Can I go first? Can I go first? Can I go first?
You go first, then. Yeah.
Can I go first? Can I go first? Stop paying peanuts to monkeys, mate. That is a problem. It's what you've got in charge at each individual track. You've got people paying minimum wage or something like that. Proper racing managers, old school racing managers, like your dad, right? Like your dad who knows how to grade a card, right? Like Rob, like me, like Tim at Perry Bar, like Martin Seal at Perry Bar, who are proper graders, right? Who know how to run a ground track, right? The problem is now, many of your racing managers now, and I'm not going to name names because I could get really controversial, and you don't want me to do that. They wouldn't know how to run a piss up in a brewery, right? So my point is, they are paying peanuts to monkeys to grade a card, right? Now, hold up a minute.
I'm going to go, sorry, to the derby and stuff. There have been 2 seeding changes, and that's Savannah Jackpot and Bramble Alvis have both gone middle to rails now. So for those, and I believe that the draw is being made anytime now. So those that want to tune into that, obviously we're in a fairly passionate, important debate here. If anyone does get the draws though, and once the race is completed, if you want to put it in here, I will post it up on there. But yeah, Craig, carry on, mate.
In my opinion, there are very, very good racing managers out there. I have known racing managers over Chris Page, whatever. I've known really, really, really top draw racing managers over the years, right? Your dad knows the game, right? Obviously, Rob knows the game. They are massive, but you're paying people who don't know the game, and that is the biggest problem. They're all worried about what to say to their boss. They're not allowed to say what they say to their boss, right? We used to have the biggest run-ins with one of the biggest people in the GBGB, which was Clive Feltham, right? All the time, with Stephen Ray as well. Like, people are listening and say, no, you never. Yes, we did, right? But my point is, there ain't the people in the game. You pay peanuts, you get monkeys. It's as simple as that, right? Mick, unfortunately, no, Mick, hold up a sec. You were at Toaster. I personally think you've done a great job, and you were doing it from your heart, not your brain, right? Because you care about the game.
I couldn't use my brain. I couldn't use my brain.
Exactly, that's what I say. But you've done it from the heart. You ran Coventry for years. You've done a great job. Look at where that is now. You know what I'm saying? So my point is that the people who are running the sport now, except for your top premier tracks, they're just paid to produce a product. That's all they've done. They're just paid to produce a product. No one cares. No one's bothered. As long as the money keeps coming in from the bookmakers, nobody cares.
Yeah, but right? I made this on Dave and Ryan's chat last year or whenever it was. They're just not trained properly.
Absolutely.
The management structures in a lot of the tracks, all the problems we've seen last year in particular, it's all down to lack of training, down to a lack of investment in the proper higher management. It's not hard to put right. But my argument with you earlier, my disagreement, was the GBGB make the rules of racing. The tracks have to follow the rules of racing.
But they can't regulate everything themselves.
But I'm sorry, Craig, that's in black and white. That's out in the open.
But they can't regulate.
A dog needs to be requalified. So that, again, comes down to a lack of management at the individual tracks that have not got a process in place that this ship will run smoothly.
Absolutely.
We will not bend any. We will not break any rules.
This ship is on the rocks and has been on the rocks for years. This ship has got holes battered into the side of it. The only way for this sport to go forward and flourish, and whatever the answer is, I'm not sure, but this is the only way forward. I've looked at this from 1,000 different angles with other people. Yeah, to disband the GBGB. GBGB as a regulator is to keep the machine moving. They do not regulate the sport.
But you can't because of the government.
The DCMS can invoke any group to run this sport.
You're
pushing for an independent regulator of this sport. Though.
I want an independent.
No ties to bookmakers, tracks, or
absolutely.
Anything.
Totally independent. Absolutely.
I'd agree.
There has to be an independent regulator of this sport.
Well, what are they pushing
independent.
for with horse racing at the moment?
Sorry?
They're pushing for a horse racing independent regulator.
Well, they're doing it. They're trying to do it to get in the Premier League as well. But that's
exactly, and that is what needs to happen to horse racing. With ground racing, sorry.
But it's very sad when an industry like the Premier League, on a lot larger scale than greyhound racing, horse racing, and ground racing, is getting talked about needing an independent regulator. Something is fundamentally wrong at the grassroots if that's the case.
Absolutely.
It shouldn't be the case. It's not hard to regulate a sport. Put rules in place and make sure every track adheres to them. Now, the running of each track, how well they train their staff, their track staff, how knowledgeable they are, their staff inside the stadium, their waitresses, their waiters, etc. In the racing office, their racing manager, the hairdriver.
Did you have a problem?
That's down to the individual.
Did you have a problem with commentary?
Well, I took over. It was deserted and empty. Ryan will tell you that. Within 3 months.
I'm asking.
Within 3 months, it was rammed, and we never had a problem. I said to my track.
Did we have a problem with all green?
I said to my track staff when I first took over, I said I never want this track more than 10 fast. I said obviously if we have adverse weather conditions like a monsoon, you're going to get a bit of a slow going. I don't want to. We've got a track record in the freezing winter in February over 6 bends. It was 10 fast, and we were one of 4 tracks running in the country that weekend. And we had to delay the second race by 20 minutes to get people in. You can do it, right? Tell people what you want them to do, right? And let them go.
So I'm going to go back to the bigger picture now. I'll come to you, Dave, quickly then. Mm-hmm. What needs to be done then to enforce the standards of the sport to increase? No, you know what? Forget increase, to get to a point of the basic level.
In the current state of play now with the GBGB, promoters need to take some responsibility on what happens.
Absolutely, because they are one that are regulated.
So at the present moment in time, the GBGB, because the structure of the board will not take control over tracks, will not wield their power as a regulator. So at that point, then it comes down one step down. It comes down to the promoters who negotiate their own deals with the likes of ARC and SIS, right? And if ARC and SIS are letting it happen, because clearly SIS let things happen and tracks are running late and whatever, then it comes down to promoter. The promoter needs to hold that track to better standards. And the people that needs to force.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, mate. So you just said, you might get to it, but I'm going to ask you the question, jump in there. So SIS don't seem to be enforcing the standards. Then it comes down to the promoter. Okay. The promoter has no apparent reason to enforce standards. Who does it go to next?
Then it goes to us, the people that provide the product.
And then what can we do?
If my dog is in an A4 at a track, and that track, I believe, is not running whatever, the traps are doing this, the hare's doing this, my dog's in danger. I then need to make a decision based on my dog. Once I make a decision on my dog, then they can't put 6-dog races together. They can't put races together. Then SIS and ARC will go, hang on a second, you're not putting races on here. Why are you not putting races on?
They haven't been bothered about that, Dave, for the last 2 years. You've had 3 or 4 dogs.
Because what they've been doing is they've been getting people hooked into golden contracts on running money deals where these tracks can control the product. SIS can control it all the way down, so can ARC, because trainers own the dogs.
So that's why your argument there is not going to work, is it? Because
I would personally say that there are enough owner-owned dogs, graded wise. If for example the idea was to go out in terms of we're gonna withdraw every owner withdraw your graded dog at this time and keep it locked in whatever, and bang, withdraw. If you did that 2-3 times, that has a massive impact on the industry. And forget about these three free runner races where the trainer owns all the dogs. You're going to literally have 2 races where there are constantly, and it's going to be last minute races where you get 2 free runner dogs constantly, and eventually that will have an impact.
The problem they get, Ryan, they get so much pressure put on them by the promoters if they've done that.
What I'll say to that, Mickey, is that if I don't have a graded dog running at the moment. If I've got a graded dog, and I'm going to use Toaster as an example, whether Kevin Boothby gets RC or Peter Andon sends a picture of Domino's or whatever, they can all get RC. I don't really give a shit, and they can tweet me all they want. If you've got a dog that's grading that Toaster right, you've got to be saying to yourself, why are standards so good throughout the derby, but before the derby we've had problem after problem after problem? I hope, as a guarantee, my graded dog is going to be treated the same after the derby finishes, and that the standards will remain once the derby is finished. And if those standards don't remain, I've got a decision to make whether I move my dog to a different track. And that's not just Kevin Boothby and Toaster, that's all tracks. If they don't maintain standards, then it's up to the owner of a dog to say, it's my decision where I take my dog. And then the trainer will go, I'm losing owners here. Then the promoter will go, right, I'm going to have to make a decision here and I'm going to have to create some standards.
How many owners do these trainers have? Most of them are, a lot of them are owned by,
There's still enough
and a lot of them are owned by the trainers.
For me,
they've got a big, massive rehoming issue.
For me, though, there are more owners than we think. There are far more owners than we think. I don't know if there's an actual owner, a database of owners in terms of contact where, I mean, it's 2024 that there should be, but I don't think there is. The owners rep, where are you? But
he's gone off Twitter now. He's gone off Twitter. It doesn't exist on Twitter now, the owners rep, by the way.
I can't work that out.
Do you want to send him a tweet?
When he first got that job, he was up against Kev when I just started at Toaster.
Chocolate Fire Guard.
And he was on RPG TV a few times on a Thursday night with his mum more, and he's just disappeared for the last 2 years.
Chocolate Fire Guard. That's what he is. Everybody had a go at John Coleman about what he did do and what he didn't do. Now, this guy may be the cleverest guy in the world, but if you are not there to answer questions from owners, or you don't want to answer them on Twitter and you only want email and you only want an owners portal, we were supposed to get an owners portal November 3 years ago that we could communicate. It's still not there. Then he's a chocolate fire guard. It's a waste of time. Get somebody in who's an owner, who owns graders or whatever it might be, that can stand there and say, GBGB, we're not happy with the standards at tracks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And somebody just asked a question there, Dave, at what point do both sides come together? It's business. It's SIS and ARC, or whatever they're polished up to be now, are never going to come together, right?
Of course they're not.
Them two are there. They are there to make profit and to kill the other. And unfortunately, the whole sport is in the middle, and it's to destroy the other one. And the rest of the sport is going to get pulled down with it, like we've had for years and years now. And it looks like PGR ARC are winning because obviously Monmore, Romford are holding to a standard. They're running the sport well. They're running their job well at their tracks. Who knows? Will PGR and Sheffield, yeah, but who knows? Will PGR push for their own independent board? Will they come up with their own GBGB? They don't need the GBGB.
No, and you know the way
everybody. I was going to say, everybody hanging their hat on the GBGB. The GBGB have as much power as that empty can there. That's how much power the GBGB have. And discussing anything with it, nothing will change.
But they have no need to enforce it. They have no need to enforce it. It's up to the tracks. It's up to the promoters and the racing manager to enforce what goes on at their track. Whether you like it or not, it's up to the promoters and the racing manager they put them in charge, or they give them a license to run their track the way they should and the way they see fit. Yeah. Right. And the problem is, as I've always said, you've got people running certain tracks who are not good enough. Monmore and Romford have been standout, say, tracks in this country for a reason.
Okay, so Craig, whose decision then on Monmore then, while we're on track, whose decision then was it to run the Monmore Opens and their big finals, which was a massive crowd pleaser? It generated interest.
Yeah.
Whose decision was it then to run them on Saturday mornings?
I can't answer your question because I don't know what's going on at the top.
Okay. So decisions like that though are being made at the detriment of the sport. Okay. So whoever's made that decision has decided that is going to benefit us short term in terms of themselves, short term, but it's going to have a negative impact on the sport long term because people like myself stop going to watch them race because we can't get to it.
Yeah.
So then
but
you have
need
trainers like Patrick going on Twitter going, it's an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, absolutely.
That these races that these superstars are being run Saturday morning for nobody. Again, fine. Okay. So we mentioned SOS and ARC. Whoever decision it was does not care about the long-term future of the sport. They care about the quick, short-term gain.
Isn't
right?
that what the game is?
As an owner, so you know what? Forget about being an owner. As someone who loves the sport and got into the sport, from a young age and wants it to thrive and last for my whole lifetime, the way it's being run and the decisions that are made constantly. We had Nalso on earlier, very keen earlier. Nalso on earlier, and his videos got. He used to be a massive part of every open race. He would put out back out on social media. He got told stop doing that, so people couldn't watch their replays of their dogs winning the race. All right, again, a negative impact on the sport. How can we stop whoever's making the decisions? How can we have an impact on them and to stop them doing it? Because at the moment, people making decisions are having a negative impact on the sport, and they don't care about ground racing. They care about themselves. Dave,
what do promoters care about most?
Dave,
money.
Promoters
no, hold up. Say that again.
Money. It's a business. It's a business.
Exactly.
Of course it is. They've got to make money.
I'm not being funny. You want the raw bottom line is they want to make money.
They've got to make money, Craig.
To make money.
But they've got to make money. But from a Monmouth perspective, they don't struggle to get a crowd in on a Saturday night.
Well, I've been there 3 times in the last 2 months, mate. It's rammed.
Yeah, there you go. So on a graded night, you could have a card full of A7s, A6s, A5s,
yeah,
low grade dogs. The people on the track. So the fact that they chose to put on a big competition like they did on a Saturday morning, basically behind closed doors, tells me that they don't care about the superstars of this sport. The Greyhounds are the stars. The Greyhounds are the things the people that don't know anything about Greyhound racing.
They won't me.
Well, there you go then. So don't tell me Monmore's well run.
Dave, go on, mate.
They don't care.
Don't tell me Monmore's well run.
Listen. SIS and PGR, all they care about is that there is races on the telly. They don't care whether they're Greyhounds, Jack Russells, Snails. It's a product. It's a product.
Yes, and what you've got is... But Monmore, then, it's not well run if they're neglecting the people, i.e., which they don't need the money from the turnstiles and the tote, which I think they do. Trust me. It's better when they have a busy
month. But they're not going to get that on a Saturday night.
And you've got all the best dogs in the country racing on a Saturday in a final. I mean, come on.
What I was about to say there is that Romford's in a luxurious position that they've got Karen. And Karen cares about Greyhound racing. And you need individuals like Karen at other tracks who care about Greyhound racing, that want to put Greyhound racing on, that want to promote Greyhound racing, and that want to get patrons in the track. Dave, if you haven't got all those things...
Dave, on that note, mate, right, say Romford, say Intain or SIS, change Romford's schedule, would Romford still put their big finals on Friday and Saturday nights? So I'm playing devil's advocate here because I agree Romford are flying, but does it suit them because of their race times are allocated to allow that to happen, to kind of encourage them to do that?
Do you not think Romford keep their Friday nights for a reason?
3 seconds, mate. Go on, Dave.
No, I agree with what you're saying. No, I don't think they would, but would that dampen down their enthusiasm, whether it was a competition or whether it was a graded dog? I don't think so. They would still try their best to get people through the track. And that's all that matters. Listen, we all want racing on a Saturday night. We all want racing on a Friday night. And we can go on a Sunday. The rest of us have got jobs that have got a Monday to Friday. That's fine. But Romford are making an effort. and they should be praised for it. They will try and get people through that door, whether it's a Tuesday morning or whether it's a Wednesday night. They don't give a shit because they've got
probably have more
because they've
people
got
turn up.
because they've got somebody like Karen. Now, you tell me any track in the country that has a passionate person behind it that wants to get people through the door. She's probably looking and going, I got 300 people through the door there. Let's make it 350 next week. Let's make it 400. And it's them type of people that you need in place because the promoters and don't really care.
Some promoters don't want that type of person, do.
Yeah.
What's the first thing? What's the first thing I done on the Sunday when I started at Toaster on the Tuesday before?
The owners boxing.
The buffet for the owners.
Yeah.
Free buffet for the owners in one of the boxes. Kevin loved it. Loved it. I said, I don't care if we've got A7s or A8 dogs or A5 dogs. If there's 5 of them races and there's a big open final, you're all entitled to come up and have a free buffet.
Toaster's slightly different, and we all know business. We all know how it works, and Toaster's a massive site. And Toaster has to be used throughout the year, not just for ground racing, but for other things that go on because they need to bring money through the door to pay the electric bill. So I totally understand Toaster's different. We can't compare Toaster with Romford, for example. But
I
Toaster
think you
could
can
be
compare
doing better.
I think you can compare Oxford to Romford.
Yeah. Oxford, right at the very beginning, seemed to be like, Oxford, everything's amazing. And then all of a sudden it seems to have just went a little bit.
Again, I've watched so the last, I think, 4 Saturdays, Oxford has stopped racing on a Saturday night at about 9:10, maybe, give or take. And it's a massive catchment. They stopped. Romford stopped racing at 10:20 tonight, I think. Oxford 9:10.
Because they don't get paid for the races after that.
Yeah, but you've got to think about where they're situated.
No, Craig, stop that. Fucking hell. Mate, Oxford is gold. Oxford should be...
Got 282 people in here.
Dave, when the last heat of the derby, we were on about 210, and since then we've got about 90 extra thingy. So I imagine that people are...
Right, let me tell you something.
They're enjoying it, or they're at least intrigued as to what is being said.
Let me tell you something just quickly.
Tell people to send questions in. Anybody who's got a question and want an honest answer, send it in.
But let me just tell you something about the difference between Romford and Oxford is, right? I was brought up in Romford, right? I know Romford like the back of my hand, right? The reason why they do it to 10:20 is because everyone goes straight into Romford Town Centre around the corner and goes straight into a nightclub. Oxford's more full of ground people. No, listen. Oxford is more full of ground people. They are born and bred ground people. Romford is a massive entertainment market compared to Oxford. Now, Oxford's a huge city. I'm not saying it's not.
And it's full of students, Craig.
No, it's not. Romford's not.
Oxford is full of students.
Well, exactly.
Oxford should have ticket touts outside on a Saturday to get in that place.
But honestly, that is why Romford have done it. I used to go Romford in the 1990s, right?
Right.
They've never changed. Can I say something? They've never changed the way they've done things. They've never changed the way.
Romford get fans because when a spectator goes to Romford, when a customer goes to Romford and then leaves at the end of the night, they go, I want to go back there. Too many tracks, now have neglected customers and the public so that when they go to a track, and I'm not saying any set track, any track, they go to a track, they leave that track and they go, well, I won't go back there because 1, I've had a bad experience. 2, it wasn't value for money. 3, the customer service wasn't great. No matter who that is, right? All right. Okay. If you do it properly, which don't cost a lot of money, by the way, to do it properly, people will come back. I don't care what they say about money and whatnot. Ground racing is a really, really affordable, leisurely entertainment night out that people go. By the way, it's proven because Romford, Sheffield, Yarmouth, get Crayford even, get people through the door. Monmore get people through the door. Monmore is in an industrial estate. They get packed every Saturday night because they do a little bit right. Nottingham on a Friday night is very, very well attended because I've been there. All right. They don't race. So Nottingham decide don't race Saturday nights. You know how bad that is for the sport.
Yeah.
And it's things like Go on, mate.
I'll just make a point. Horse racing face the same issue. Horse racing aren't any different to greyhound racing, you know. And what do horse racing do? How many people go to a horse racing track to watch the horses, or do they go to see an Abbott tribute after racing, or status quo after racing? Right.
Right. So that's going to come to my point.
No, wait. Let me finish.
Go on.
What horse racing tracks realise is they can't be totally reliant on getting the payments to produce the racing. So what they do is they offer a secondary, whether it's music or whatever it is afterwards. And most of the people go for the music. Greyhound racing, how many places, Toast as an example, Toasted every night that they do a greyhound meet could have something on after racing. Why couldn't they? It's a big site.
Let me just quick interject there. I did. Kevin obviously would love to do that kind of thing, but he did say to me walking around the track one day, and I was on about after the derby and stuff, and he inquired about Craig David. 90 grand he wanted. 90 grand. He said, Mick, don't even go there. I'm not paying.
See,
that.
David make a great point. But where do you go? Right, Romford has always been the same since the 1990s, right? Where do you go after? You go into Romford Town Centre, you've got a nightclub, you crack on, right? Romford, if you know, I'm born there, I know the place, right? It's literally Romford Dogs in Romford is one of the biggest attractions in Romford, right? And that doesn't happen in Oxford. That don't happen in other places.
Yeah, but Craig, this is where you lack your foresight. You've got to have foresight as a management. You've got to have foresight. You've got to turn that attitude into, I want this to be the go-to place on a Saturday night. Oxford.
Yeah, but where do you go after?
Eventually, this is going to be the go-to place.
Monmore's on an industrial estate. Where do you go after?
Yeah, but we're talking Oxford now. It's brand new.
Okay, Monmore. Where do you go?
It's in a city full of students. For one on a Saturday night, they like to go out and have a few sheep.
Where do you go?
We're talking Oxford compared to Romford. You're on about.
What I'm talking about.
All right, wait. Right, so I'm going to interrupt you both. Okay, so on that, and the question I'm going to ask is, why would they bother when they get more money?
Yes.
No. When their business model is rewarded and you make more money from just running behind closed doors on a Thursday afternoon and owning 90% of the dogs, why would they bother about worrying about how many people they're getting? Okay, now, yes, we know the long-term picture, but if you're whoever X person and you make that money that easy where there's no outgoings, you don't have to worry about staff, you control basically everything, why would you change when you basically you control everything and you get all the money for doing as little work as possible as such? So the whole point of the whole thing was that system, that model is failing because there's going to be a massive crisis of retired dogs who haven't got a home because they're all owned by the same person. So then when we get a letter from the GBGB saying send your dogs to America or send them to anti-racing rescue kennels, right? Okay, right. And it's going to get worse. It's just started now, by the way, all right? Okay. So these people who are in charge of these tracks can just keep earning quick term money. And the whole point, the whole thing was people like us, people viewing, I hope, people who in the sport don't want that to happen because they know it's going to fall and crash on the sport. What can happen to change that? It's all right, it's arguing about why Oxford don't run till later. But if there's no incentive to run till later, then fine. If no one's enforcing them to run till later and enforcing them to think about the long-term effect of the sport, and long-term growth of the sport, but then why are they going to change? Because they're not.
I'll answer that.
You can't enforce that.
You can't enforce it.
The biggest issue the sport has got right now is what you've just touched on there, is rehoming. There is not enough homes for greyhounds. Why? Because the present moment in time, this is the model of the sport. Owners are trouble. We can't control owners. What we can do to control the product is we can control trainers. We can control trainers through contracts. So we pay the trainer buys the dogs, the trainer owns all the dogs. But what's the biggest problem now? Rehoming dogs.
There's not enough homes. The biggest issue this sport faces now, and has faced for quite a long time, is by cutting owners out of the sport. And it goes all the way back to what you're talking about why should they keep the racing going? Why should they get people through the doors? Why should they do all this? They should be doing that to get owners.
Correct.
Because one owner is potentially one home.
One home. Correct.
I had a syndicate of 50 people, right? A blue tick syndicate. And there's still a lot of them in the Australian ones. I had a syndicate of 50 people. And we owned 6-7 dogs at the time. All 6 or 7 dogs went to a home within the syndicate. Not one of them went into a rehoming. By taking owners out of the equation, by promoters and the media providers, SAS and ARC and PGR, whatever they want to call themselves, by them trying to control the product from start to finish, by cutting owners out of the scenario, is why the sport is facing the disaster it's facing. This is why they're talking about shipping them out to America, and this is why we've got so many problems.
Yeah, can we just go into more detail about it? Wait, people want to know this. Someone from the GBGB advised an owner, okay, who had a dog, to send it to the USA. Is that correct?
Correct. I've seen a message recently from the GBGB, and he advised them. The owner sent them a message and said, I've had a dog that's been in the kennels, can't be rehomed, tried to get a rehoming. What do I do? The options they gave it was go to a group that are not part of the rehoming, the GRS, that aren't part of the GRS scheme. So they aren't part of the GRS scheme. Either take it to one of them groups or go to this other group that ship dogs to America. That is the GBGB's current advice. Because the GBGB have stood back and allowed this scenario to play out where owners are taken out of the sport. We've removed from the sport so media providers and promoters can control the product all the way through the trainers to the dogs. So the trainer owns 100 dogs, but the trainer hasn't got 100 homes.
No.
What? Right. No, hold on, mate. Can I just come in?
Yeah, mate. Go on, mate.
Give me 2 secs. Now, I've done ground sales for how many years now?
I don't know, mate. Go on.
Exactly. For like 5-6 years, right? Do you know how many dogs Kevin Boothby has bought just to keep the track going?
Go on, mate. Go on, mate.
No, I know loads. No, I know loads. Whether it's a Henlow or Hall Green, Clive Feltham, or whatever, sanctioned, or Stephen Ray sanctioned to buy dogs to keep the track going.
Yeah.
Right? That is what happens. That is the truth. That is exactly what happens, right? So these sales that go on all the time, what you lot don't know and what you lot don't realise is that trainers are bidding not with their own money.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I understand what you're saying, but that's been created by them. That's not been created by anyone else. But if you don't want owners to go to the track and you don't put the racing on at sociable time for owners, they're not going to own dogs.
Exactly.
So
but as a promoter,
as
a promoter, you've got to keep the product going. So what do? You say
bring owners in.
Okay. Great. On the point, as a promoter, then you buy these dogs. What do you do with them dog then when it retires?
Kevin Boothby's got 4 dogs at home. He can't rehome 100 dogs. He's got 4 dogs in his house.
They couldn't give a shit. That's not their problem, because once it goes to the trainer, that's the trainer's problem. That's not their problem.
When the dog gets injured because of standards at tracks, they need another dog. They need another dog. They need another dog. But the problem is, and this is where I've just said minutes ago, it all comes back to owners. If you take owners out of the sport ends. It ends tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I mean. If you removed every single owner from the sport now, the sport would end tomorrow. Take owners out.
If you're paying a trainer 50, 60, 70 pound a dog to run every week, right? You're buffing his coffers up. Next sales, he'll go and buy 3 or 4 more to keep the product going. That's what they do.
Craig eventually he can't if he's got a kennel full of retired dogs.
Mick, do you honestly think eventually this game's going to carry on? No,
And it
they
won't
don't
carry on
care.
in its present. It won't carry on in its present guise.
No,
It'll be finished
exactly,
in 10
because they're
years.
just trying to make as much money as they can before they all duck out.
So, but that's the thing. That's the thing. You don't need to duck out.
Can I
You
just
can
make a valid
Oxford-
point to you? I'll give you an example. Paul Enframson, right, who was the owner's rep, probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Paul contacted me. I had loads of discussions with him about the Blue Tick Syndicate because at the time Blue Tick Syndicate had 100 owners. We were quite big. There was other syndicates at the time, and Paul's biggest onus was to go to the GBGB to get funding and to discuss with the GBGB how to incentivize and make the experience, bring more owners in. He knew straight away when he walked into that job as an owner's rep, we need to bring more owners in and we need to look after owners. And he lasted 2 or 3 months before he walked out the door.
Because they didn't want it, because they knew the journey that they were going to go on, and they knew the direction that they wanted to be, and owners were irrelevant at that point, not needed. Now all of a sudden they realise, oh, hang on a minute, we're in fucking shit street because we've got a lot of dogs here, got no home. Okay, so Craig, just to put your point, mate, about everyone, about they know the sport hasn't got long left or whatever. They know they're trying to get everything short. Right. The whole point in the whole petition was because people who actually genuinely love the sport don't want it to have 3 or 4 or 5 years left. They want it to have longevity. But they see the way that the sport's being run now, it's going to have 3, 4, 5 years left. So I personally, and I imagine I speak for quite a few people, don't care on what a very small minority earn from the sport now. I don't care. It doesn't benefit me. What I do care about is having the sport in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years time, okay, thrive. Because there's no reason why ground racing cannot thrive. It's an entertainment sport.
There isn't no reason.
You are watching animals run 40 miles per hour around a track, okay, right? It is unreal to watch when you watch it live. Okay, right? Kids love it. Adults love it. Oh, everyone loves it. Okay, right? People don't like it because it's been mismanaged so fucking poorly. All right. So when you say about okay, all right, oh well, who promoters or whatever know that there's only 3, 4, 5 years left, okay, and then I'll take over. No. People like myself who signed that petition don't want them people in the sport because they think of themselves and not the sport itself. All right. And that's why we need change. But at the moment, change isn't happening, and we get standards. Again, my dad highlighted earlier a race at Toaster where dogs fell over and has been able to run in an open race, which should be, by the way, the pinnacle of the sport, open racing. All right. Okay. I'm at 20-1. Okay. I'm able to run without a trial. And then nobody's held accountable to, because, like you say, people only think about now. And like I said, I'm fed up of now. I want to see the sport thrive. And if you don't give a shit about the sport thriving, I don't care if I upset you, or Dave don't care if I upset you, okay? Get out of the sport because you're not beneficial to it. And if it means that a track closes, I don't care because I want the sport to thrive in future. That's my opinion, mate.
I think, to be fair, you've made a valid point there, and this is and what you've just said there is exactly right. But what winds me up the most is when we can say this on this conversation. We can have this open conversation with people watching, and we can say this. But dare you put anything on Twitter, dare you write anything on Twitter, and you get all the people that have got a vested interest in the sport, whether they're breeders, trainers, or other owners, they will come after you and they will write on your tweets or whatever that you're negative, you're not good for the sport, you're awful people. You shouldn't have an opinion because you don't own a Greyhound now. We shouldn't have an opinion, apparently. That's what I was told.
You know that one way, if you haven't trained a dog, if you haven't trained a dog, you can't comment on the dog. It is the most.
Mate.
Why
do they do that?
Carry on, mate. Carry on.
And
why do they do that? Because they think what we're saying in this conversation and what we say on Twitter and post and what I post, because whenever I post, it comes from the right place. I never ever post because it lines my pocket. It comes from here because I think about my dog and not wanting other dogs to be injured. And when we post all that stuff, they see it as a risk on the machine. But what we want longevity. I would love my son and my daughter to get involved in greyhounds and follow greyhounds. But there's no future. There's this short-term, let's look at it like this and don't listen to them. That's negativity and we just want to sell our dogs and do this. It's not good for the sport.
Dave, what happens
It really
in life
isn't.
when you take on the establishment?
You
What
just
happens
get,
in
you just,
life when you take on the establishment?
Okay, so
Mm.
Craig, you said that, okay, right. You made the point, okay, and I hear it a lot, by the way, people, okay, the sport's only got 5 years left, take out what you can. No. Anyone who wants that, right, what's time? Right, fuck off. I don't give a fuck about anybody who is offended by me or whoever, okay, that has a short-term goal. No, fuck off. You're not benefiting the sport. And I will call you out. Dave will call you out. People will call you out because you're self-interest, okay? I'm sorry, the people in that group, they've got a self-interest. They're not worried about the longevity of the sport. They're worried about a breeder not having fucking only one fucking runner in a race, for example. No. I'll keep a shit about that. No. For the longevity of the sport, that's irrelevant. Right. Okay?
This is where I laugh when I'll speak about myself for a second. When people come after me and some of the things that I say, which are controversial, that are controversial on Twitter, but not as controversial when we're having this open discussion. I worked for Racing Post. I worked for My Racing Tips, and then my contract moved to the Racing Post. I used to do RPG TV. I used to write Monday columns. I don't do any of those things now. Tavati and stuff, yeah, whatever. But I used to do all those things within sport or ground racing. I used to do stuff for bookmakers where I would do the odd tip here and there. All that I don't do anymore because of my opinions on the sport. Because I don't care about personal gain. If because X, Y, and Z get offended. What I care about is that my dog, if I own a dog, goes in a trap and the trap doesn't fall on its head and it can run around the track safely and enjoy its job and do that week in, week out. And if my comments offend people, I don't give a shit. I really don't care. And I don't care about the personal gain. And that's what you get with people on social media. They care about their own personal gains, that they won't tell the truth. Gain. Tell the truth about what happens.
But this group was only set up for personal gain in the first place. You would never have took it down when they did if it was about the actual sport. They would never have took it down.
No.
They took it down for personal gain. Now, they're going to be in these private little meetings, which we're not allowed to get the transcript for, by the way. We're not allowed the minutes. Right? And I guarantee you there will be some kind of personal gain within their meetings.
The personal group know what was said in the background. Mick was there. Mick's been part of the conversations. I've been part of the conversation. You were in the group as well. We all know what was said in the background and who it was said to. We all know who was messaging people, sending DMs. We all know who the person was that was credited for this whole group 400 messages. We all know it.
Yeah.
But I don't give a shit. I'll go on Twitter and I'll call it out and say, you're talking shit. You're talking shit. This is what it's for. And people don't like that. But you've got to call stuff out.
I'll fucking retweet it and I'll fucking copy it, mate.
You've got to call things out for exactly what it is. You've got to play. Like, people can come after me for loads of things if they want. I don't give a shit. But they can never say that I don't play the game with a straight bat. I'll always say how it is, and I don't care if I offend anyone. If I offend you, go and read someone else's tweet. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I agree. Harry
surprised.
Just quickly, Mick. Sorry, Harry just put "feel like a mug" sign it. To be honest, if it was going to turn out this way, I wouldn't have got involved.
Well, that's what I was just about to say.
Most of the people who signed it agree.
I was quite amazed at the time that so many signed it. I just couldn't see any head to tail of it because not the wrong people, but the people that instigated this idea of enough's enough. No, nobody was involved in it.
I'll be honest, Mick.
Can I just quickly go through that, Mick? Because I'll say a lot of people who actually did sign it were very high up in the game, and they thought it might actually do something for change.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest, Mick. We have that group that we're talking. Yeah. And those people added to that group, and the people that were added to that group asked for our opinion, and we all gave our opinion. You did, Ryan did. and there was other people, Gary Noble, there was loads of people that added their opinion about what should go in the letter.
Correct.
And a lot of the stuff that we put in there didn't go in the letter. That was the first thing, right? That was the first thing. The second thing is, right, when the letter came out, I said to a few people, including Ryan, I said, I don't feel comfortable, right, signing this letter. I don't feel comfortable signing this letter.
Dave told me that.
Because I didn't like how it was written, and I thought it should have been a bit more, we're calling the shots here, and we're telling you that this needs to change. They needed timelines, time scales on when action needed to happen to improve the sport, not just an open-ended book. And then,
go on, sorry.
And then I got messages saying, please sign this, please retweet it, please get behind it.
Yeah, I got exactly the same, and I never signed it.
You got the same. Other people got the same.
Very late.
Please get behind it. Please get behind it. And all I did was I retweeted it and said, you know what? Good luck to you. All the best. I'll sign it. I'll retweet it. I'll support it.
Yeah, I accept that. But my argument.
Well, just quickly. I'm not finished. 2 seconds. And then the letter was removed from the internet for people to sign, and a meeting was gained with Mark Bird. And I went at that point, enough's enough now. I'm not having that. You've just basically told me to sign it because it's the right thing, but then there was no deadlines, no timescales, and it was removed because you got a meeting, and I didn't agree with that. Who called the meeting? Who were they communicating with? Who agreed from 400 people who agreed that these 12 people or these 3 people that went on the first meeting, who agreed for them to do it? Because I didn't, and I didn't sign my name to that.
And that's why I didn't sign it, because you knew my feelings. I mean, I even put my name forward to that guy that joined our group. I said, you should have been there. Gary definitely should have been there because it came about from his Monday column. And that's why I didn't sign it, because
Gary's article
I seriously believed it was hijacked.
I tell you what, it was. I say hijacked. So when you say hijacked, I think it was hijacked in terms of it was taken advantage of by people who see an opportunity to.
Right, and our idea was hijacked,
which is basically sums up the whole fucking industry. Gary, I think Gary's piece kind of set the. You know what? Gary's piece was a once in a probably 5-year opportunity where everyone in the sport looked at it, and there were a big percentage of people. You know what? Things ain't right here, and something needs to be done. And then what came about that then was this petition, and after 2 days of apparently, and we all know who fucking did it. So there was a small minority of people who, I think 2 people on here who fucking experienced it, decided to sabotage it and start throwing insults. But people, if you don't care what someone thinks about it, don't care when they insult you, just move on, brush it on, and care, right? But it got pulled down because of a few insults on that.
It didn't get pulled down for that. It didn't get pulled down. It didn't get pulled down for that, man. It just didn't. It got pulled down because the goal was achieved. That's what they said. There was a goal and the goal was achieved. The GBGB reached out and they got a meeting. That's what the goal was.
Yeah, they should have held out.
Dave, with that then, okay. So the people then, on that basis, the people then who have gone to that meeting with their self-interest are just as bad as the people that were actually signing the petition for, or sorry, against, because they've all got. We're signing the petition because there were too many people in the sport with the self-interest and not thinking about the long term, they think the short term. So the people then who are technically going to act on our behalf are actually thinking about themselves again, i.e., how many runners you can have in a race. Like
what I'll say,
everything that I was signing the petition for wasn't spoken about, or at least if it was spoken about, I can't see the fucking minutes for it.
The outcome of the meeting was important to me. They had the meeting, right? And then everybody wanted minutes because they were told they were getting minutes, and there was no minutes. That's the first thing, right? But that's by the by, okay? The first paragraph that came out of the meeting that was posted on that, I know you do a bit of writing for them, that Poxy site. The first thing that was posted on there was teaching us about the 0.6%. Now, I'm not being funny. I could have taught them about the 0.6% before they went in the meeting. Every man a man or woman that watches this show knows about the 0.6%. We don't need to be told about the 0.6% after the meeting. We need results. We need to know when things are happening. Not, we had a discussion about the finance and the sport. The sport's getting 0.6%. Hang on a second. I was on a call 4 years ago with Mark Bird live on YouTube that people could watch when Mark Bird discussed the 0.6% and said, because we went through Brexit now, we can go to the government with the DCMS and argue that we need a statutory levy instead of voluntary 0.6%. So you're just telling us about the 0.6% that you came out with your little meeting. But Mark Bird was on a meeting 4 years ago saying that the sport were fighting for a statutory levy bigger than 0.6%. What is the point? You're just telling us stuff we already know.
And that's all they do. And as I said, they're politicians who keep deflecting.
And that's why you rushed in naively, in my opinion, without setting up a proper agenda. This is what's going on. This is what we want. These are our demands. We're not interested in 0.6%. We're interested in why traps are falling on greyhounds' heads, why dogs are getting killed at the third bend at a dog track, etc., etc., etc. Why there are constantly 3, 4, 5 dog races, and nobody seems to give a damn about them, not even the bookmakers, who it affects because of their lack of money. They can't take tri-casts, and the forecast dividends are really minimal.
And the other thing, Mick, is right, and I don't care whether they get offended, they can tweet me and text my phone all they want. I don't give a fuck, to be honest. The owners rep and the trainers rep shouldn't have even been involved in the meeting. They disagreed that they didn't want to sign it, yet they were in the meeting, sat across the table with the GBGB. They should have been supporting the owners and the trainers that were complaining about the letter. They were in the fight with the letter. Why was...
We'll just clarify then that the trainers and owners rep didn't sign the petition that owners were pushing for. And then they attended, so they didn't sign the petition, yet they attended the meeting. Is that correct, Dave?
They attended on behalf of the GBGB, opposite side of the table to the people, your owners. So you had owners there, you had trainers there on behalf of this group, but you had the owner representative and the trainer representative who elected on the other side of the table. Why are they not on that side of the table going to the GBGB saying you need to make changes?
Do you know why?
Conflict of interest. Simple as that.
Have a look on Company's House. That'll tell you why.
Fuck's sake.
Have a look on Company's House. That'll tell you why.
But you can't, we can say this here in an open discussion that people are watching, but you can't dare tweet it. You can't write about it on Twitter.
No. Of course you can't.
Because then you'll get all the brigade that owns stuff out the sport, whether they're trainer or owner or breeder, that'll come down on you and say, Mr. Negative, stop being negative, stop saying this.
No.
You've got to play the game with the
yeah, but that's because there is not between us four sitting here right now, not one of us have any personal gain out of it.
No.
And
I've got personal gain, Craig, that I love the fucking sport.
No. I'm talking about that, mate. I'm talking about that.
Oh, no.
I'm talking about that, mate. We have no personal gain. We love the sport. We've been in the sport many, many years. But my point is, we ain't getting that.
You can't dare say it. Like, you can't dare put it out. And that's what irritates me the most. People get offended by the things that you put out there. And you can't be honest. And my opinion has always been the same. And this is why I love Koosh so much. Koosh plays the game with a straight bat. He'll just say what he thinks. And everybody should do that. Say what you think. If you're not happy with the track and you see a dog getting put in a trap, or there's a piss steward putting it in, or whatever, or the traps are coming down, or the hair's stopping, call it out for what it is.
But Dave, because you're falling on deaf ears.
The only people that hold the sport to account is people on Twitter.
What I would also say, Dave, with that though, I would only say that the only people as well who try to defend whatever are probably the ones with most to hide, or the ones with most to defend as such. Because if you put a tweet out on a generic comment, people reply to it and defend and go against that, I often look at it and go, why are you defending that? And then the bigger picture is, what have you got to hide, basically? So what I would say is that the bigger picture is are there people who probably should be responsible for demanding standards? Do they have stuff to hide so they can enforce the standards? Because they know that if word was to get out, or if information was to get out, the whole thing would crash.
Quite possibly. There's loads of people in this sport, and 99% of them are people with a vested interest in the sport that have got skeletons in the closet that everybody knows about, but nobody talks about.
Correct.
So for example, Dave, okay, right? Right? And this is personal to me, between me and you. We cancelled the debate, okay, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there was a thing in the sport. This is no self-praise, by the way. A thing in the sport, though, that was open for me and Dave decided that people in the sport wanted a platform to debate topics in the sport. All right. We got a guest on, and by the way, just a debate, nothing else. Okay. It's someone's opinion against someone, not mine and Dave's opinion. Okay. And for whatever, by the way, not for me and Dave, because me and Dave were going ahead of it. It got cancelled, and then me and Dave decided it wasn't worthwhile because it opened my eyes to the amount of, by the way, random people who I've never interacted, engaged with in my life.
But suddenly
wanted to speak to me and almost demanded that the debate doesn't go ahead.
Will you call him out? Will you call him out?
I'll call it out. We were going to have
him out who actually said you cannot go ahead.
Right. We were gonna have Nick Wildman on the show, Ryan and I.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Right. We were gonna have a discussion. Just Ryan and I. The conversation was all planned out for what questions we were gonna ask. Everybody was concerned about what Nick Wildman was gonna say. Whether he was gonna go off on a rant and start talking about this and that and that. We had a discussion with Nick Wildman, and he knew what the questions we were going to ask him. It was all planned, but Nick Wildman was going to have a little bit of a platform on here to speak honestly like we are now. And there was people that contacted Ryan, yes, and other people connected to Ryan, not me. It went through Ryan to try and stop the conversation happening, right?
What I will
say live on here.
Nothing to say, Craig. Nothing to say.
Ryan and myself were going to continue. We had people contacting us, saying to us, mainly Ryan, saying, "Don't let this go ahead." I've had such and such contact us. Don't do it. Don't do it, lads. You're both really liked in the sport. If you two do this, there's going to be people that go against you and don't dislike you. Make sure that you two. Do not host this debate because you two are respected and it's going to blacken your name. And me and him, both of us sat down and went, we don't care. We're going to host the platform and anybody can join and anybody can say what they want. That's what we said.
As a debate should be.
And ultimately, Nick Wildman pulled out of the chat. He pulled out and said, I don't want to do it anymore. He thought that it was going to be a bit of a setup or whatever it was, but he pulled out. Lo and behold, that's what happened. He pulled out. It wasn't me and it wasn't Ryan that pulled the plug on that conversation. We, up until the 11th hour, we were still going to host that. And we were having multiple people call Ryan saying, stop the conversation. Do not let it happen. Do not let it happen. You two lads are nice in the sport. Everybody likes you. And if you make it happen, it'll blacken your name. And we still continue to give everybody a platform. That's the truth.
So, in my opinion, who are them people who called Ryan?
It's not for me to say, mate.
Well, exactly, Ryan, and that is the whole problem. It's all skullduggery.
Craig.
It's all skullduggery, Ryan.
Craig. What I would say is, scroll through social media, okay, and it will be there.
I'm not being funny. I could guess them all day long.
Okay. They never came for me.
Right?
They never came for me. They never came for me.
It came from Ryan. I know when it came from Ryan, and Ryan knows I know when it came from.
We're there for you to see, mate. Okay,
everybody knows.
But it goes back to the question I asked originally: have too many people got too many things to hide where standards cannot be implemented because they're worried about then the repercussions then if they. So, for example, person A goes, "You haven't done that. I'm going to punish you for that." They go, "Hang on a minute. I know that you've got that in your closet. I'm going to announce that." Is that why the whole sport is in the current situation it is? So, if that's why, I'm only asking if, the question if, what can be done to change it? Because the way the sport's going, and Craig, you mentioned earlier, everyone goes about it's only got a few years left. And sorry, I cannot accept that because I love the sport. What can be done to change it having only a few years left?
Right, now, let me tell you something, right? Nick Wildman was the wrong person to
No,
have on the show. I'm going to comment on it. No, I'm going to comment on it. I'll answer your question in a minute. I'll answer your question in a minute. I'll answer your question in a minute.
Let him mention Nick Wildman. Go on, you feel free because Nick Wildman, I've had a fallout with him since, so crack on.
I think Nick was the wrong person.
He's all right.
I think Nick was the wrong person to base your first one on, right? No. The reason why, Ryan, listen, right? Nick Wallman, sorry, has rubbed plenty of people up the wrong way. Where he's wrong.
Craig, correct. Okay, right.
Well, listen to what I'm going to say then.
In the industry who's got opinions, okay.
Listen to what I'm going to say.
Great, that open to debate. Wait a minute. Right. So, right. People got the weird thing that me and Dave agreed with Nick's fucking comment. No.
I did.
Nick is very opinionated, by the way. Okay, right, wrong, whatever. Okay, very opinionated. Game. People listen to what he says. So
you're still not going to let me finish.
Go on, mate.
I think, as your first guest, he was wrong.
Wasn't our first guest? It was the fourth debate that we had.
Yeah, all right, carry on. Craig,
but anyway, I think that is the wrong. I think that's wrong way to do. You should have done it between you two as an opening show, right? And then, if you want to bring anyone in later, then that's fine, right? But to open it up to someone who's so controversial within the sport on ground scene, on loads of issues in other ways as well, which I know all about him as well, right? I thought you went in too deep straight away. Okay? No, I'm just saying. Because he's controversial.
If you don't know what he says,
he's so controversial.
Or sue him. If it's liable, sue him.
But it's controversial. It's controversial.
Listen, I actually agree with what you're saying in the way that you're saying about Nick, for example, right? But mine and Ryan's idea always was that we wanted to have a platform where we wanted to see improvements in the sport and we wanted open debate, that nobody should be muted and should be, your opinion doesn't matter because you are X, Y, Z.
But my point was that could have come later.
Listen, Greyhound Scene challenged us, Ryan, because Ryan was on Greyhound Scene, challenged Ryan and said, you won't have Nick on. And Ryan went, I will have Nick on, no problem at all.
Keep bother me.
We were going to have Nick on, no problem at all.
Everyone else in the sport, Craig, everyone's opinion is valid at some point.
Absolutely. No, you've just answered your own question at some point.
And by the way, Craig, nobody else was offering to come on. Everything we had on, we had to ask.
My way would have been to build the audience first, and then get him in a couple of weeks later.
What I would say though, Craig, okay, this is quite a small thing. So let's go back to the bigger picture now.
It's not a small thing because he provides opinion.
No, Craig, what can be done though to change the way the sport's running to improve it going forward?
And all of this.
What do you do? Okay, then. What do you do to change it then?
Mate, go on, mate.
I was just saying, all of that, the stuff with the Nick and with all of the other stuff, it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to help the sport going forward. It's not going to
absolutely.
It's not going to make people want to go to Oxford and want to go back to Oxford and Toaster and Romford and all the other tracks. It's not going to do anything. It's gone. Yes, the skeletons in everybody's cupboard in this industry. Okay, and if they say there isn't, they're don't even get me started. Honestly, they're bullshitting. So we move on. It's a new broom, and we sweep it clean. It's a fresh piece of paper. Let's see if we can go and get this sport going. Get the owners back in. The only way the owners will come back in is to let people in the tracks. who fall in love with the sport
Okay.
and buy dogs and create syndicates.
So Dad,
the lads and the officers.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question though, because the people who are responsible for
I think we need it. I think
right,
it's come to the
probably-
point. I think it's come to the point where we need an independent regulator for this sport.
Okay.
There's too many
if
vested
you were,
interests.
if you were to ask me now, so Craig asked a question, what would I do then to implement the biggest change? My biggest change would be for owners to strike. And if owners strike,
Ryan, listen,
yeah, it will have a big impact.
Listen, there ain't enough owners in the sport to strike to make it.
I couldn't disagree anymore. There are so many. If owners were to strike, it would have such a massive. Right, Craig. Tracks are struggling to put on 12-card races now. Tracks are struggling to put on 9-card races on a Saturday night. They have to go from 6 till 9, 6 till half 8. All right, okay. If owners were to go, withdraw your dogs now, it will have an impact. It's the only way, but all it takes is owners to have a pair of balls. All right.
My point is, there ain't enough owners left in the sport to do that.
Craig, you asked me a question, okay? Only way to make change is owners. Owners are the only ones who have power because they own the dogs. Okay. Withdraw your dogs, change may happen. All right. If it doesn't, fine. Okay. If it doesn't work, okay, then the sport is fucked. Okay. But at least go down trying. Right. Dave, over to you.
I've just messaged you there. I need to put back on Twitter this. It must be the 4 hours, must be the time up.
Well, we've got 337, so we're not doing too bad this time of night, are we?
I think it's an interesting.
What I was saying, mate, is since the Derby heats ended, our audience has gone up 90%. So,
Ryan, can I just say to you that there is not enough owners in the sport to take strike action?
Dave, I disagree with Dave.
No, there isn't, because you've got no collectivity. You've got the owner's representative has disappeared.
Exactly.
The owner's representative hasn't been heard of or seen for 2 years. For whatever, he may have personal reasons. He may have personal reasons. But if he has, he should have stepped down because it's a dereliction of duty. You know, he's not been a voice.
I stand firm that. By the way, one of my biggest errors of judgment a long time ago was Tom Steadman wanted to stand for owners rep, and I didn't vote for him, and I mentioned about voting for someone else. I wish I had said about voting for Tom, because you know what, Tom Steadman is clued up, and he knows exactly what he's talking about, and he feels exactly the same way as what we're saying.
Why didn't you vote for him then? Who was up against?
Back at that time, Mick, I was highly influenced by certain individuals.
But again, that's gone. But Tom's still around because he's in our group chat. So we need to be picking his brains, which we do regularly. He inputs. Everything that's happened in the past, we can only hold it as a stick to beat them with. But it's generally gone. We need to come with some fresh impetus. This meeting that's been held and the next one that's going to be held, for me, because of the way what we've seen since the first one, the initial one, we've not seen anything. We've not heard anything. And that can't be good going forward.
The group will achieve nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
All right. Listen, the group are wasting the time, and they can retweet and write whatever they want about me and try and get the Brady bunch of followers together about negativity. They will achieve nothing. What they've done with it's a trodden path. We've already done that. And Kevin Hutton was involved, and so was Tony Brealey. They've walked that path before.
And that's why, Dave, it was imperative that I didn't sign that, because people like you that have been there, done it, got numerous T-shirts, should have been on this one, yeah, because it was initially our idea. You should have been on it, a leading voice, a leading face, to say, we ain't going back down that road that we've been down numerous times in the past. Things are going to change. They've got to change, and they're going to change. Otherwise, it's pointless.
I understand that, Mick. I'm too much of a hot potato now. The point of me leading anything is I'm too outspoken, and I'm happy to be like that. I don't want to not be outspoken.
Dave, it's only outspoken's not a bad thing if you're talking sense and facts.
Yeah, but the problem is with outspoken is, Mick, is you ain't going to be heard. Because it's not what they want to listen to. It's not what they want to hear.
Well, yeah, but if we'd have arranged this meeting would have took place with a different group of people. If the likes of him and Tom were on it and Gary.
Yeah, but let's be fair, Mick.
It would have took place. It would have had to have took place. We could have got.
But we'd have told them things they don't want to know.
But let me finish. We could have got a petition up and got it to 500, 1,000, 2,000. They would have had to have had the meeting with Dave and the likes of Ryan and you and whoever else, whether they liked it or not. Because Kevin would have been there. Patrick, we could have got involved, etc., etc. So they would have had to have had the meeting. And then Dave could have done his bit and said, "We're not going back down that road."
Listen, guys, listen. I've done this before. The way I'm talking to you three here is no different to the way that I talked to them 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you think I went on the? Do you think I went on a call with Mark Bird and was? I do not give a shit whether Mark Bird is the CEO of Apple. I will talk to Mark Bird as if I'm talking to you now. All I care about is that. I cared about my dog going into a trap and being safe and running all the way around, and then me seeing it at the end of the race. That's all I cared about.
And that's why you should have been part of this committee.
And when I spoke to Mark Bird used to phone me up.
Yeah,
Mark Bird used to ring my phone and ask me questions and say to us, "Right, David, we're thinking about this competition or that competition." I don't mind me talking about this or what Mark Bird says. Mark Bird used to phone my phone and ask me questions about what were my thoughts and opinions on competitions and funding and what the GBGB should do. You know what I said to him? This isn't my expertise. I'll speak to someone. Put the phone down. I'd ring Kevin Hutton and say, "Kev, I've been speaking to Mark Bird and he's asking about what competitions are really valuable for trainers. What you think is missing in the sport?" And Mark and Kev Hutton would be honest and say, "Maybe younger bitches competition. We've only got the Oaks to go at. There's not much for young staying dogs." So I would go back to Mark Bird and I'd say, "Hi, Mark, I've had a chat with someone who knows more about this than me. He's saying this and that. Yeah, that's fine." And do you know how much came of that? All them discussions back and forward and agreements about what they were going to get. That came of it.
And I would imagine maybe because he couldn't do anything with it. Maybe.
No, because what Mark Bird did, right, and I'll explain to you, and this is what we were talking about hours ago. Mark Bird will have went back to the GBGB. The GBGB committee, the business committee, who decide where all the funding goes from the sport. Yeah? He'll have went to the GBG business committee and said, "I want X amount of money for competitions." The business committee that has maybe 3 or 4 individuals on. Years ago, it had, I'm sure it had Rachel Corden on, it had the trainers director, and it had the finance director on. That will have went there, and they decided we're not giving £200,000 competitions. So that then goes back and goes, "Sorry, Mr. Bird, the business committee have decided you haven't got the funding for the competition." That's where the conversation goes, and that's where these band of merry men in this group, they've got to understand that's what happens. You have a discussion with X, it goes to Y, and then it comes back and goes, "Nah, I'm sorry, you haven't got the funding." Nothing.
So wait then. Okay, so surely then they have to go to Y if they want an answer, as opposed to going to.
But that was my point earlier about why people in our group should have been involved in setting up this meeting. The petition setting up the meeting, and people like Dave and Tom and Gary and me, I'd put my name forward. We can say, and Dave from his past experience, if this is how it's going to be, we're not going to do it. And we're going to tell the world.
Mick,
right,
can I just quickly say something? Mick, can I just say something? Mick, are you a yes man?
Me? I'm a fuck.
Dave, are you a yes man?
No, absolutely not.
Ryan, are you a yes man?
Maybe. No. I'm all fuck. Fuck it out.
That is why you won't get invited to these meetings.
No, Craig. It's not being invited. We were instigating a meeting. We were talking behind the scenes. For me, it came about. It was hijacked.
We would ask so many questions that they don't want to listen to.
Sorry, but they would have had to have, because we could have instigated a petition. the likes of the top trainers would have signed and the top owners would have signed. So they couldn't have
Gerard,
ignored
no,
it.
I'm not, mate. Trust me, I'm not.
They could not have ignored it, Craig, just because Dave was on there or Tom was on there and Dave's got a record with them and he knows their secrets. They couldn't have ignored it. They could not have ignored it.
So why do
The
you
PR
think
from
they,
that, the PR from that would have been
That's the
fantastic.
why do you think they chose the group they did?
Because they had no other choice.
I know why they chose.
I
know why they chose the group that they did. Because they were influenced by an individual who's controlling it in the background. They know who the individual is. I know who the individual is because I was influenced at a certain point by them.
Who is it?
I'm not. I will talk about a lot of things. Yeah, but I will talk about a lot of things, but I won't. They know who it is. I'm not influenced by them, but at the time, I know why these certain people are not in the meetings and they are in the meetings and whatever.
But we're supposed to be laying everything out on the line here, and people are still keeping stuff to themselves.
Well, listen, it's fair enough if people don't want to divulge names and stuff, but at the end of the day, all of that.
What I was saying,
I can't prove it. I won't say something that I can't prove.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know whether you could prove it. No, I didn't know that.
I know who's behind it.
We need to come up with a format or something. The whole industry, the people involved in this, who've got a passion and a desire and a love for the need to come up with something that's going to take this sport forward. We can't.
Gerard, I'm trying.
We can't make promoters. We can't make promoters put an extra 2 races on to make it a late night on a Saturday night. We can't make them do.
You know what your main problem is here, Mick, and we'll go back to what I was just saying about the 200 grand. So we have the discussion with Mark Bird, and by the way, if anybody thinks that I'm talking shit about what I'm saying now, there is people there that you can reach out to. Mick and all these guys that are in the group, they know that the people that were in that chat, that the conversation that I had with Mark Bird, they were aware of what was going on and what was discussed, right? When that goes back to the business committee, and there's certain people on the business committee, they have got their own interests. Is it an interest for them that £200,000 of competitions are run at Kevin Boothby's track? Ask yourself that question. So would it then be agreed for the 200 grand's worth of competitions, whether it was 5 or 10 competitions, were ran at an SIS track? Or if depending what that group looks like, the business group, would it be beneficial to them that it was run at an SIS or an ARC track? Depending who's on them groups and depending who pays their wage, would they agree? Ask yourself that. I'm not saying that. You can ask yourself that. Would they agree?
Conflict of interest.
Would you agree? Would they agree that funding goes that way, or would they say that £200,000 would be better spent on trapdoors at my tracks or my group of tracks? So trying to get anything through Mark Bird. Mark Bird, by the way, I'll go on record to say, after all the discussions I've had with Mark Bird, he's an all right bloke. He's all right to speak to. You speak to him.
In terms of face value, he's sound. He's sound.
Yeah, he's all right, man.
If you speak to him, he's absolutely fine.
Are his hands tied as well?
Face value, Dave. Face value, Dave.
He's a politician.
But I've spoken to him loads of times, and I've always got on with him. So I'm not slagging him off, but I know how the process works.
We're not on here to slag anybody off. We're on here to try and get a point across
and make
the game
better.
going the wrong way. Huh?
Tell Harry I did nearly trip up there. I did nearly trip up. Everybody knew what I was saying.
Yeah. I personally don't think it's going to improve. I don't think it's going to improve.
I've just seen that comment. Sorry, boys.
I don't think it'll improve under the current guys.
Well, then that is the GBGB. So now everybody, so the 300 people that are watching this, you know the structure of GBGB. You know the conversations that go from their little meeting till it goes to a person, till it goes to the group within GBGB. So you know that. So you don't need to be told all that. You don't need to be told about 0.6%. Now, what you do need to be told about is the BGRF. The BGRF is what funds the GBGB day to day. So that is the bookmakers. So the bookmakers on that board will say where we want our money spent, basically. We want the GBGB to be handing that money out in the right places to create the product.
That will exactly. the product.
But the BGRF is made up of the GBGB plus bookmakers.
Maybe we've made a slight inroad in the last since January where they've stopped the early morning racing. I mean, they knew it weren't popular with punters.
Would that
they have changed that? So maybe
Dad,
possibility.
Would I say is that through us, or is that through them realizing that there's not enough dogs, basically?
Well, they realise there's not enough dogs, and there's still way too many.
What I would say to that though is, okay, whenever a decision like that is made, so you know when you see the big fucking headline, SIS and PGR the first time they've agreed something or they're like whatever, I always find, why have they really done it? My first thought is, why have they really done it, and what is the benefit to them? Because for me, so I might be a little bit skeptical and negative. They're not doing it for the benefit of the sport, which is what it was advertised and portrayed. It was, why are they doing it for themselves, and what's going to benefit? How's it going to benefit them? So when you say about the morning starts, were they making enough money from it, or was the morning meeting sacrificing the?
I think one of the reasons was probably the fact that
I agree with you.
They're very, very scared of the anti-greyhounds.
Exactly.
The welfare's a big issue. Let me finish. The welfare is a big issue too.
I disagree with you on that, mate.
Let me finish. The welfare's a big issue. Seeing greyhounds racing at 8 o'clock in the morning is not a good look. That just says greed. I'll greed.
I'll count
Making a greyhound go into a trap and race for his life at 8:10 in the morning in front of no one in the middle of winter, pissing down the rain, freezing cold.
I agree with that, by the way.
Let me finish. On a heavily sandy track, is down to
only
nothing but greed. That's why they stopped that.
I agree with that, by the way, Dad. But they've gone. By the way, one is look, but two, I don't think that's the reason why they pulled it. Look, yes.
Mick, they're very much happy for races to run late, and they're very much happy for somebody to press a button on the side, and they're very much happy for traps to fall down and dogs. They do not give a shit about that. It's SIS and ARC that decide what time dogs are running. If SIS and ARC thought that a punter in Thailand or Japan or wherever was betting at midnight, they would strap lights to greyhounds' heads to run them around that track.
They would if they could get away with Dave, they would if they could get away with it, but unfortunately now in the land of social media, they can't. It wasn't a good.
That is not Mick. By the way, I agree with you that it's a really bad look. The morning starts. I don't agree with you though that that had 0% of a role as to why they dropped them.
Why don't they have horse racing? Why don't they have horse racing start at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Why don't they have horse racing?
Because on horse racing, a lot more people go to the venue.
They have horse racing. They have horse racing from 11 o'clock in the morning all the way till 9 o'clock at night. Every minute
why
of the
don't
day.
They start horse racing at 8 o'clock in the morning? If it's down to money.
If they thought there was a market for it, they would do that.
Of course they would. People around the world would bet on horse racing at 8 o'clock in the morning.
They've probably got other opportunities. Well, there's probably other tracks that run in different foreign countries that the people can bet on. All they care about is degenerates in bookmakers, that bookmakers buy the content. They don't care what time the racing's on at. Do you think they care about... They don't care. Like if dogs, we've seen at the valleys.
They care about dogs. Dad, SIS advertise betting on ground racing like roulette. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on a wheel. And said, how can you do that?
And I know it was down to also a shortage of dogs that they probably cancelled the meeting. But I think as well, behind the scenes, it isn't a good look.
Mate, Portman Park never have a problem with welfare. Portman Park and Sprint Valley never have a problem with welfare.
No, they don't, do they?
And that is what makes the money.
But if anybody's got any questions that they want answered, David Mitchell, you are gold. If anybody,
Dave, what I was saying,
question answered, we will be honest as hell.
And what I would say is, lads, let's keep this going because I was going to end it at
8 o'clock,
about 9 o'clock, about 9:30. over 9 o'clock. And since then, we are now touching 400. So, lads, I think people in the sport want to hear this kind of debate. Again, if you're offended by it, then either come on and share your views.
How can
Do
people
not,
be
bother,
offended?
do not bother messaging me or Dave because
Ryan,
as we
I
said, we don't
literally
care.
come from Cornwall out of my car onto the computer, and you said to me this will be done by 8:30, 9 o'clock, and it's now 11 o'clock or wherever it is.
Yeah, can I say one thing though? There's a reason why I got me and Dave on the show because I had a good feeling that I had a good feeling that me and Dave had a lot to catch up on. So and
obviously
Dave,
that's why Dave's on it. Of course it is.
I don't mind speaking honestly and openly about the things that I know and the things that go on and the things that people say. Like, obviously, people that say stuff to me in confidence, I'm not going to discuss. But things that are widely,
there we go.
We have discussions about.
Dave, on that note, by the way, on that note, mate. Okay, right. So you know what? And we'll turn to the Valley for a minute because the Valley is a track who got sanctioned by the GBGB, and then after the first trial session, having the GBGB sanctioned it, the first trial session, then were made to rebank or reconfigure their first bend, I believe. So it already passed the expert, so the GBGB got expert analysis. After the first trial session where dogs ran into the wall, I think every other race, possibly, every other trial, possibly, and then got made to their first bend. And then it got to the standards then. And this is the country where there's a massive, massive agenda to ban ground racing in Wales. And then the Valley, then you watch the Valley and you get to the standards of the GBGB because the GBGB obviously have, I assume, very close eyes on the Valley. And you watch the hare go past the traps over 4 different races, and the traps will open at 4 different times. So it goes back to the question of who demands. So Craig, you mentioned about it's up to the racing office to drive standards. Yeah, if you go to the Valley, I would say that the standards of racing at the Valley are inconsistent.
No.
So then, who is driving them standards? So who are then the Valley accountable?
It's still down
is
to whoever the
is it the promoter? Okay, no, wait there a minute. Right, wait there then. So, is it the promoter or is it GBGB? Because either way, it's having a bad impact on the sport.
It has absolutely
it's very easy then for the antis then to replay, because replays are available everywhere now, to replay these incidents at the Valley and go, this is really bad animal welfare. Let's get this closed.
Right.
So who's responsible then?
Right.
Standards
You're
at the Valley.
still not listening. I said it 2 hours ago. It's down to the promoter and it's down to the racing office to deal with the problem. It's not the GBGB's problem, right? If it goes further than that, and let's say an owner complains to the GBGB,
standards are not being upheld.
Listen. If an owner sends an email to the GBGB saying my dog took part in a race today and it's been affected by it, the GBGB will get involved, right? It's down to the promoter and the race office.
Craig, the GBGB and promoters only want owners when they want us to sign a petition to save the sport.
No, you asked me a question. Who's it down to?
Okay, but the Valley, the Valley then consistently
No. You asked me a question, Ryan.
Standards.
No, Ryan, you asked me a question. The answer to the question is down to the promoter and the racing manager to deal with the problem that happened at the track.
Okay, I agree with that. So if there are, then it's down to them to, okay, in your words, if there are then inconsistent results and standards, who is accountable for that then?
Only someone who will actually tell the GBGB.
Because in the Valley's case, that affects the long term of the sport, because Wales are currently going through a debate as to whether to ban ground racing or not, and the flagship track in Wales, is producing inconsistent results and forget about results, standards.
Right, as the promoter told the GBGB, we've got a problem.
Hey.
As the promoter said to the GBGB, we've got a problem.
So I'm going to call that out then. Mick, Dave, go for that one, please.
Well, yeah, like I said earlier, they can't be watching everything.
Exactly.
They can't watch where their hair was when the traps opened on 12 races. I mean, they've probably got the technology to do it, but they'd have to hire somebody specific at the GBGB.
And private trial sessions, Mick?
But sorry?
and private trial sessions as well?
Well,
Can
yeah.
they watch them as well?
Well, they can't. They can't be unless you implement a striped steward for every track. Now there ain't a lot of tracks. Why should a steward only? Why should a steward cover 3 tracks? Why can't he just be based at one track? There
No,
you
but
go.
but the stipendial stewards, Mick, are by areas, not by tracks.
No, that's what I'm just saying. So we've only got 20 odd tracks. So every you wouldn't have to employ a lot more to have one designated for every track. You are there every meeting. So no private trials or anything untoward could go on. If the steward was at the track and he noticed after 2 or 3 races that the traps are opening at different times, then it becomes you are breaking the regulations. You are breaking the law. You've got to have standards. And then you go to your promoter and your racing manager and say, you need to train your staff better because at the moment, what you're doing is unprofessional and it's unacceptable. Now, the only way you get around that is by putting a steward at every single track. Would that be beyond the wits of man to do that?
They can't tell the track how to do their job.
No, they can. They implement the rules. They implement the rules.
They can't. They can't.
You don't.
The GBGB do not employ the track staff. The
No.
GBGB
I'm
do
saying,
not
but they
employ the hairdriver.
no, Craig. But it all comes back to these are the rules we're giving you.
Right.
You must adhere to them. However you
That's
get
up to
there.
the track to adhere to them.
Thank you. So however you get there, you must adhere to these rules and regulations in place regarding everything to do with the running of a greyhound race and a greyhound stadium.
And how many times do they get told about what actually happens at a track?
Craig, bloody hell, we've seen traps falling on dogs' heads. The trap wasn't suspended. We've seen traps open late. We've had to see them at hand started.
Mick, seriously.
Every bit of form in the book you throw out the window if it's a hand start because the sectionals will be different. So they have got regulations in place. They can.
Yeah, but Mick.
They don't face any consequence.
They can't find out about everything. It's impossible.
Craig, we had most meetings. Every meeting is now up until January. Every meeting in this country was covered either in the bookies or on RPG TV. Yeah. They can see every problem. Social media now, you've got no secrets. No secrets now with social media.
What do you do? Play tit for tat?
In what way?
What do you play? Tit for tat? Oh, a dog done this or dogs fall over. 6 dogs.
I'm not on about dogs falling over. I'm not about dogs falling over. I'm on about constant problems with traps falling on dogs' heads.
My point is, I don't agree with the GBGB at all. My point is, they cannot regulate everything.
They can't regulate. They can't. You've got that wrong. The GBGB can't regulate a thing. Not everything. A thing. They can't regulate nothing. They couldn't regulate.
I tried to be less controversial. Sorry, David.
They couldn't regulate piss into a bucket. That's what they want. GBGB.
No.
GBGB have toothless, completely toothless. When it comes to void races or issues at track, yes, it comes down to the promoter. It comes down to SIS or ARC. It comes down to the standards. The GBGB, it's a complete waste of time. They can't do anything about it because they'll say they haven't got enough stipes, they haven't got enough funding, they can't regulate tracks. They can't do anything.
No, I disagree with that because we used to have a stipendial steward called Jack Robinson, right? And I'm not joking. Jack would smile to your face and he'd turn you in all day long, right? He was absolutely brilliant. No, I'm not joking. He'd smile to your face. God bless, I hope he's still alive. He lives in Nottingham somewhere, right? And I'm not joking. He used to stand in the steward's box with us, and if one thing went out of place, he would literally have us up on charges, right? You ain't got that people anymore.
So that's my point, Craig. So you had
a remember Jack Robinson, didn't you, Mick?
Yeah. So you had a consequence.
Exactly.
Thank you. And there's no consequence now.
No, that's because everybody's just paid peanuts to make monkeys, mate. Monkeys peanuts.
Fine, but that doesn't make the game better. So we have to change. And the change has got to come from the top. The tail can't wag the dog.
I will respond to that.
The dog's got to stop wagging the tail and saying enough's enough. This meeting that they've had, hopefully, but I doubt it very, very much, might be able to change things and get things set in place to say what's happened is totally unacceptable. It's not going to happen again. If it does happen again, we are going to maybe have to terminate or suspend licenses.
So right.
Can I just respond to that? What Harry's saying? Where Harry's saying, to be fair, Dave, there is something that they can do, but they choose not to. I'll go back to my original point. The GBGB is made up of groups, rules and regulation. There's a rules and regulation committee on the GBGB where all of this stuff that we're talking about, when it comes to tracks, would go to that group. It would go to the independent. It would go to their. They say independent committee. It would go to their committee for rules and regulations. Now, the people that are on that committee, I don't know who's on that now. I can only go from who was on that back then. But again, the people that are on that committee are not so independent. So they're marking their own homework. If, for example, if there was a person who was paid by PGR or SIS, and 3 people that were on there were all paid by PGR SIS, do you think that anything that comes from an SIS track that comes across to the GBGB that goes to the Rules and Regulations Committee, do you think they're going to bring rules in against themselves? Do you think they're going to go at themselves and go, we shouldn't be doing that? They're not. It's not going to happen. That's why the GBGB are not so independent.
Dave, you asked for questions. Can you answer this one on the screen now?
Are there much for training one representative just puppets that quell noise? Do you think that the power is just outnumbered, or are they just irrelevant?
That's why I asked you to answer it.
The owner and trainer representative.
Well, that's the case then, Dave, that you say, like I said, there's a conflict of interest. Of course, there is at the GBGB and the way it's set up. The only way this is ever going to be resolved is if somehow an independent regulator comes in and dissects the place from top to bottom and says, that's good, that's bad, this can't continue, you can't operate this industry like this no more. And that probably will have to come from government.
Mick, I've had discussions with people that have got legals involved, as in gone to the GBGB and I've seen stuff that have been sent to the media for them to chase the GBGB. I've seen all angles played in this game. What I would say to people is go on Companies House and type in the Greyhound Board of Great Britain. Look at the Articles of Association for the company, which is the Greyhound Board of Great Britain. Have a read through it and see whether the Articles of Association have been carried out for the GBGB. And one of the rules in the Articles of Association is the number of years that a director can be on the board. Now, there is several directors on the board that have went way past the number of years that are part of the Articles of Association.
How's it been allowed to happen? How's that been allowed to happen?
You tell me, Mick. You tell me.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating for government.
I would urge people. I would urge people to go and have a look at the Articles of Association for the company and look at how it's made up, the board, and how many years they should have. And there's the years, they've blown way by it. There's 2 or 3 or probably more directors now that have been on more years than they really should have. So that's the first thing.
That should have been part of any meeting that was held by any group. That should have been one of the topics.
It's been brought up with the GBGB before. Bear in mind, and this again was in the Racing Post a number of years ago. I've got a memory like an elephant for all this. When Mark Bird and Rachel Corden, for example, or as we know, are together, when they got together, they went to the then chair and asked them whether there was conflict of interest. The chair then decided at that point that there was no conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Make of that what you will. He made that decision. And it was Mark Bird that, what I'm saying there, it was Mark Bird that discussed that in the Racing Post. A Racing Post article where he talked about the conflict of interest.
Well, the only way I can see it, like I said, I'm not advocating government interference and stuff because fucking governments don't even get anywhere near sports. I mean, they can't run the country, whatever they do, whoever's in power. But I think the way we're looking at it then, the only way we're going to get change here is we get a really, really strong, and I'm not saying he's not, I know you've got your opinions on Pete, but a really, really strong trainers rep and owners rep to have a complete,
Like, listen, we can all love Pete, we can all love the owner, right? But Pete, he's now working at Tulsa. But what about when he was working at Nottingham and his boss was Rachel Corden, who's on the board? And Rachel Corden was the boss of 12 other people or whatever it is.
So why can't we have a ex-trainer that's not now associated with Greyhound Racing?
You need an entirely independent board.
Well, yes, I agree with you on that, I think, but I'm saying that probably isn't going to happen, okay, unless you get outside influence to look into it and inquire into it and say, right, you've got to change, is we're going to stop your funding, we're going to withdraw your licenses to be able to run, okay? Or you get an ex-trainer that's now not associated with any track, okay, to say, right, now my voice is going to be heard. It was, I had to have my hands tied on my back for many years. I was scared to lose my living. I'm not now. You need to change. And the same with
anytime there's anything external, whether it's, and I've seen people go to the media and for the media to have journalists contact people in the GBGB. I've seen people go to solicitors and solicitors contact the GBGB. The DCMS will allow the GBGB. Basically, if anybody doesn't know, the GBGB are regulated under the DCMS, the Department of the Government.
Yeah.
And the DCMS will allow the GBGB to continue as long as welfare is the number one priority. As long as the GBGB continue to say that the welfare is the number one priority, the government are not interested. So the GBGB are self-regulated and can do as they please. That's the issue. That is the main issue.
How is your solution then ever going to come about where we need independent regulation?
That's why I said, and my opinion was that the 400 signatures, shouldn't have just went to the GBGB. They should have went to the BGRF, who fund the GBGB. They should have went to the DCMS, who regulate the GBGB or allow them to be unregulated. It should have went to all of these, and it should have also went to rehoming and charities that support
and it should have been out there long enough to garner a lot more than 400 signatures.
More than 400 votes.
Because you'd have had a far heavier whack to your punch.
That should have went to all of them groups, yes. And the 400 people were a group of 400 people, not a group of 10, not a group of 2.
Well, that hasn't happened. So that hasn't happened. So what happens now?
I think, truthfully, if I'm being totally honest, everybody's just going to have to sit back and let this little group play out and see how they get on. Which in 12 months, we know
what's going to happen, Dave.
Yeah, but in 12 months or 18 months, they're going to turn around and go, "We give it our best shot," and nothing's changed. I don't think that there can be any further action at the same time as this group's engaging with them, because all the GBGB will turn around is they'll go to DCMS and they'll go to all these people and go, "We're already engaging with the group. We're not interested in Tom, Dick and Harry."
Dave, can I ask you a question just quickly? Harry just put, they answer to nobody exactly how they want it. Who do the GBGB answer to?
They answer to the DCMS. But the DCMS are only interested in the welfare. The GBGB remain unregulated. They are totally unregulated to do what they want to, as they see. As long as they put welfare as number one priority, they are unregulated.
So how are they stopped if you can't regulate them?
There needs to be people within the sport going to the DCMS and saying that the GBGB, for whatever reason that they see fit, that they are not doing a good enough job.
Absolutely, but they've been doing it for so many years and getting away with it. How are they ever going to be stopped?
This is what I'm saying now. Because what will happen now is, because this group have engaged with them and they've got the little meeting and they've reduced it to 10 or 12 people and they're doing whatever they're doing and going on this mighty quest.
3 people, basically.
3 people, the 3 people that are leading it, that they've brought in other people. But because these 3 people have got the meeting now, using the off the back of 400 of us signing the piece of paper, they are going to have to walk their path for them to turn around and go, "It never worked," which it could be a year, it could be 18 months. They turn around and say nothing can change.
But at least we tried.
Because what will happen is, if now there is real action, which we wanted originally, the GBGB will turn around to DCMS and say, "Don't be interested in that. We're already engaged in this group.
Correct.
We're in engagement with this group."
Pile it off. They'll pile that off.
The GBGB,
we're trying.
The GBGB hold all the cards. They hold all the cards.
They hold the cards.
Craig. So right, they hold all the cards, but if you were to read that group's review of the meeting. The GBGB have passed on responsibility to media holders, whoever, right? They said they can't do fuck all about it, all right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if, for example, okay, there were deadlines set. So, for example, there were people in there who wanted a limit on the amount of dogs a breeder could have in a race, or over it is, okay, or how many dogs a breeder could own before become the trainer. If, okay, that was your agenda, give me a deadline then of when you want that passed or when you want that completed, or whether it's yes or no. It was nothing. It was just very, very vague topics and subjects. So then we've gone. We've gone for the first meeting, mate. Okay, right, and we've been given an outline, which could be, people will say, which could be influenced by people from the GBGB, whoever, from both sides. Okay, right, and basically just a vague review of what's been said. We've had no minutes to minutes. When I signed that thing, and many people did the petition, I wanted to know if a meeting was taking place. By the way, I never agreed when I signed that for a meeting taking place. But when a meeting was agreed to take place, I want to know what's been said in that. I now cannot. All I'm basically relying on people who have self-appointed them for this group. What's been said, okay, right?
Have they given a reason why they haven't published the minutes?
Nope.
It's not just that. What I think what bothers me the most is I don't give a shit about shitty minutes about what they're talking about. Because wait. I know what they've talked about, and I've been there. I've had the meeting 10 times over, and I've had the meeting with Mark Bird.
Dave, don't mind me saying, mate. Wait. I'll let you go, mate. They never asked me as a person who signed that what to go and debate in that meeting.
Why would they ask you?
On that, I had no say any of the topics that were going to go in debate. So as somebody signed that, mate, I might have really, really, really bad grievances with the GBGB, okay, right? That I won't discuss it. I had no say. Suddenly,
there was no mention. There was no mention of a meeting. There was no mention of a meeting. The meeting wasn't mentioned. And I'll recap some of that we've already talked about, right? Let me just be totally honest. The only reason that letter got written, and it's been stated in our groups, and I'll be totally honest with anybody that's watching, the only reason that letter got written was because Gary Noble done his Monday column. Am I right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Am I right? Am I correct in what I'm saying?
Gary Noble's column was the start that many people like ourselves who had quiet voices, you'd say, in a big group, it gave us the opportunity then to go, you know what? That's right. Let's now voice our concerns on the biggest scale.
Gary Noble was the catalyst to this, right? Gary Noble was the catalyst. And let me just make it point blank clear. People might think about my Twitter and say this and that. I am not interested in being involved in it. I will support people that are doing it for the right reasons. 110%. I don't give a shit. As long as the dogs are safe, as long as it's been done right, I don't care about my name being in lights and tweeting this and getting all this whatever. The point being is, Gary Noble, who is a great bloke, by the way, who knows more than any of us in how the sport's going, was never once asked or invited to be on that poxy group.
And
he was the man that they created all this thing. He was the catalyst. And Gary's openly said, I wouldn't want to do it, but he was never asked. Why was he never asked? Ask yourself that. Why was Gary never asked?
It didn't suit an agenda as such, is what you would argue.
Outrageous.
He laid the platform for it, so he should have been involved in it, or at least asked.
Why wasn't he?
Well,
I'll tell you why he wasn't. Do you want me to tell you why he wasn't? Because he's got no vested interest. He's not a trainer. He's not a breeder. He doesn't want to do it.
He's not a journalist of a new website.
He's not a journalist for that poxy website.
Dave, I'm not being funny. Dave, I'm not being funny, but we said 2.5 hours ago, the only people involved in it who's got an interest in it.
I knew straight away when I read through what was written on there was a paragraph, a particular paragraph about something along the lines of, and I can't quote it word for word, about trainers. Why does a trainer need a number of dogs to be recognised as a trainer? Now, when I was reading through all those things in the open letter, right, and I was reading through all the messages because they were part of our group, and we had wrote all our stuff that we thought that should have been added, and I seen this one paragraph about why does a trainer need so many dogs to be recognised as a trainer to get a contract at a track? And instantly my mind went, why is that in there? And then ask yourself, who's part of the conversation?
Yep.
These issues in their broader sense rather than just
Bullshit.
I agree. They're in it for themselves.
Self-interest. And that is why, and Craig, self-interest is why we are all now, and by the way, the viewers, I keep viewing, by the way, keep going. Okay, right? The viewers obviously are interested in what we're saying because self-interest is what is turning out to be the demise of the sport.
Hey, I'd like to know how many of these 400 viewers are actually the ones who are in the committee group.
4, 5,
I don't give a
7.
shit. I'd
just like to know.
Craig, again, I'll reinforce it. If you've got any offence or any defence of what we're saying, it's because you've got something to hide or something to be defensive about.
Never, nobody said anything that's offensive to anybody.
Correct.
I'm not being funny, right? No, I'm not being funny. Just quickly.
Correct.
Now, we've got 400 people in here, or we did have. Right?
457 days. Craig, right now, mate.
How many?
457. 458 now, by the way.
458. And how many? You've got about 4 or 5 different people commenting. How many people are sitting in the background watching this, knowing we're right, but they won't ask a question? I dare them.
Craig, I would say I will speak for me, my dad, and Dave. We don't want people to say we're right.
No.
All we're doing now is we're just talking about subjects and discussions that we know that people are worried about and feel are very important in the industry. All we're doing is talking about and giving us our opinion.
I'm giving my opinion. I know you just said you, your dad, and Dave. You invited me. I'll give my opinion.
Craig, it's just our opinion, all right, mate? Okay,
that's right, of course it is.
What we are doing now, though, okay, we're speaking about subjects that there actually is no platform in the industry to allow people to talk about and listen to debates about it. So
absolutely, no, I don't disagree. It's the only reason why I come in here because
it is now 20 past 11, and we've now got. So when we finish the Derby heats, I had 205 people watching. We are now on 460.
Yeah,
so
why do you think 460 people are watching?
People care about these debates and these subjects.
Exactly.
But they also need to have an input. Like I put it out on that Grace's chat 12 months ago. You've got to be up for ideas. You might get 100 people put 100 different ideas in, but one of them might just be the one that takes the sport forward. It might be the light bulb moment.
Mick can't see because he's blind, but thanks, Gerard.
What? The light bulb moment, Mick, is taking everything that we've discussed, and whatever we've discussed tonight has been either from the knowledge that we've all got, experience, and a good place. But everything that we're saying tonight is because we want the Greyhound racing to continue.
It's from the heart.
It absolutely is, and we've got no vested interest in then we're not trainers, we're not breeders, we're not trying to look for a quick buck. We want the sport to thrive.
I've got absolutely no personal interest in the game anymore. You know, I used to, and you know, I've done well at the game. But the point is, I've got I don't want to see greyhound racing die.
And when we criticise tracks, for example, and this goes back to a conversation we had ages ago. When we criticise tracks, if they're going to get offended by criticism 350 weeks of the year, but then here we go. 50 weeks of the year, but then they're all right when the Derby's on. You've got to be able to take that criticism, but then, you deserve the plaudits when the Derby's on, but there's no difference between a Derby dog and a graded dog.
Right.
Treat it exactly the same. That's somebody's dog.
Because if you own an A11 dog or you own an open race dog, they should be treated exactly
they mean the same to you, Craig. They are pride and joy. They mean the same to you. If you win a Derby first round or an A10, I assure you, it means the same to you,
mate. You don't have to assure me. I've got 2 dogs running around Romford who are in A10s, mate.
Correct.
And they mean the same to me as Tully King did running in fucking open races around Arlo. There's no difference between them.
I think the only thing that disappoints me these days, and I seen a tweet the other day that said this year's derby's like it almost, there was a tweet that kind of intimated that there was no excitement around the derby because of people on social media or how that people were acting this year. And I was going to reply saying, this isn't people complaining, this isn't just people complaining's sake. If they got the shit together, there would be a buzz around the derby. What irritates me at the moment is people can't say what they think on social media.
No, we're soft as shite as a nation.
Are we scared of like getting cancelled or people having a go?
Out of bollocks.
Yeah, but it only matters how many views you have.
At the end of the day, it wasn't probably gaining the excitement that it normally does. There wasn't a lot of advertising. Now, the advertising company Kevin used, for whatever reason, they ceased to trade together a couple of months ago. They started with him at the same time I did a couple of years ago. And also, people probably had a lot of trepidation about this could be embarrassing for the sport because of what was going on just 2 days before the derby started with the cancellation of the meeting, the cancellation of the trials. They had major problems. In fairness to them, they've got it right. But going back to Dave's point earlier, don't just get it right for the derby. Make sure it's right 365 days a year.
What Harry's saying there is absolutely right. You can't say anything. Put what Harry's saying there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't say anything.
But Harry, what I said to him is, okay, it's not being hammered by someone's different opinion. No. You'll get hammered by someone who the original tweet or original opinion affects them. So then they've got a vested interest and they're automatically defensive.
Yeah, but that might not be. Yeah,
they disagree with your opinion. It's because they disagree with you calling them out.
Absolutely.
That might be half. Totally agree. It might be more than half, but it might not be. They might just disagree with the comment, the opinion.
Yeah,
I'd probably go down your road where it's probably a vested interest.
Mick, when you disagree with an opinion, though, okay, you give. When you disagree with an opinion, though, you give your alternative opinion in a set way. If, for example, Dave gives X opinion out, he gets personally insulted on the way. So then the response isn't about.
Yeah, but do you know why Dave gets personally insulted? Do you know why Dave gets personally insulted?
Because people are scared.
Exactly, because they respect him and they know what he knows more.
No, if it goes by right, people are not offended by the opinion. They're offended by the person who made the opinion.
Absolutely. No, I don't disagree with that.
It stinks of self-interest. So,
and this is where I go back to when it comes to myself, right? I can only speak about myself and what happens when I put a tweet out. If I put a negative tweet out, right, and I get these personal.
I could tell you, but Dave, if you were to go, Greyhound racing is shit. I could probably guess the first 3 people. Who would tweet you, and I also check who they'd be as well.
Yeah, I get these idiots that come onto mine and go personal like me, right? And they come at me personally, and they've got vested interest in the sport. And like I've already said, right, I worked for the Racing Post. I used to work for the Racing Post, tipping up grounds, the boughtmyracing.com. I've known Ryan since my
Gerard, way too many. He's a lightweight.
I've known Ryan since I worked at myracing.com, and then I moved to Racing Post. I worked at Racing Post for about 18 months. I used to do RPG TV, Monday columns. I used to do loads of stuff, and all that stopped because of my opinions. And all my opinions have been is honest and truth about the state of ground racing now, because I've had dogs at the time that maybe were running our track where they were forcefully slowing the track down or the traps were useless.
Dave, over the 10 years, I'm pretty sure that me and you have disagreed on a lot of things. But it's an opinion. The people who fall out with you are those, again, who have something to defend. So, yeah.
And they've got interest. And then they turn around as if you're like, because you're a danger in what they're saying. But I don't think anybody should live a life of not saying what they think. Go on Twitter and say what you think.
Our industry is shit scared, and always has been, is shit scared to have a John McCririck character. Someone that says it as it is, calls it spade a spade, and holds people to account. They would never get on in this industry.
Right, Dave just had a comment from now saying, by the way, very respectful person in the industry. He said, your opinion have changed from pro everything to the way it is now. So,
you're absolutely right.
How do you interpret that?
I absolutely right.
Mick and Dave, how do you interpret that?
What?
It's absolutely right what Patrick's saying, because I've had, like, I think he's great. He's a great bloke, and he's put the videos on. He's spot on, and me and him have had real discussions. Like, we've not agreed on everything. We've disagreed on a lot. And back in the day when my opinions were pro, as Patrick's saying there, yeah, I was in a position where I was probably getting influenced by the wrong people at the time. And it probably took me a while to understand what was getting said in my ear, why it was getting said in my ear, and what the whole aspect behind it. And it took me a while, and it's probably taken other people a while to understand. But eventually they'll get it. They'll understand that they're just being either used or it's just a load of rubbish.
But that's only because you went against the grain, Dave.
I don't get what your opinions have changed from pro everything to the way it is now.
He's saying what he's saying is I changed from a position of pro to I'm changing to a position of saying how it is. And but I have said it how it is, and whether he agrees or not.
Dave, hold on. Okay, so would then people who obviously you're outspoken, would people who object to you say that you're doing this now for your own gain as well, in terms of being outspoken, being anti? Is there a personal vendetta yourself against the GBGB?
No, because I've never really had much skin in the game, as it were. When I worked for the Racing Post, I worked in a very small capacity, earning very small amount of money. By the way, I didn't work full time for them. I worked like an hour a day, so it was very, very small. So I was never influenced in that way. It wasn't the professional part that was influencing. There was other people that were in my ear saying, maybe say certain things or act in a certain way. Or
so, Dave, can I ask you a question?
Trainers were influencing us.
Dave, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Why don't you just walk away then?
Because I love the sport.
Yeah, so Dave, so, by the way, you respect me for this, rightly so. I'm going to push you on the answer then, mate, okay? Could you be a little bit more clear then on the answer?
I think at the time, I'll explain it right. I kind of had a decent platform on Twitter, and I think a few people noticed I had a decent platform on Twitter, that I could say certain things and that certain things would carry. And I think there was people in the background, a couple of trainers, by the way, maybe a promoter.
Dave, can I just say something? Just to interrupt you. Gerard's quite right. If you've got such a problem, would you name anybody?
I don't think there would be any benefit in me naming anyone without people would already.
It's a question. It's just a question.
People would already draw their own conclusions. Basically, in a nutshell, I was told that if I spoke about certain topics or went into certain details that I do now, that it would come back on me. Dave,
have you got a vested interest in the sport now, as you speak now on topics and opinions?
No, but I've had graded races recently.
The reason why I say is you've got no personal. There's no personal advantage for you speaking your views. You're speaking of someone who loves the sport solely, right?
What's Dave saying that's controversial? He comments on the controversial points that he sees on a daily or weekly basis.
Correct.
So if there's a faulty trap, he comments on it.
Correct.
He's not making things up.
No.
If he sees a situation where the hair keeps breaking down at toaster, he comments on it and says, really, this should not be happening. For whatever reason why it's happening, it shouldn't be happening. It's not
I'll put it like this, Mick. I'll put it like this,
half
Mick.
11 and we've got
Agree.
463 people.
I'll put it like this, Mick, right?
Go on.
I'll put it like this, Mick. I was outspoken during the Nottingham derby.
Go on. Yeah.
And I got some heat at the time in the Nottingham derby, and you can imagine that was George's year. What year are we talking there? 2021.
It was the first year after COVID, so
21.
Basically, all the spectators were set down the third bed. The second bed, you couldn't see fuck all.
I got a lot of heat when I talked about the derby, and I'll tell you why I got a lot of heat, right? Because I got everybody trialing. I got all the tracks trialing and videoing them. By the way, I'll put this out there. I never got paid for that. So what I did was I went to all the tracks.
I remember that. I remember this. I remember this vividly.
Yeah. During COVID, right? I contacted every track in the land, and I said to every track, if you want to stream your trials live because owners can't get to the track, because people might not know I'm a software engineer, so I said that I would teach them how to do it, and we would do that. A few tracks signed up, and I'll be totally honest. Ian Smythe sent me an email saying, "What's your benefit out of this?" He basically, because I said I would do it for free, he wanted to know what's your benefit, and I said nothing. Basically, I just wanted to make sure that all tracks were putting trials on. So I got most of the N10 tracks going. Romford, Monmore, Crayford, just doing Zoom calls, teaching them how to do it. I tried to get Nottingham on for the derby at the time, and people involved in Nottingham that you all know that don't like me probably weren't happy with me getting involved.
Had you been controversial and outspoken to them on?
I'd been controversial about the conflict of interest on the GBGB.
Yeah, okay.
So I showed, Josh. Josh is the guy at Swindon, yeah?
Yeah.
Josh did Swindon, and Josh did a few other tracks on that side of the picket line, as it were. So you can join the dots together. He was dealing with that side, and I was kind of dealing with this side. I tried to get Nottingham on board. Everything I could. I was getting message after message. Can you get Nottingham? Can you get Nottingham for the derby? Contacted Nottingham. They weren't interested. I screenshotted some messages that they'd replied.
Dave, why would Nottingham not be interested? By the way, for the biggest event of the racing year, why would they not be interested?
I don't know why they weren't interested at the time, but obviously because it was me that was maybe pushing it. However, my role with that side of the fence, I wasn't allowed to get them streaming trials. That's why Josh did it. Josh went and did that side of the trials. I was banned from that by a particular person who's on the board. And
who?
My name was mentioned. If David Mitchell's involved, then he's not doing it.
Dave, I've got a question on this, by the way, about Josh Seeley. So carry on what you're doing, but your next question is going to be about track maintenance and Josh. But carry on what you're doing, okay? But brace yourself for that, right, mate?
So then I asked Nottingham to stream trials for everybody, and I said that not for all secretive. Patrick's right, not were secretive, but I tried to get them on board. And what I did was I screenshotted some messages from Nottingham at the time, and I put them on my Twitter, and I got shitloads of backlash from them. I shouldn't have screenshotted them. I shouldn't have put them on my Twitter. It was out of order. Basically,
at least you're man enough to say that.
But it wasn't from an individual. It was from Nottingham Ground Track, just basically saying thanks for your reaching out, but it's not happening. So I just screenshotted that and I put it on saying Nottingham are not interested in streaming trials. That's all I put out. It was no individuals, nothing. I wouldn't put individual conversations out anyways, but it was just that.
Nice one, Robert. I like that.
After that, I got a lot of heat I was getting calls of people saying you shouldn't have screenshotted that, you shouldn't have said that Nottingham won't stream trials, blah blah blah. And
So
then,
that's basically where you become the black sheep of the Greyhound family.
Correct.
yeah, that started it.
And then maybe you've got your back up a little bit and thought, right, okay, the gloves are off.
No, not really. Not really, no. I wasn't interested. So let's step forward another year. I set up Toaster. See, Toaster's graphics with the little bar across with Toaster logo and the stream trials. I set Toaster up. I set up the sales as well, all the Greyhound Trader sales. All of them, I set up the streamer for them. So all of them are set up. I didn't get my back up at all. It wasn't any.
Okay.
It wasn't in. I wasn't bothered. If they didn't want to stream trials, they didn't want to stream trials. But I did get a bit of heat from that. Yeah.
Why wouldn't they want to do everything they can to make the Derby the showcase of our industry, our sport, the greatest race?
It should be the showcase, shouldn't it?
Why wouldn't they want to? Get all the exposure and give all the help to the owners and trainers, the Irish that couldn't travel, obviously with difficult conditions during that.
Dave,
I just don't get.
I've got a feeling 471 people are on here because of you, mate.
Because of some of the things I'm probably saying, controversial, but I'm only speaking the truth.
I think they want names, mate. I think they want names.
Look, I'm only speaking the truth. If anybody's got any questions, just like Twitter.
No, I totally agree. But I think
I'm not making anything up. I'm not making anything up. And then obviously after that, I was at Racing Post, and then I left Racing Post. But then I used to still do the RPG TV. That I was kind of blackballed from that for going after JK's opinion on retired, not rescued. So that kind of fell by the wayside.
Is that where it comes from then?
So did JK actually say that on live on RPG, or was it comment in a piece in his paper? Did he actually say they were rescued? Refer to them as rescued?
He agreed with a book at the time, but he said that rescued was a word that's used throughout, and we were being too hypersensitive to the word rescued, in where we were asking for them to use the word retired.
I find that extremely naive for somebody in his position to.
That's shocking. I think that is absolutely disgusting.
Now, he's entitled to his opinion. I think Julie Collier, I've heard, made a similar reference, and I get on very well with Julie. I like Julie a lot. I think she's very good at what she does.
So then,
might have her own opinions, but I find it when they term rescued, I struggle with that one. When I'm walking my dog on the road, and you get the odd person going, "So is he rescued?" No, he's not. And I just educate them in a nice manner, and then they walk off and they think, "Oh, actually, I shouldn't believe everything I read or hear."
I haven't been on Twitter tonight, but is it causing a bit of a stir? Because apparently Harry just said, I think a few messages from those viewers on Twitter are being put into some.
And Craig. Again, as we mentioned before, anyone who seems to be randomly offended by whatever's said on these kind of debates, generally has something to hide. Or
if anybody's offended,
no, I'm just saying, are we popular on Twitter?
So if anybody's offended by a group of chaps or women or whoever trying to do what's best for this industry, and they can't see that the majority of it is on its arse, is beyond me. I'm sorry. The sport is better off without people like that anywhere near it.
No,
because they have dragged it down. Let me finish. They have dragged it down to the gutter.
Oh, here we go.
Mick, they've got away with it.
On him. Go on, Mick.
They've dragged it down to the gutter over the years.
Joke.
They've dragged it down to the gutter over the years to the state it's in now. We've not having not having the passion. So if they're offended by 4 lads and 100 or hundreds of people listening to it and having an input, then I'm sorry, get the hell out of the sport. Turn your phone off, turn your computer off, and take up a different hobby.
Correct, sir.
Before I go for a quick pee, I will say that I think I called JK a smug prick when he said about Rick's rescue.
That's what I wouldn't have done.
But he is a smug prick, isn't he?
And that was my opinion. And you know what?
Fine.
Wait.
could have said it in a different way.
Bear in mind, JK has my number and was texting me at the time and texting us other times. If I thought he was a smug prick, I'd call him out a smug prick. Retired or rescue, my dog's retired. And that's it.
Dave, I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, but he's milked the cow plenty.
You could have won your argument, Dave, in a lot stronger way by being a little bit more tactful and professional.
If it's a smug prick, it's a smug prick.
Well,
Mick, you just got to call it out.
Gerard, you are condescending.
Dave, 1 minute. Right, by the way, Mick, I will say to you, and me and you argue a lot.
Dad, go to bed.
By the way,
say it.
Absolutely, Sue fucking perb, sir.
What?
Oh my God, what a kiss off.
Well, I know what I'm talking about in ground racing. I know how to run a ground track. I know what it takes to run a ground track properly.
Ryan, why would
the
you
standards
do
that are required, and
I'll tell you what,
difficult, and it bemoans
me because, like, mate, joking aside, mate, and everyone who knows me, okay, I'm a fucking wind up. I'm an absolute knobhead, right? Yeah, I'll get it from my dad, by the way, right? That's why you like me. But when it comes to ground racing as a sport, mate, over the football and ground racing are 50-50 in my heart. And the way this sport is run, and by the way, I look at my dad who brought me into the sport and who got me, but literally, like, he'll tell you, me, him, and Joe are obsessed with ground racing. Okay, right. So the next topic I'm going to ask now is about
Ryan. Let me tell you something. I've been fucking obsessed by ground racing since 1981 at Walthamstow, mate.
But you're also obsessed. But you're also obsessed with Tottenham Hotspur. So your obsession doesn't count. It doesn't have any relevance there.
We beat Wolves in the quarter final.
We also beat you in the final in '87. So be quiet.
Oh, hey, just quickly, Mick. Just quickly, ask Ryan what I texted him earlier about 1987.
I contribute you right. So Dave, Craig, and Michael. All right, okay, right then. So the next point now I want to make is Josh Seeley is somebody who I don't know, but is somebody whose family and himself reputation suggests that they are the best or one of the best at track standards and ensuring that the surface that our dogs run on is the best, right? So the reason why I bring that up is Toaster for the Derby. And now, by the way, not picking on Toaster at all, but it's subjective because the Derby started, okay, right? And that was a lot.
Hello, Matthew. New commenter. Hello, Matthew.
So the first question I'm going to ask, and there's two parts to it. How good is Josh and his family? 2, why does the industry only seem to use Josh as a last-ditch resort, and why are they not using his standards or his practices as the industry-wide standard?
Well, I can talk reference Toaster when I was there, and again, me and Kevin.
Who's Josh Seeley, by the way? Sorry if I'm ignorant.
Expertise in laying tracks, building tracks, and maintaining tracks. Now, I know Kevin did mention something to me, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. But there was a reason why he did ask him, or he did inquire when we were looking for somebody up there, maybe to come in. And there was a reason. It was valid to me, and I said, yeah, fair enough. There was a reason why it never happened. So it was something Kevin was interested in doing, bringing him up. But I can't remember the reason why. But it wasn't a controversial reason. It was just a straightforward. I thought, fair enough.
Was it a money oriented reason?
I honestly can't remember. It may well have been, but I can't remember.
The only reason I asked that is because I know that last minute they've got Josh in to sort the tracks, basically, or to observe the track this year. I don't know. Okay.
We're talking 2022.
Do you want me to answer what I know? Josh Seeley, right, who's a great lad, by the way. And I owe him an apology at the end of this, and I will give him the apology, I'll explain why. Josh Seeley's a great lad, and he's 100% ground racing. His family own the schooling track. I can't say the word. What's it called? Shamboy or something, whatever. What's the schooling track called? They own a schooling track, basically, the Seeleys. Right, long story short, Josh Seeley wanted to work at the GBGB. Josh Seeley's great. He's an electrician now. But for people that don't know who Josh is worked at Swindon on the track. And if you remember, there was big jokes about why Swindon was so much better than any other track. But truth be told, when I started owning dogs in Australia, my syndicate's got dogs in Australia. People probably know, but anyone that doesn't. So we have dogs in Australia. So when we got involved in Australia and stuff, Josh was very interested to get linked up with people in Australia.
Yep.
When it came to track standards. So Josh was talking to the guys in Australia about the technology they were using, and then obviously we were running dogs there, and I was talking to Josh and talk to Josh now about track standards, and he was bringing in certain things that were going to cost money at Swindon. He did stuff around the track, and he wanted to bring it in wide across the industry, basically. He had sensors all over the track saying what the going was and all
Great
this type
days,
of
Matthew, the great days.
RFID scanners in the jackets to test the dogs as they run around the track and how fast they're running and all this.
So wait a minute. So his ideas were to push Greyhound racing into 2023-24 and make it an elite well-run sport in terms of but basically everything that makes the sport progress, no matter what sport it is technology. Football has progressed now, tennis, cricket, no matter what sport it goes, it progresses and it's not classed as old school through golf technology. So Greyhound racing had a person here or family here who was going to go, we're going to push Greyhound racing now into the next fucking era through technology. And what was the response?
He was working alongside Australia. He was doing a lot of good stuff at Swindon. He wanted to roll it out further. He was also working with myself to get trials at ARC tracks for people to see. Josh applied to the GBGB for the job as track maintenance for the entire company, the entire organisation. Josh didn't get the job at the GBGB. He was beaten for the job by that guy who worked for Godolphin on whatever. So, to be honest with Josh, he had a decision to make. Now I haven't got that job. Do I go to stay at Swindon, or do I look for elsewhere? And
okay, wait. Why would someone with Josh's knowledge be so short on offers?
I don't know why he didn't get the job at the GBGB, but I know that a group of people from the GBGB interviewed him. Draw conclusions from that what you will.
If you're someone with right, and I mentioned it, who you know, so his family have got background in expert track surface, right, and maintenance, right? Okay, there's someone here whose ideas are proven.
Yeah.
Why would someone like that then, who potentially might not be brought up in the same mold or the same industry, why would someone like that not be welcomed with open arms and embraced? Why would they be kind of pushed against?
Are you asking me my personal opinion or what actually happened?
I'm going to ask for what actually happened first, and then I'll go into your personal opinion after. And then, Mick, you can give your comment after as well, please.
What actually happened was he didn't get the job. He didn't get the job and he returned to Swindon. He then had a decision to make about what he wanted to do with his future. And I'm speaking out of turn, but Toaster, I believe Toaster would have liked him to work there.
The reason why I've asked that, by the way, because I've heard that Toaster have asked him to look at the track recently, right?
Right. So Toaster would have liked him to work with them on a more permanent basis at the time, I believe.
Why would he not then?
Because he wanted to be an electrician. He wanted to get out the sport. He was probably a bit disillusioned. If you went for the top job and you haven't got the top job, you're probably a little bit disillusioned. That's my own personal opinion. He's never said that to me.
So then, by the way, we would give them, and rightly so, praise to Boothby and whoever in charge of that. They've sought out Josh and gone, right, Josh, it's whatever issue with that track, fix it for us, please. That's what you're saying, right?
So now we're talking like 2 years ago. This conversation's 2 years ago, right? Josh has been an electrician for 2 years. So this is 2 years ago. So why he didn't get the job at the GBGB, my own personal opinion is politics and who was probably interviewing him at the time.
Okay, so hold it there then. Okay, right. So why then? Right. So if you've got someone who, and by the way, if you look at Swindon's track and the reputation that it has now, and the reputation that Josh and his family have, I'm going to politely, why the fuck would you not want someone like Josh working on side?
Don't know, mate. I can't answer you that.
So
but
right,
he didn't get it.
So it goes
but Ryan, unless any of us know him personally, which we don't, i.e., he might not have the right character. He might have been into. He might have went into that interview and didn't tick the boxes.
Mick, you are correct. So Dave, your point.
So he didn't get the job at the GBGB. I think Toaster wanted him to work for them, but he left and he became an electrician. Right. So his family have still owned the schooling track.
Yeah.
So this is where I owe Josh an apology. I had a conversation with Josh about Toaster, and I know that Josh has been in Toaster before the derby to sort things out with the traps and repair the traps, and because of his background, and obviously he's ground racing, but obviously he's an electrician by trade. And I spoke to other people about it, and then it got back to Josh that I had spoke to other people. So I apologise to Josh. I apologise here, and I apologise to him in person. But he has been in Toaster and has been
Gerard's excited.
fixing up the track to the traps, I believe, for this derby.
Carry on.
And that's basically all I know. And maybe that's why the trap, as far as I'm aware, the button no longer starts the trap. It arms the trap, but it's on the other side.
Okay, so I'm not putting the care right. So we talk about industry standards, right? And Craig is obviously pushing for the tracks to implement their own standards. Okay, why is that? Right, randomly, like I always think there should be industry standards. So right, football, for example, okay, 3 p.m. kickoff, or 3 p.m. whatever. Okay, right. I don't get how at tracks the hare can start its movement at a different time to when it goes past the traps at tracks. Like if you go to Newcastle, say it could be 4 seconds away. If you go to Romford, it could be 3 seconds. For example, I don't get how there's like industry standard or whatever. Okay, right. I don't get how the tracks in the UK cannot be the same surface. I don't get it. Okay, I don't get it, right? But if you've got somebody who whenever there's a disaster at a track, they always seem to call for Josh Shealy, right, no matter where it goes.
Well, it's down
why would the industry, though, not want to have him on board?
It's down to that'll be down to like Kevin will have his preference to how he thinks the track should be laid and what kind of sand, etc., and banked. That's down to individual owners, promoters of tracks. Yeah, listen, I think when they built Toaster, and if they build any other new dog track, and it's big enough, every dog track in the country theoretically should be moulded on Coventry. It was the fairest, it was the best, it was suited rails, middle wide. You could lead and win, you could come from behind and win.
Your face has got to fit.
I'm gonna put this out there, by the way. Okay, one thing. So, Mark, I apologise if I'm interrupting. I'm just trying to make the conversation flow. So, if you don't agree with that, then that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion.
If you keep interrupting, you're not making it flow, are you, dipstick?
Okay. According to the viewers, they're pretty happy with what I'm flowing like. So,
I think no, you're doing a good job. I think I think his face probably didn't fit. Probably like myself. Probably like others that have tried. And I don't want credit for anything. But Josh and I were the reason streaming trials were going on from the ARC side and the SIS side throughout COVID. It was us two that were working late at night, contacting tracks. And Josh has always went that little bit beyond to try and but I think he got a bit disillusioned with the sport. He got a family and he wanted to get out and wanted to be an electrician, and good on him. He's not knocking him, but you're right. Why does sport keep pulling him back in? I tell you why. Because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But the vested interest, unless he just nails himself down a job at a certain track, he's not gonna.
No.
He's not gonna get a job where he's overseeing everything.
So, for example, okay, so when you get a track like Hove, you constantly have minus goings, and then a track like Nottingham. And by the way, whoever studied the football at Nottingham, and you make it fair play to you, but Nottingham's goings are always plus. Should there not be, in terms of betting integrity and just basically, if I own a dog, I want to know what kind of track it's running on. Should there not be an industry standard for how tracks are prepared?
No.
And maintained?
No.
Why?
I disagree.
Okay, by the way,
we're going. But yeah, Ryan, hold on a minute. I haven't spoke for a while, but that goes down to who the track employs. You can't have an industry standard of
which
who.
is why I kind of asked that. Okay, but the reason I asked that, okay, it could be look at say football. Okay, right. If groundsmen underperform in Premier League, they get sacked by the Premier League because it's not.
But that's wrong. But Ryan, that's wrong, right? Track staff probably get paid minimum wage.
No, forget about the.
And there been no. You just said it should be an industry thing to prepare a track. That's not an industry thing.
Yeah, but Craig, again, we get back to regulation.
I'm asking about the standard.
There should be there is a standard. You can't have a track that's going to be running 80 fast because it's endangering the welfare of the greyhound. And you also don't want a track that's running 80 slow. So you've got to have a happy medium. Now, every track, every promoter, every owner of a track knows within their remit, they have got to put on a safe surface. So there's got to be a standard procedure that's got to be adhered to. When I took over Coventry, all I said to Steve and his dad was, just give me a track that's never more than 10 fast whenever you possibly can.
So who implements that standard, Mick?
Sorry?
Nobody.
That standard?
Nobody. The GB don't. Who's going to implement it?
Who implements it?
Nobody cares as long as there's 6 dogs running around in a circle. Who cares whether it's 20 fast or 150 slow?
That is my point. It's the promoters and the racing managers. It's not even the promoter's job.
Craig, that's not my point. I'm asking the question: who should there be a set standard, GBGB, for how tracks are prepared? You're saying no. Right. So when you say no, then right, you're opening up then for every 22 tracks to have the most random going and standard track.
You're Ryan, you've got it so wrong. It is the racing manager's job before every meeting to walk the track to see what the going's like. And if he will then decide what the tractor does and what the track staff do. It is nothing to do with the GBGB.
Well,
every meeting. No, Mick. Don't even start me on this, right?
Craig.
Because before every meeting, we walk the track. If I wasn't there, or Rob wasn't there, or Tim wasn't there, one of us would walk the track before kenneling, and we will make a decision on what the track's like. Right, so don't come at me about this bullshit about it's about the GBB setting standards, right? It was our responsibility before a race meeting to walk the track and make sure it was safe and make sure it was race worthy, right? That is not down to the GBB.
Let me throw a spanner into the works.
Rustic Coventry used to walk the track before the meetings when I was there, and he's never walked the track at Toaster.
Well, that's
and we're going back. You're going on about Seeley, Craig. You're going on about. Let me finish. You're going on about Seeley being the expert, and he should be. He's the guardian of all track services.
I haven't said anything. They did.
Okay, well, he is. What experience, with all due respect, have you and Rob? And Rob, you know how close I am to Rob. You've got no experience about the track. You can walk.
How much you want to bet?
It might be 20 slow.
How much you want to bet?
That's it.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Great. Dave, your turn, mate.
I'll throw a spanner into the works then. Okay. There was a track in England that was having trap 5 and 6 winning every week and dogs breaking down. Not maybe last year. Maybe start with the word central. That track, yeah, had lots of problems. Lots and lots of problems, right? Lots of problems. Yeah. So the GBGB, the guy who got Josh's job, had to go in there and have a look at the track to make sure that it was operating, it was running as expected.
Dave, who have Toaster got in recently to look at the track? Josh
has
right?
sorted out the electrics.
Who did?
He said the electrician.
Sorted the electrics out. He sorted the traps out.
Josh did, yeah? Or his team did, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So why is that not okay? So Dave, I'm saying
You
to you,
stopped
mate,
us now.
right?
I was about to tell you a good story. Throw me spanner in. So
Right,
a track was running bad.
By the way, Mark McLaughlin, I'm sorry for interrupting again. I'm just trying. Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Mark and
So
Dave, sorry. Dave, carry on.
There was a track running bad, and there was injuries galore, XYZ, and the GBGB were brought in. The guy who got Josh's job, I can't remember his name now. Him who's whatever, the track guy. The track guy was brought in to have a look at the track. When he turned up at the track was fantastic. The track was perfect. But in between the phone call that there's a problem with the track and him turning up at the track, somebody had already been at the track to fix the track.
For fuck's sake. Okay.
Can I just say something?
Somebody from another track had been to the track to sort the track out.
Can I just say something?
The guy turned up and went, "There's nothing wrong with this track.
It's fixed."
Can I just say something? In 12 years at Hall Green, nobody ever came to our track and had a look at it. For the simple reason is we've done it ourselves. Nobody from the GBGB ever came and looked at our track. No, Ryan.
We had
I've got to interrupt you here because
we had them turn up.
I get annoyed by this. Listen, right? The GBGB do not tell you how to run a track.
Craig, they turned up twice, a team of 3 of them, while I was at Toaster for 4 months.
Well, that's just Toaster shit. It's run by cowboys.
But that's their job.
It's run by cowboys.
Toaster's not the only track that turned up.
Because it's run by cowboys, Mick.
Craig, Toaster weren't the only track they went to.
Mick, you're boring me because it's run by cowboys.
It's not the only track they went to.
To run that ground, Jack.
It's not the only track they went to. I spoke to the gentleman. They showed me the list of the tracks and the inspections that they carry out of the different tracks.
But the thing is, you're talking Hall Green years ago, Toaster recently. You know, like you're talking different times. And that guy wasn't in his, the guy who deals with the GBGB and deals with this. You're talking about him who's only been in his job maybe 2 or 3 years. But I did hear this. The story that I just told is apparently correct. And they did turn up at the track to check it out, but it was fixed.
Okay, so, right, so, okay, to all 3 of you, anyone else, why is there not an industry standard and an industry set rules and guideline so we don't get Nottingham plus 80 and Hove minus 80? Why is there not a set standard for how to maintain and prepare your track for races?
How many times have I got to tell you? It's down to the racing manager.
Correct.
It's down to the racing manager.
Right. Do you want to know the truth? Right. Do you want to know the truth?
Go on, mate.
Ego. Because if somebody goes to a track, the person that's maintaining that track Monday to Friday for donkey's years will not have somebody else from the outside tell them how their track should be run.
Yeah, you're right.
A bloke who looks after the track goes, "This is my track. Yeah, I'll tell you what happens on this track." And that's what the difficult part is, to maintain. If
you've got someone who is in charge of track maintenance, they don't need to be told how to do their track.
Okay, right? So Craig,
that should get monkeys.
Craig, right. Say you've got the best person at Hall Green, track maintenance care, right? Yeah. Why not then use him then to be your whole voice for the whole every track and go, right, lads, this is how we prepare it. You might have little differences in terms of like banking, the weather, how it affects it, whatever, and the sand, whatever, okay, whatever. But this is how, generally, of the whole industry, this is how we prepare our tracks. Are you
Right.
telling me it's a negative over a positive?
Ryan, listen, we used to have track maintenance seminars all the time at Hall Green, all the time. Right? We used to have many track seminars where head of tracks who used to come to the box, you know, the bottom box down by, you know, the posh box down by the corner of the second men. Right? They used to come there all the time. We used to have loads of track seminars. We've done it all the time. I've had to stand there and say it. Rob's had to stand there and say it. We used to have Gary and Brian Plessed, who was in charge of the track at Hall Green. We used to tell them all the time, and then they'd go back to the tracks and they'd ruin it. We used to have track seminars all the time. There was stuff laid on for them. We used to have it all the time. We used to go to meetings when the track weren't even in play, and we used to have seminars all the time.
So, Craig, the next point then, okay? And by the way, as someone, and my dad will vouch for this, I'm a full-time gambler. I'm going to ask you and David over this. The track at Toaster is clearly running at least 30 spots quicker than last year, because like I said, I've seen dogs last year ping out in the same race and do 29. Now they're breaking 29 seconds at Toaster. You have to be a decent dog. Okay.
The track, in my opinion, I don't know if they've realigned it or changed anything with the surface, but the track at Toaster, Ryan and Joe will tell you, because I've been telling them for the last 12 months, it's running at least 30. I spoke to Frank Gray about it. I actually spoke to Andy about it before he left Toaster. You know, your track is running way too fast. Even when they dig it up, it is too fast. You've got dogs in A5 doing Signet Goofy type sectionals for the last 12 months. It's way too fast.
So Craig, right? Sonic Goofy, okay, last year won a race, okay.
But it comes down to who's preparing the track at the moment.
Yeah, right.
And I know damn well who's preparing the track at the moment. Like I also know damn well who's controlling the hair there at the moment.
Exactly.
I won't say anything else about that. Trust me.
Right. So lads, I'm gonna
No, you can ask me a question, Ryan. Answer me the question, and I'll answer it.
Question again, right, lads. So, by the way, it's been unbelievable. By the way, so when we finished the Derby heat, we had 209 followers, which is very good. We're now on to 517. So, the debate, lads, obviously is something that the whole industry of ground racing, which me and David kind of knew anyway, was crying out for. And this kind of why David, been a pleasure, sir. By the way, my dad, pleasure. Craig, great.
What's this comment this chap's put here? Rule 6.
No, whoa, wait a minute. So I'm going to finish on now, though, okay, right? So because it literally is now.
Yeah, well, just read this one out. What's this
right? No, wait. Right. So going forward now, then, okay, if I was to ask each of you for one thing, how can the sport change the trajectory it's going under? And I'm going to include now David and my dad, Craig, this group that have decided to take upon themselves to meet the GBGB. What is the best way to enforce change so that the sport isn't over, or does it continue the same in the next 5 years? I'm going to go with you, Dad, first, please.
Remove the conflict of interest.
Go on, carry on.
That's it. You remove the conflict of interest within the governing bodies.
Spot on.
While you've got conflict of interest, you're never going to get anything done. How we get promoters to put on Saturday night racing or make it go later or pack the place out, that's just down to financial, maybe for them, staff training, which is difficult to get staff. I appreciate that in the hospitality sector, but it can be done. There's got to be a will to make it happen. I don't think the will's there to make it happen. Friday night Romford, it's steadfast. It's there. It's in the grain. It's in people's blood. That's where they go on a Friday night. That's easy. That's easy to do. But when you have to work at something, Oxford had an ideal opportunity to pack the place out and turn it into the go-to place at least once or twice a month for the people of Oxford. And I've always said it. I said it to Sandy when I first met him before I took over commentary. I said it to Kevin when I first met him, and I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. Greyhound racing doesn't need people. People need Greyhound. Greyhound racing. People don't need Greyhound racing. Greyhound racing needs people.
Correct.
Okay. You need people to come through the gate that are going to get attached to the sport and then hopefully become owners. So it helps with the rehoming crisis that's going on at the moment. Without them, we're bollocks. Okay, we're bollocks. And the antis will grab this and they'll run with it. We're giving them the rope to hang us with, and they're running with it. Okay, so there's loads that we could do. You've got to have a will. Craig's right, and I've mentioned it loads of times on things that the management at tracks have got to be better. They've got to make sure that there's a training program in place for the people that are getting paid peanuts. You're still doing a job. You're still getting paid to do the job. Let's train you to do the job, and we're going to train you properly. And when you do your job, we're going to make sure you damn well do it properly.
I would say, Dad, that it's hard to do that when
Okay? And
rules
then when
are
people,
the kitchen
when,
staff are in charge of the tracks, basically.
yeah, so when you come to your restaurant and when you come to, I mean, that's why I was a bit outspoken, not outspoken, but I made comments against Paul Lawrence. It's great, Paul and Harry Finley, when they were open Lifford. And I put it up on that Grace's programme that night. All I kept hearing them bang on about that bloody track was how much they were going to save on the tote. I mean, come on, sod it. I never heard one. This is the view you're going to get from the stands. This is the view you're going to get from the bar. This is what you're going to get when you get in the bar. This is the view and what you're going to get in the restaurant. That's what people are interested in. People go to a Greyhound track. They don't know their pound is being retained by 33%, 23% or 15%. And they don't really give a shit. They don't really give a shit. Okay?
Yeah,
they're worried about, they've had a pound forecast and it's paid £54. It's paid £54. So the priorities in ground racing is all wrong. It's all wrong. It's not hard to fix. It just needs the will to fix it. How to fix it? Don't know. Get people involved who've got a passion and plenty of money.
Dad, Mick, how we fix it is people. So, Craig, over to you, mate.
Okay, my opinion is we're in the entertainment business.
Yeah.
Ground racing should be an entertainment business. Darts, boxing, snooker, whatever at the moment, it's an entertainment business. You have to pull people through the door. You ain't going to do that at charging them an absolute fortune to buy a cheeseburger.
Yep.
You're going to get that charging a fortune for a beer. Everybody loves ground racing. You can't tell me that people don't love ground racing. Everyone loves ground racing.
Craig, they love it.
Everybody loves ground racing, but they're being charged a fortune to do it, right? The tracks are not an acceptable standard. They're not run by people who know how to run the game. And at the end of the day, it is an entertainment business. Forget this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Get it on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, Sunday lunchtime, Saturday night, Friday night. You will pack the place out because ground racing is a popular business. Absolutely. We get that they have to put on a product for the betting shops. I've got no problem with that. Of course you have to. But nobody's interested in Swindon or Monmore or whatever on a Tuesday afternoon or a Wednesday morning. Nobody's interested. Right? Get it back to Friday, Saturday nights, Sunday afternoons. Pack the people in. It's an entertainment business. And in my opinion, it's, the GBGB, they're defunct. They're pointless. They don't care about the sport. They want to make as much money as possible and get out of the game. That's what they want to do.
But when you run a track, regardless of what the GBGB do and don't do and can do and won't do, you can still do a damn good job. Don't prize people. Don't prize people out coming back.
Can I say what I said 3 hours ago? Forget the GBGB. It's about your promoters, your racing managers, and your staff to absolutely run that track properly. Bring them people in and make it a success on your own.
And
the GBGB will not argue with that.
The problem we've got, Craig, and from my experience, and I've always used this saying in my sales experience, 20 years in sales, and I use it at the dog track. I don't want the combine harvester effect. Don't get new ones in the front and where your old ones are going out the back. You're never going to see them again. Make sure when they come, they want to come back. They've had and if they get a problem, if there's a problem with the food or a problem with the service, you sort it. And you might give them a free table next time they come if they've got a legitimate complaint. You look after people. And they're going to come back and they're going to spread the word, especially now on social media, where they can do it. They're going to have to meet the mates at work. They can spread on social media. Go to
Absolutely.
Look after you.
When you're charging people a fortune, when you're charging somebody a fortune, they're not going to come back.
Don't price them out of comments. Craig, the first thing I've done at Coventry, we took over on the Tuesday. The first thing we've done for the Wednesday night meeting, I reduced the forecast, which was £2 straight. I reduced it to 50p. Everything was 50p. And I was told that you'll lose a fortune. We never. The figures went through the roof. The profit margins are exactly the same. We gave people more money, but we gave them a chance to spend their mone over a longer period. That's all it was. If they've come with £20, they've got not 10 races or 12 races to spend.
Can I just say something just before I go? Dave, I listen to your opinions and I really respect your opinions. You say it as it is. And fucking, you're outspoken, which Ryan knows what I'm like. I like that. Mick, your fucking hairstyle's a joke.
But I'm looking at myself on the screen.
But you know I love you.
But I'm looking at myself on the screen, and I can only see one chin on my face. So you really can't comment about anyone's fucking appearance.
Right, okay. So Right, by the way,
we're in an entertainment business. Get it back to entertaining.
We've just lost 200 viewers. I'm joking about that. Right, by the way, right, I'll come to right. So, Craig, Michael, by the way, right, David. Then, so your final thoughts, by the way, and by the way, it has been. And by the way, first time I hosted this, it's been very interesting. I always expected whenever me and you are involved in some sort of ground debate, it would maybe prolong and expand. You've been fucking absolutely top dollar. So, right. And by the way, Craig, you've been absolutely superb on that. Exactly.
Before Dave steps in, where's Cooch? I thought he was coming up.
Unfortunately, though, right, for those who didn't accept Cooch, by the way, his friend lost his mum literally yesterday. He texted me late last night. Yeah, and anyone knows Cooch, as great as he's a very emotional person, as we all know that. So yeah, so he couldn't make it today, but he will be making it on another fucking show. So yeah,
looking forward.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, no, Craig, I should have a reason, right? You've been top dollar, but I'll come to you, Craig. Right, Dave. Anyway, the final thoughts, mate, and I guess it's kind of just like, yeah, you deserve it, I guess. So people are there's 500 now. There's now 529 people, David. Now
joking.
Going to hear what you say about ground racing. So yeah,
no
questions, but Dave, good mate. Good luck.
Over to you, mate.
I think your question was, what would I think of the group and where do I think that what we should do with the sport? I think that was the original question.
Basically, mate, it was how do we progress the sport, mate? Yes, that was it, mate. Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to see out what happens with the group and what they do with the GBGB. Ultimately, it would be, I can only speak from my personal opinion. I think there should be another open letter written. I think the original one and the original group, all that ideas should just be abandoned. I think there should be another open letter written, and I think it should garner the similar attention, and I think it needs to go to the correct parties.
Right, Dave, I'm going to interrupt there slightly. Okay, right. So you say about a different letter. Is there anyone in particular, or any roles in particular, who you think, if there was to be another signing as such, or is there anyone in particular who you think, if the next petition was to happen, who you feel has to be on board the campaign, whether it's the trainers rep, the owners rep, any leading owners and leading trainers? Is there anyone in particular who you go, right, you have to be on board this, and we have to make it a success? Because last time it was kind of like random. We got 400 people, and then it kind of taken upon us. So, what are your thoughts, mate, on making that a actual success?
I'd like to think that I've probably spoken to most people within the sport, especially the ones that are active on social media, and probably most of the trainers.
Here we go, mate. Patrick Janssen.
Patrick Janssen, decent bloke, Patrick. It would be good to get his support on it. If I was personally saying people like Gary Noble, Andy Pelly, Tom Stedman, people on this chat, there are others. Patrick Janssen, for example, as a trainer. These type of people, get them definitely on board. Another letter, I would, in my personal opinion, I think.
How would you go about it, mate? How would you go about it?
I think another letter should be written, and I think in a similar style to the last one, but I think it should take the opinions of everybody, whether it's this heavy and not. It should be a wide range. Things shouldn't be removed because people deem it to be too aggressive or too militant. Whatever people think, as long as it's supported and respected, should be part of the letter. All 400 people or however many people it garners should be involved in the conversation. And there should be defined timelines, a written goal of what it's to achieve. I think the letter should go to several groups that have a vested interest in sport, including the DCMS, BGRF, GBGB, and charities, to make sure that it's widely known that the people within the sport are not happy with how things are going. And ultimately, I think that the only way the sport can move forward is to disband the GBGB and create a new independent group of individuals that don't have that vested interest in the sport. That's my personal opinion. I've looked at it from all angles. I can't see another way.
So, Dave, Mick, go first, mate, to that.
No, listen, Dave spoke about it openly. I tend to agree. I think the vested interest, the conflict of interest is holding the sport back a little bit, which is a shame. How you get over that? Will it ever come about? I don't know. But in the meantime, what the promoters can do and what the industry can do can help itself.
The issue
help itself by selling this sport, which it used to be football used to be always looked upon as the working man's game. Football now has become very expensive, but people still go. Greyhound racing doesn't need to be that expensive.
The issue
don't price people out of coming, and they will come back.
The issue got though, you say about promote. Right, and by the way, we all know it.
It was the last word, apparently.
You say about you couldn't.
It was the last word.
But you're on about promoters need to get people back in, but there's nothing not rewarding promoters to get people back in, so it's irrelevant for them. Like, they don't need it. And then it makes no sense basically.
It will only take a track to race on a Saturday night without a both contract.
Put that back up, right? Put that back up.
It would take Toaster to have 500 people in on a Saturday night.
Correct.
That's all we wanted on a Saturday night. That's what
Ryan
says.
Read what Harry said.
On a Saturday night, in the summertime in particular, it shouldn't be difficult to get.
Can I just make?
You could get 500. They get 2,500 people every Wednesday at the Speedway in Oxford.
Can I just make another point as well? From a personal opinion, whatever happens, if it's done in the right way, where it garners the support and it goes to the right people, and the sport improves for the better, I will support it. I in no way want to lead it, want to be heavily involved. I will push it and I will support it, but I do not want to be like, I know it's been mentioned before, somebody actually wrote on Twitter that I wasn't happy about the current situation because I wasn't the centre of attention. I do not want to be the centre of attention. I'll support it.
The question I will ask you, Dave, is Dave, why would you, if you that passionate about ground racing, which I know you are, why would you not want to be the face for it?
Because
it's not worth the bullshit.
No. Because I know Dave doesn't care about bullshit.
I don't care about the bullshit. I've got my family. I've got a lot going on, and I don't mind supporting it. And I'll get behind it and I'll invest as much time as possible.
Dave, if you don't, who should?
I named several people before that I thought were better people than me.
Yeah.
It should be a group of people who have actually invested interest.
It shouldn't be a group.
It should be a group of people. I agree.
A massive group of people. But what I'm saying is, if anybody's worth listening to people that I've met in the sport that I think are genuine people, you like Tom Stedman, Andy Pelly, Gary Noble, the people on this call, trainer-wise, Patrick Janssens, the likes. These type of people are good people.
I'd include Darren and Carol, mate, in that as well.
Darren's a great bloke. All these type of people, their voices should be heard, not mine. And I'm not interested. Don't mean I'm not interested. I don't want to be the centre of attention like they claim that I want to be the centre of attention. All I know is when there's bullshit.
Dave, Dave, as much as obviously me and you get on, mate, if this is going to expand and develop into hopefully a progression for the sport, unfortunately, mate, I'm afraid to tell you, you're going to be a big fucking part of that, son, right, mate? So I'm going to end the now.
Mick,
All I'll say is though, by the way, thank you for
was your eyes this bad when you had a couple of beers when you were younger?
Wait a minute. We're gonna say, wait. Everyone who's joined in, by the way, the whole night, thank you from the betting perspective in the racing. We had 205 viewers on average, by the way, which is for what is incredible because we don't have a stream, obviously.
This time of night.
And then we're going to end the night now on 531. So, yes, apparently there is a big gap in ground racing, which two of the members here knew there was for debating ground racing. So,
Dave, you and Ryan should start it up again.
I'm going to thank Tom Francis, by the way, for the platform. I'm going to thank my guests now. Craig,
Dave,
by the way, Craig, you're Cockney, but other than that, though, you're great. Dave Mitchell, you're a shit gambler, but other than that, you're great. And your dog's all right, by the way. My dad, yeah, I'm better than you, so that's fine. But thank you for the opinions after that. And by the way, everyone else though for tuning in, whether it's betting, whether it's ground racing, whatever it be. Okay, we appreciate it a lot. By the way, thank you very much. And yes, hopefully we will see you all again for the next thing. But Craig, Dave, honestly, lads, superb boys. Thank you very much. See you later, everyone. Bye.
See you later.